Dear Lord, look at everybody. What's up, guys? How are you? What's going on? Anything good? Anything good? Anything bad? Anything at all? The old voice chat. What's going on, Eugene? What's up, Stranded? What's up, Reb? How are you? Rebel in here early. Merry Christmas, Rebel. I think you're the only one I didn't see for Christmas so far. Good to see you, brother. You dropped in. I can't remember. My brain don't work right today. It don't. It done did not want to work. I got brains damaged. Cleaning up this ring of gunk on my airbrush. Definitely didn't clean up the guide on the outside of it, so I got all this blue paint all gunked in there. What's new? What's new in the land of fancy, guys? Everybody smash that like button, all that fun stuff. Help a brother out. How was your Christmas, Reb? Figure I can't believe I'm gonna paint tonight. I've got like I said, I my brain is like mush, and I'm already looking forward to the new year. I'm waiting for 2025 to end. Too much crap has happened in 2025 where I think we just need to get to the next year. Let's let's see where we're at. Darkseid's gonna be big as hell. That's funny because I got my new wet palette. So the wet palette is I haven't even tried using this thing yet. But basically you got a piece of paper over a sponge with water. It'll keep the paint wet. And then this way I don't dry out as much when I'm slacking and running my gums. Got a ton of paint. I've got so many new toys to play with. Let me see. Did we get most of the gunk out of that? It still looks like I got a ring of gunk still in there. It's better though. Merry Christmas, bro, and Happy New Year. I don't know, do I stream on New Year's Eve or New Year's Day? Or both? Grab the old mouse and take a look at the date. Oh shit! So I stream on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. New Year's Eve will be me, is Smurf and I. I don't know if I can make that one, GAM, but it should be Smurf and I doing New Year's Eve. I guess we'll be gaming in the new year, and then New Year's Day. I'm thinking I'm gonna start with Atrocitus. I think I'll go Atrocitus for New Year's Day. Oh, so yeah, Stranded was like both. So a lot of paint supplies. The one thing, well, the Boris print, I won't even handle until that thing's behind glass. But she got me a Boris Vallejo print that was signatured and all that. But there is one thing she did get me. It's a piece of art, and I needed. I'm probably going to go in the other room and go grab it. But she wants to hang it in the damn living room in her library. And yeah, it's an actual picture of me. And she sent it off to this. I guess I don't even know what the place is, but they'll take common people, put them in like historic settings, pirate, Viking, stuff like this. And she had this picture made of me, and she sent it in to have it made as a Viking because Actually, they are my ancestry, is Viking blood. And she had told me this a while ago. I'm like, I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see where I'm a Viking. She handed me this picture, and I was like, holy shit, I do have Viking blood in me, don't I? She's like, yeah. Matter of fact, I had to sign off on a contract with them or whatever. They are using it as their poster on their site now because of the way it came out. Because they said we didn't even have to edit. Like normally we have to go in and we have to edit this, we have to edit that. They're like, his nose is Slavic and Viking and Nordic and all that. All his features and everything else. He's a Viking. But yeah, she got me the wet palette. I've got one of these now for when I'm doing my base coat painting and all that stuff. I haven't even opened the things for it. But basically what you do is you take each piece, you gator clip them in, then these go into the board all the way around, and then I can just rotate them or what have you when I'm airbrushing them. That's mainly for base painting. She got me a set of brushes that will not come out of their package. She got me a set of Vallejo brushes. These things will not come out of the package until I'm ready for her minis because they are expensive. They cost more than, I'm going to say, that 3 set of brushes cost more than my damn entire brush setup that I have so far. Another thing she got me was this, which is the professional color wash series. It's hard to see because the focus hasn't come in on the camera yet. Let me see if I can get it to focus in. That's not going to. But yeah, like you have yellow, flesh, red, violet, blue, umber, sepia, and black. And they wash in on a model. And it's super thinned out paint, but it runs directly to the spots that you need shadows on. It's almost like a cheat code. Hey, what's going on, guys? It's me, Smurf. GAM said something about New Year's, and I'm like, oh, wait, we're streaming on New Year's? I didn't know about this. I've got these. These are actually liquid chrome marker, or it says pen marker, but they're paint. And when they go on, I don't even know if you can see it. They actually do a real chrome finish. I have like 4 other tools, but these were the most expensive of the sets. They're carbon fiber sanding boards for refining the model. So I can kind of show you on this back. You can still see, like on Darkseid, I can actually get the fucking camera to focus. There are those little bumps here and there, but it's like underneath. I can't get there with my normal sandpaper or stuff like that. I can get there with these tools. So that's to help refine modeling and all that. A lot of the stuff she got me was art related. And then she got me this UV curing putty. So like how there's a crack in this base, you take it and you use a brush and you dap your brush into it, get a little water on it to activate it, and then you paint in the crack and it'll actually fill, and then you hit it with a ultraviolet light and it makes it dry. So this way you can actually make things look seamless, like creases or cuts in the model, so there's not spaces in them. Yeah, not because I'm a YouTube star. I will get. I'm gonna go get the picture right now. And Smurf's watching, so Smurf can attest. Yeah, that's me. Now, granted, it's me probably about 5 years ago, but it legit is a picture of me that they used. So give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Smurf will keep you entertained. And make sure you guys smash the like button too. Okay, let's see. This is going to be rough because the picture is kind of large. It looks like a painting. Like it's clearly a print, but it looks like a painting. I used to make this shit for customers in Walgreens. Yeah, I can't even get the whole fucking picture out in there. I was gonna open it up under the camera so you guys could see it come out or whatever. There you go. Here's the painting. You looking at this shit, Smurf? Smurf will tell you that's me. I was like, get the fuck. She as soon as I opened it, I looked at it. I was like, holy shit, I do have Viking blood. Yeah, like they got the armor there. Yeah, I don't have tattoos on my face either, Gus. And my hair is definitely receded to about here on this forehead. But yeah, Smurf is over there. I got Discord up too, Smurf. If you want to hop in, I know you're laughing right now because you're like, dude, that's awesome because you know what I look like, and you're like, yeah, that's actually a picture of GAM. Yeah, well, we need to get one of you firing a machine gun up in the air with a red bandana. But yeah, that is and I'm gonna say that it's a picture that they used from like 5 years ago. But even Smurf will tell you, I actually have these dark bags under my eyes too. Like my eyes are dark as shit like that underneath. Like that effect is not an added effect. That's actually from the photo of me.
Dude, that's awesome.
Yeah, yeah. You see, but yeah, that's fucking hysterical though, because you know the picture when I did the Stone Cold and shaved my head, wore the Stone Cold shirt and flipped the double birds on my Facebook.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the picture they used.
Oh, I gotcha.
And yeah, that's why I have the goatee because now I have a full beard or whatever, and he's more like goateed out.
Man. Yeah, that's fucking badass, dude.
Dude, yeah, it's fucking hysterical. But she sent in like this picture, another one. The other picture she sent in, I must have been about. It had to be like 36, so like 14 years ago. And that one, like, it was funny when it came up. She's like, "Yeah, here's the proofs they sent me, and I got to choose from them." And she showed me the picture, showed me that, and I was like, "I look fucking gay." Like I don't know what it was. It didn't look right. I was like, he kind of looks like a romance novel gay dude. You know what I mean?
It does look like it should be a cover of a book.
It looks like it should be the cover of a book. I was like, holy shit. I was like, yeah, the real Ragnar Lodbrok. Looked like I should be going to rape and pillage people. But yeah, I thought you'd get a kick out. I was like, because my wife's even
Oh
like,
yeah.
oh, you're showing it off? And I said, yeah. She's like, vain. You're vain. Yeah, you're fucking, you're narcissistic, showing off the picture, right? And I was like, no, I'm showing it to fucking Smurf. I was like, Smurf's going to get a kick out of it.
That's great. Oh yeah, that would make Ragnar jealous.
Yeah, I
Look at
don't,
all that beautiful hair.
dude, if only my hair was still like that. Like I said, my hair is like,
Right.
you know what I mean? It's slowly disappearing where I'm going to have to cut the back soon. Otherwise, I'm going to have a skullet. Like it's not
I
a
like the
mullet. It's a
Viking
skullet.
hairdos, man. That's just awesome. I tried the Viking hairstyles and shit when I had long hair, but it just didn't work out.
Oh yeah. Well, no, I can't see it working out for you, your build and everything. I think you're better off like the angles on your head. You're kind of better with like short on the sides and kind of like old school Italian fucking New Yorker fucking cut. But
It's kind of shaved on the sides above the ears.
ears,
The rest
right.
of it's just
There you go.
regular.
It's just regular up
Like,
top, right?
uh,
Like normal kind of shorter
yeah.
hair. I was gonna use my
Yep.
fucking airbrush on this shit. But yeah, so
Yeah,
that was
I cut all my long hair off.
so yeah, that was all the cool shit she got me. Oh, and then of course the my main gift was the paints that she gave me before I did Hobgoblin. So I can't forget them.
Yeah,
But
that'd
yeah,
be sick.
everything was like art stuff basically. And
Those
then a pair of
those
Zippos
paint
too.
pens would be pretty cool though.
Yeah,
Get some metal accents and shit on your models.
dude. I like
Weapons, accents, you know,
this was the paints that I
jewelry.
had already had and added to a little bit here and there. And now I've got like anytime it's like, oh, I need this color, I just reach back and look. Yeah, especially she got me, and yeah, of course you're delayed, Smurf. I know we're talking in real time, but she got me a pair of color wheels too. So that this way I can find what color I'm looking for. And then I start off at whatever color, and I can actually find the color I need. And it'll tell me like add yellow to it. You're gonna get an
Oh yeah, that's cool.
yeah, if it's
Get a cheat
red,
sheet.
right? Yeah, so if you're starting with red orange, you add blue. That's the color you're gonna get. If you start at red, add yellow. You're gonna get this orange. You know what I mean? Add black to the yellow orange, and then you just spin the fucking wheel to what you need. So you can actually get like all different colors
That
going
definitely
on.
makes it easy.
Yeah, and then
Match colors.
this was kind of important too because you have like basically directly across from each other. So, for example, like Joker is green, yellow green, that like almost neon green, and like that lighter purple, that red purple, and they have it. Granted, now the green's disappearing because of the green screen on, but that's why they're complementary of each other. That's why they paint them in that color. Same thing for blue. But then you have God, where is it? Like how you get colors to go together or whatever. So like if I go to red and I come out here, yellow would go with it and complement it, and blue would complement it. Who's red, yellow, and blue in their costume? Superman.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like it's basically because I don't completely understand colors. I just do what I think looks right. But that's definitely like to help me learn. It's kind of a cheat. I had painted
Uh,
her a bunch of models, or well, a bunch of figures. Reb, like I had done her. She's really into cryptids, and they sell cryptid models, but they're shittier than the ones I do. in a lot of cases, and they want like $100 for them, $80 for them, and you can only find them on like Etsy here and there. So that's one of the big things. Will be I got to do a run soon, and it's just going to be a runoff of all the different stuff that my wife really wants. Like she wants this. She wants like a unicorn, for example. I think it's one that I haven't done for her, so I'll do a unicorn. She still wants a Yeti. I tried a Yeti one time and failed at it. But I gave her like 10 of these fucking little miniatures that I painted for her over time, like on the streams. That's just how that works, you know. Like she likes it better when I make her stuff because then she can't get it anywhere else. It's original. It's 101. She's more of a
Yep.
she's one of them. She likes authentic things that are just you can't get them anywhere else.
Welcome back, Rebel. Man, we need to get her that GoFundMe and get her for a new phone.
Dude, I keep saying that. She won't let me do it. Will not let me do it. Stranded will not let me do it. I told her, instead of tossing coins to me, you know, like any coins that have been
Shit, I might
tossed
even
or
have an old phone sitting around here. It's probably better.
I wish I did. My phone, like every phone I've had, is dead. I only have my
The
current
last
phone.
that I had, used it as a trade-in for my new phone.
Yeah. But yeah, you're not wrong. Like somebody help that poor woman.
Dude, we had multiple upgrades and we had never even used one yet. So we got well, they're kind of old now, but they're new still.
I'm looking at this
About a year.
thing, like what I want to exactly do with it. I'm debating it.
I got one of them phones that's got the stylus that pops out the bottom of it. Never even used it.
I think I know exactly what I'm going to do. I don't know if I want to go flat red. What other red do I have in my... I don't feel like cracking into my good case or breaking out the paints that I'm going to use on the Atrocitus. I've got Scarlet. I've got Blood Red.
I saw that trailer for Anaconda.
Yeah, dude. It's out.
It's not like a remake of Anaconda. It's like
a
a real
comedy.
time making of a
Right.
remake.
Yeah. You're like, oh, we got to go to the jungle, get the snake or whatever. I'm just like,
They accidentally killed the snake they were using in the movie, so then they're like, we got to go find another one.
yeah, I don't know, man. Like it just, it didn't hit me like it should, you know, like
If I don't have to pay for it, I might check it out.
bro, I don't have to pay for it. It's already up. And like, I clicked on it and then stopped it. And I was like, ugh. I've been watching Bar Rescue.
That's happened to us a bunch of times. I've seen that a bunch of times too.
I never saw it. I laugh because the main guy, that John Tapper dude, he's like a New York version of my old boss. Like the way he talks and everything else. Like he reminds me of my old boss a lot. Not my old boss wasn't as fat or anything else, and he was definitely a lot meaner. But yeah, it did. It had me dying laughing watching some of them. I'm like, Jesus Christ, these bars are fucked up. My boss would have killed us. Like murdered us. He would have fired every fucking bartender in the place until he got one. He would have tended bar himself if they left that shit like the way it was. Like fucking rotten standing beer in the fucking taps and shit. Like, oh.
That's disgusting.
You got Metro.
Damn, that sucks, Stranded.
Yeah.
It's like, is that prepaid shit?
Yeah, well, kinda. You just you
Or
buy
like
the
monthly, like
yeah, but to be honest with you,
hey, I used to do it. It used cheap.
I don't
cheaper than
I don't know how much you use your
service.
phone. I probably benefit from something like that because I don't really talk on the phone. Everything I do,
I use my phone all the time.
I was just saying this to
Yeah,
my
me too.
wife. Like I don't call my old friends. None of that shit. It'll be like Merry Christmas, motherfucker, and that'll be about it. You know, or Happy Thanksgiving. Everybody that I talk online, or I jump on Xbox, or you know what I mean, Messenger. Like, but I
Yeah,
rarely use.
Messenger for sure.
Yeah, I don't. I have my tablet. I don't even bother. I don't really leave the house, so I don't use the phone all that much. The only thing my phone is good for.
That's how GAM gets a hold of me. He
Yeah,
just hits me up on Messenger.
yeah.
But
I have these cameras. I just plug them in before I leave, and like that's so I can monitor the dog to my phone. That's it. That's pretty much what I use my phone for. I haven't told my wife. I was like, you should just cancel my fucking phone. She's like, nah. She's like, emergency happens, or we're out and about, and something happens. You're gonna want that on you. So, you know, paying a bill in case shit happens. Hmm. Yeah, the ones where, well, the ones where they're giving away and doing overpours and all that kind of stuff. That was something my boss had always said to me when I was working the bar. Shit, he was saying that probably when I was about 14 years old when I first started. He used to say to me all the time, like, if it wasn't for fucking thieves and people hooking their friends up and stuff, I probably already would have been a millionaire and been able to retire.
I had a buddy that was a bartender. That was awesome. Freeze all night, just free. He'd be like, "Hey, it's I'd be like, "Hey, 2 beers." And he's like, "All right, that's $10." So I give him a 20, and then he'll go over to the
And
register
give
and
you
make
two
change
tenths
out of that
back.
20, but give me 20 back. Yeah.
Yeah, he would have gotten caught and he would have had his thumbs broke out in the parking lot of where I worked. That wouldn't have lasted long. My boss was all over that shit like a fat kid on a cupcake. I mean, you got to figure I worked at that bar for 15 years before he sold it. Or no, he sold it. I was 32, and I was done at that bar at 29. Like I didn't need a backup job or anything else because anytime I was already over at GameStop by that point. So yeah, 32. So that, and he had bought the bar like 2 years before I started working there. You do the roundabout mass. He had the bar for about 20 years before he sold it and sold it for triple what he paid for it.
Damn. Well, that's good. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah. I
just
mean,
get some extra out of it.
yeah. I mean, the place was falling down around him too, because it's technically it was a historical site. You could change the inside, but you couldn't do anything to the outside of it.
Yeah. Or if you did, it had to be like specific to the time or something.
Yeah,
It has to
and
look the same.
you're talking about New Jersey, so no wiggle room there, you know.
Yeah, we have a historical district here where I live too, and they are fucking old, but man, the upkeep for them is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Good luck, good luck ever selling it, and making your money back.
Oh, he did though. He tripled his money.
Not where I live though. Illinois sucks
Yeah, well,
as
I
far as
mean, yeah,
as far as that shit.
that's what you get for living in Illinois.
You know.
Poor bastard. Keep telling you, get the fuck out of there. Run, Smurf, run. You can actually have a good, decent gun.
Seriously, stranded? You should post some of that. I love watching those videos where it's just storytelling. I'll just sit there and play a game on my phone and listen.
Yeah, that was the other thing. Pete, like my old boss, Mr. B, he would drink here and there, but it would be like one beer. Like he didn't sit in a bar. I never saw him drunk the entire time I worked for him. He'd hang out and all that.
The owner of my bars, dude, that I worked at, dude, she was always at them. Always sitting there drinking, showing off, trying to put on a show for people.
That's how you go out of business.
She's too much into it. She also keeps trying to turn the bars into a restaurant. Like a
Yeah.
bar's food menu should only be like one page. Hers is like 10, dude. It's not a freaking restaurant, it's a bar.
Yeah. Yeah. You
She
want
never, like when she
quick,
adds
easy
stuff to the
shit.
menu, she never takes anything off. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah. You want quick, easy shit in a bar setting. That's for sure.
That's what I'm saying.
You know, burgers,
Fast, easy
fries,
shit.
fryer shit. You know, you start getting
It drives me
fancy.
nuts when people are sitting there drinking at a bar and you know, some, a group of ladies comes in, and they all want fucking salads.
That doesn't bother me.
Like, man, it's obviously not helping you.
Yeah, like, I don't think the empty calories in the beer are going to offset that, man. But at the same point in time, it's still.
That's fine, Stranded. I understand that it's written stories. I know how to read.
Yeah,
Me and my wife would read them.
Wait, hold on. You know how to read?
So yeah, a little bit.
You lied to me. I thought we were friends. I thought we were both illiterate together.
So I said a little bit. Small words, like 3-letter words.
Yeah, I at least got up to 4. No, I mean, that's awesome though, Stranded, and Smurf's not wrong. Maybe you should narrate them and put them on YouTube. Turn them into AI videos like Rebel said.
Yeah, there's a bunch of like little animated ones and stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
Or it'll like just
people.
have some kind of pictures in the background. Well, I don't have a problem reading either.
I mean, technically, Harry Potter's fan fiction. Yeah. Poor Stranded's like, my phone barely loads up and works. You want me to use AI with it? You fucking nut. Yeah, they. I'm just hoping 2025. We don't. It isn't like New Year's, like 3, 2, 1, and all of a sudden New York City just burst into flames. The fucking state of the world, Smurf. State of the world. I have no clue what the fuck is going on anymore. I have not been keeping up. Like, all the news I've been watching is so terrible that I'm like, I don't even want to watch news. Like, there's got to be. I would rather watch a fat old Italian man from New York City go into other people's bars and scream at them than watch the shit show that's going on. Although
I love it when that dude's like sitting out in the car, or out in the van, and they're watching the video, and they see the guy that he got to go in there, like order food, and like the guy will be picking up the food to take a bite, and then over the radio, like the guy's like got it in his mouth, like getting ready to take a bite, and he's like, "Hey, don't eat that. There's sweat all over that thing."
Nah, dude. The one I saw that was.
Dude, you could have waited till I had it until. You have to wait till it was in my mouth.
Yeah. Well, there you had the one where he sent in a mixologist and a chef, and they go into the fucking place, and like the mixologist, like, oh, I'll have that beer. She like pours a third of a glass in she's like, oh, keg blue. He's like, oh, that's terrible. And then he puts it in his mouth, and he's like, that tasted metallic. He's like, beer goes bad after 3 months if it's in perfect conditions on a tap. He's like, that means this beer's probably been sitting there for like a year in that state. And then like they had ordered food, their food comes out, and he's just like, and he's just like, I'll be back. I think it's coming back up. And he goes in the bathroom, throws up. Like, God damn, dude. I'm dead serious. My boss would have taken you out back.
I've seen Gordon Ramsay do that and then get up and go to the bathroom and throw up. I think it was from oysters or something like that.
Nicki Minaj's fans turned on her after she was at TPUSA. I didn't even watch what she said at TPUSA. But didn't she come out for like Kamala before? Like all of a sudden she had a heart change because, all of a sudden she's getting return on investment for all the money she put in the stock market or something. I definitely don't dig celebrity people talking about politics because usually they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Every now and again, you'll get one that actually does, but you listen to them and it's just, well, this is what they tell me to say at the studio. Please watch my movie. Like it's the same thing for, good old Smurf here. Like I got to be careful with him because, I start talking politics with him and he's like, hey, that Pritzker dude, he's a pretty upstanding fellow. Okay. I love everything he's done. I love the gun bans. I like the way he raised taxes. I like the fact that he can eat a Subway sandwich in one bite. Okay.
I mean, his throne is made out of burgers. He sits in a throne of burgers. He's the Burger King. He's the real Burger King.
Wait, slash stuff? What does she mean, slash stuff? What do you mean, slash stuff? Smurf, wait, why am I not familiar with that vernacular? Wait,
oh my god, dude! I saw that they're making They made it. It's already there. Scream 7.
Oh yeah.
You got to be kidding me.
Yep.
You got to be kidding me. And it's got Courtney Cox and the original chick too. Like,
Yep. And it's like her daughter or something.
Yeah. He's after her daughter.
He's after her daughter or something. Like, oh my god.
It just reminded me of Spaceballs when they're like, check out the new Rocky 5,000.
Well, we do have we got another Spaceballs coming out.
Yeah, I know.
That's gonna be
cool, because Mel Brooks is still kicking. So
he's like
give
90.
us another one.
Yeah, I mean, matter of fact, that's one of those things where shout out to Mel Brooks. They did not ding me for a copyright strike when I showed the entirety of the trailer.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, most shit hits me immediately after.
And they can't they can't make movies like that anymore. Fuck.
Well, you know what?
Mel Brooks' movies they're fucking classic.
But he's 90 years old and he don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
What are they gonna do? Cancel him? He's 90. So I'm expecting a banger.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they can't use the original girl anymore because she looks nothing like she did in the first one.
The princess.
Yeah,
the Lone Star's dead.
Well, yeah. What should you call it? He looks the same. Like
Bill Pullman. Bill
Pullman
isn't going to be able to be Lone Star.
No, he is. He's in
His son will.
He looks all right.
Bill Pullman was dead.
No, he's still alive.
Oh, he's not.
He's not. He doesn't look bad. The princess, it happens. Menopause, gained weight, that kind of thing. So, yeah, she looks completely different than she was. It's like if they had brought Kelly McGillis back for Top Gun.
Oh God, she looks absolutely horrible.
she. Well, I mean, that's just it. But I saw her in a movie. I was like, wait, is that fucking Kelly McGillis? And my wife's like, nah. I'm like, I think it is. And we had to look it up. I was like, damn. I was like, time is unkind to some people. It really is.
Stranded says slash is same-sex relationships.
So like, wait a minute. Are you telling me you write guy on guy stuff? Is that what you're telling me? Or girl on girl stuff? I'll tell you what. Either way you slice it, it may not be my cup of tea. I'll still click on the video and hit a like on it. But I'll tell you what, there is a whole market out there for that kind of shit. Like, and it's a pretty decent size market. Like Smurf would read it, and while he's doing his job, his due diligence at the Amazon warehouse. But yeah, I mean that there is a market out there for that stuff. So you never know. Maybe you can get Eugene to write the music for it. There you go. That could work, right, Smurf?
Oh
Smurf's like
yeah, no problem. No problem.
Smurf's like, I'm a little confused here. I just that threw me off. I don't even know what to say anymore. Now there's a whole genre out there or a whole subset for that. Oh shit! As soon as I'm done, well, actually, tell you the truth, the way this wet palette's working, it's like having fresh paint at all times. Like it's not drying out. I like that. I'm digging that. I can actually take my time with it a little bit more. I did say I was going to pull up that social blade shit and show everybody what I was talking about. It shows how much YouTubers make. Um, like for example, and apparently I was watching something earlier, and they said Ben Shapiro's down like 30K viewers or something for the last month. So, and according to the person I was watching, they're like, that's a huge thing. Like, even though you got like 2 million subs, if you, I guess apparently if you have people actively unsubbing, that goes up into above 1,000. If it's like 1,000, that's a danger point. That's a warning that you're going to be in trouble. But if it's like in the tens of thousands, it's considered like a fucking disaster. Like you're in desperation mode at that point. If you're a bigger YouTuber.
Yeah, you did something for fuck up.
Oh
Fucked
yeah,
up
dude.
somewhere.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's that whole MIGA thing. Make Israel great again. That whole message or whatever. Apparently, people are really not feeling it. I don't know if it's a right message or wrong message, whatever. I mean, I guess it's the right message if you're Israeli. It's not if you're an American that's actually like out there dealing with the fucking bullshit of prices going up, not being able to afford rent, finding jobs, all this kind of stuff. All right, I got my weight on there. Let me pull up the social blade before I forget again, Smurf.
Shit.
And
Well,
then
I gotta jump off, man. I gotta start getting ready for work.
I gotta go back to work. It's been 5 days off. It's time to go back to work and say, "What's up, guys? Take me to the adult toy
Shoot.
section."
At least I got Thursday off, so that was, I had 5-day weekend, then Friday, Saturday, and tonight, and then I'm off till Thursday next week. And I get my other 10 hours
Oh yeah,
time.
that's awesome.
Everybody that's full time gets an extra 5 hours of unpaid time, or it's 10 hours of unpaid time. But I take free time. I don't care if it's paid or unpaid.
I don't care. It's all good. Okay.
They've been
Say.
letting me save my time here the last couple of weeks. They've been VTOing me a lot,
So
so I don't have to use my time.
I just switched the screen over. You guys, I'm waiting for it to come up on stream. There it goes. Oh. So
Everybody have a good one. I'm gonna jump out of chat.
Smurf, I will see you on New Year's Eve. And
Yep.
I guess
I'll be there Wednesday for sure.
Yeah, we'll be digging in Moria. Okay, we'll be killing some orcs. We'll take the law to the lawless. Have a great day at work, brother.
Yep. All right, bro. Take it easy.
Have a good one. Everybody smash that like button for the Smurf. Okay. So we got our analytics made easy. So we'll go to an easy one like Tucker. Actually, it's what's Tucker Carlson's? The Tucker Carlson Network, I think it is. Yeah, there you go, TCN. So when we bring it up, he's sitting at a B plus grade, right? That's his rank overall. Subscribers rank, he's all right in there, right? It tells you all his rankings and everything else. But here's the bigger one: 30K subs over the last 30 days. So he's gone up by 30K subs. 26 million views over the last 60 days. His monthly estimated earnings are anywhere from $6.4 thousand to $103,000 for the month. And that gives you a yearly estimate. He's making just under, he's making $750,000 basically. Right. So then if you bring up like this shit, it will tell you like, here you go, Tuesday, December 16th, 2025. He gained 10,000 subscribers that day. He got 1.62 million views at least. Right? He put out 3 videos. Well, like his video went out 3 times. His estimated earnings for that day alone was anywhere up to $2,000. So this gives you kind of like an idea of where he's at, right? So on an average day, he's making up, like if you split the difference here, it's probably right around $2,000 to $2,500 a day. Tucker Carlson makes. Hey, what can I say, Eugene? Look, I'm just showing you guys, right? So if we come down a little bit further, right, shows you he's gained like 50,000, like shows you his subscriber count, everything else, monthly gain views. You can tell like lately he's been spiked up ever since October, and in November he's still like riding that wave. He's up there. Now we flip it over conversely to I think it's just Ben Shapiro. We're not even going to do the whole Daily Wire, just Ben Shapiro himself. That's shorts. All right, so I guess I gotta go to Daily Wire because I guess they're considering it the whole network. Yep, there's Daily Wire. Let's click on that. See where he's at, where they're all at together. You guys see a little bit of a difference? Their estimated earnings: $3 to $40, $3 to $53, $27 to $437, 53 to 8, 141. Their subscriber counts, like their highest gains in here: 12,000, 10,000, 7,000. So this is like Matt Walsh, all those guys. That's where they're at with it. Like their views, they had a huge spike February 2025, and then everything has fallen off a fucking cliff. Like we can zoom back and stuff like that. Let me go back up. Let me see if I can just find Ben Shapiro by himself. Okay, here we go. Here's Ben Shapiro just by himself. So that was the whole Daily Wire. So you can see 142 to 2.3 thousand, right? He's making all right money here and there. Then look at this shit. Right around Christmas time, bam, 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 everything falls off a cliff, right? We keep dragging it down. But he makes, we're going to say right around $1,000 a day if we're splitting the difference between his high and his low. Just like we did with Tucker Carlson, we're not going to give him the automatic high on it. Weekly average. But then if we look at his fucking monthly subscribers gained, look at this shit. May 2025, negative 10,000. June 2025, negative 20,000. And he's already down for November. He's down 40,000 subscribers. Yeah, he had a small spike right here in September. Picked up like supposedly 40,000 and lost them all. So were these bot accounts? Well, I mean, the whole thing is when you're modeling your whole life is your money. Like this is their money, right? So as they're falling down, like he went down to 20 million views. He was at 41 in October. But you can see, like, you're gonna see a major pattern with September. It's when Charlie Kirk died. So you're gonna see a kind of an uptick. It's gonna ride out a little bit and then go flat. But some people, Megyn Kelly, let me see, Megyn Kelly. So Megyn Kelly, we're looking at her. She's like, you look at this shit. $9,500, right? Is her high end. This one was $29,000 is her high end. Her bottom line is 1.8. So she is literally $600 less than Ben Shapiro's maximum. And then if we go up here, once again, subscribers 30. She gained 30K. She gained 60. She gained 240 in September when Charlie Kirk passed. Right, but you're going to see that spike in September, and then if you're looking at her monthly view gains, of course September here you are, and then you can see where it's kind of dropped down a bit. And then, of course, everybody's favorite con artist. This is what I'm talking about when I say that she is grifting and making money from his passing. 8.1K, 3.3K, $49,000. And her bottom end was 3.1K. So that's, remember, Ben Shapiro's max out was 24K, $700 more. This is why Ben Shapiro's attacking them, by the way. So you can see where the grift is, everything else. This is after the meeting with Eric Kirk. You can see where it starts trailing off. Now, granted, she hasn't put anything out for Christmas or anything, so she's going to drop. But look at the Candace spike in monthly subscribers. 710,000 added per September when Charlie Kirk died. Here's your grift. This is people figuring out. But even then, she still picked up 200,000 subscribers. Let me go down a little further. And then for November, she's up another 140,000. Remember, Ben Shapiro is negative 40,000. Look at her views. Her views have stayed consistent for the most part. 66 million. Ben Shapiro had 20 million. She's got 93 million in September. She's got 66 million this past month or in November. Yep, you asked for it, so therefore I will give it to you, Eugene. So now let's take a look at somebody who has 1.1 million subscribers. Any guesses on what the paychecks are, the paydays, all that kind of stuff, and how amazing he is? Well, one, his grades below everybody else. 1.1 million subscribers. He has a respectable amount of views. He's been doing it since he's been on the internet doing his shit for 20 years, boys and girls. his high end. If we give him, we'll be generous and give him the high end. Doesn't even make Ben Shapiro's low end. $14 to $220. $2 to $32. Mind you, this is when he released a video on Tuesday. On Wednesday was a live stream. $2 to $32. If we look at Saturday, $15 to $236. That's another live stream night. What's his highest amount here? 415 on this Wednesday. That's his max out. For anybody who thinks he's making millions and millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands, like, yeah, does he destroy like a small channel like mine? Yes, I don't have 1.1 million subscribers. I also don't have 0.018% of my audience watching me. I have 10% usually. And let's take a look. Oh, what happened here? I didn't even see this. That's all the way back in 2023. But he lost 2,000 subscribers in January 2023 for some reason. Man, he had another like unsubscriber month. 1,000 people logged out from him. But yeah, you can see September 10,000 subscribers, October 10,000 subscribers, and then he got no subscribers, no new subscribers from the month of November to June. So November, December, January, February, March, April, May, June. So what's that? That's 7 months straight flat. So like if I look myself, I'll look myself up too and show you guys. I don't even register. I don't even make a fucking a mark anywhere. I'm probably like ranked 1 billion, 999,999,999 out of a billion. Like I'm like bottom of the barrel, right? But yeah, this is like you use this mainly for the bigger ones, and I will look myself up because I'm fair like that. But yeah, let's see. August, September, he picked up 10,000, and he's running flat again. So you know how he told us, "Oh, you leave, and 5 more people will take my place." The fuck they will. Because if we look at our monthly views, here's his September bump from when he ran Charlie Kirk in every headline of every stream that he did for that month. From the time Charlie Kirk died till October. So it was like 5 streams, I think, in a row. He ran nothing but Charlie Kirk in the headline. This was his increase from it. He went, let's see. He went from 6 million, almost 6 million views to he picked up like 1.8 million more views. So people wanted to see. And this is where he currently sits. He's legit, even at his peak. And what was that? September 2023. 13 million views on his stuff. Like, almost 13 and a half, a little over 13 and a half million views. He went from that to this. 3,300. Matter of fact, if we're looking all through here, we're getting into election season, almost election season, and in November was the election. People just like tune the fuck out. So if you think he's making like all this tons of money and telling you how great his life is and all that, if all he's doing is making YouTube videos and streaming, I don't know how old Buddy has the greatest of everything. I don't know how that works. You want to? Well, I'll do me, and then I will do. Yep, I come up. I will check me, and then I'll look at Tim Pool. I'm a C- on my rank. Look at that. I'm ranked 1,100,000. So I'm down 179 videos. My first one was created on July 6, 2019. I've got 14,000 views, 121 subs. Category rank to be determined. My ranking in the US, I'm like, I got to be near the bottom. Actually, you know what? I'm actually surprised by this. I had 194 views in the last. My yearly earnings are $0 to $0. Look, guys, I have made 0 and 0 and 0 and 0, and like videos -2. Why do I have -2 here? How can I make -2 videos? Maybe I made more videos last year. I mean, that's on a Saturday. I don't make videos on a fucking Saturday, right? But this tells you exactly what you're looking at. My weekly average is 0 to $1. And then it, as you can see, all the other shit, there's not enough data. Yeah, everybody should have cashed in on Charlie Kirk apparently, but I'm not that dude. Like I did one. Um, but yeah, like I think I did one, talked about it. I definitely blasted Candace out. But yeah, fuck all that, Eugene. Don't do that. And then we will look up the almighty, everybody's favorite, Tim Pool. Specifically for Rebel. Rebel don't like the beanie. What is it? Timcast IRL? He's B minus. Let's look at his metrics. And there you go. He is, well, he's well above ABL. He's right around the Ben Shapiro range. It's about even, like 1.1K. But he also hasn't, remember this running from December 16th out to the, up until tomorrow, the 29th. So this is towards the end of his show. Now, notice he picked up 10,000 subscribers here. This was supposedly the last day that he was going to be doing his live stream. Keep going down. Let's take a look. Monthly subscriber gain. October 2024, so right before the election, he picked up 190,000 subscribers. They must have liked his election coverage. November, all that stuff. Now, if you look at this November number, you notice how it goes from October is at 30K, and then November goes up to 70K. Remember, it's right in between this 30 and 70. Somewhere right around there is when he said he was going to quit live streaming. I don't know, man, because they shot at my house and all that shit going into December. Like right at the end of November, going into December, they had the whole falling out with Candace, all that. So you're looking at it. I think my timeline's correct. I might be wrong. But if you look, his views have, this is why his views have gone down. He's lost viewership. And I bet you if we go back, let's see, where's November 2024? November 2024, look at that. You see how it divots out? November. I mean, it really divoted out this November. It went down to 11,000. He was at 20, or 11 million, my bad. He was at 20 million back last November when he pulled the same kind of shit. I don't even know if yours will come up. It's Eugene's music, right? Bro, you're not even coming up. Yeah, look at how many people you have with the same name. Is this it? Is this it? No, you don't have 124 subscribers. Here it is. Eugene's Music, 86 subscribers. You don't have a ranking country. 25 videos, 86 subscribers. 4 subscribers in the last 30 days. Eugene's made no loot either, but you're also not live streaming. You are just making videos. You had a pretty good spike, it looks like, Eugene, and then October looks like, you only lost 1. It's not terrible. You've been out long enough for them to actually do this detailed chart for you. I don't even have this shit. So congratulations on that one. You know, he picked up 9 subscribers in October and 6 in November. That's awesome. I didn't do all that. I lost subscribers. And then it looks like August was a big one, big month for you. November, you actually did well too. Let me see how far back. I gotta look and see how far back. Yours was created in 2023, so that's not bad. And you created around the same time I did. Yeah, I've got it right here, Eugene. It's right here at Eugene M Weathers. So it's awesome. Make sure you guys are all smashing that like buttons. Yeah, it's like I said, it's one of those things, guys, where what can I tell you? Like ABL, for as many viewers as he or subs as he has, should be doing, if we're comparing it to other people, should be massacring it. Like he should make about a grand. He should make at least, if we just go by Ben Shapiro numbers, like $1,500 every time he streams. $1,500 every time he puts out a video, and he's doing like $200, $300. Look up Stranded's flatline. I could believe it. Like I'm shocked I have as many as I've got. I'm shocked I have as many of you guys who tune into me. I mean, I appreciate every last one of you. Um, I just, I don't know. I find everything kind of humorous though, with it, like to do with it. When I saw that, I was just like, this kind of makes sense. And then there's they also did one part, and I didn't even look it up, where they're doing growth, the growth of a channel, right? So like mine was like not enough data available. But then if you looked at, and I didn't go into it, but if you look at Ben Shapiro's, his is actually saying that they're expecting to lose 10,000 subs next month. And I think ABL's just runs a straight line to 1.1 million. And like it's odd to me. It's like, so nobody's unsubscribing, nobody's subscribing. What the hell? Nick Fuentes is on Rumble. That one's for Instagram, YouTube, and something else. I don't even know if he'll track. I guarantee you he's up though. He's got to be up there. Just his super chats, if nothing else. It's impressive how many people actually like hit him up and super chat him loot. It's pretty good. Nick Nick is definitely starting to come into his own to an extent, which I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Not for nothing. I like some of the he's not wrong on some of the stuff he says, but there's other stuff where I'm like, man, that take, kind of a harsh take. Kind of a harsh take, you know. He and I mean, I don't know how much of it's for show, how much of it he's sincere about. Like, I know the America part and wanting like crime out of neighborhoods, stuff like that. I know he's sincere about that part of it. But like some of the shit he says, I'm just like, brother, you sure about that? Are you quite sure about that? Because I just no matter what happens, I can't. I just I can't group a whole thing of people in together and say all of. It just doesn't work for me. No, Eugene, you're right. You don't need millions of subs to make money. You can sell merch. You can have hell, I see people that set up Patreons for their YouTube and tell because they don't do live streaming or anything like that, and then have people send them money through Patreon. Um, I see I see things like this. Like I know AJ from the Y Files. That's how he does it. Like he didn't make a video for like 2 months or whatever, and he even said like the only reason why I even made it through those months was because of people on Patreon stuck with me while I was because he got, if you don't know AJ from the Y Files, everybody just thought it was him being lazy. What it turned out was in the background he was being audited by the IRS. Actually, Luke Rakowski from We Are Change, he got nailed by the IRS too recently. He's a mixture of a troll and a shock jock. That's kind of a good description on one end, but Rebel's kind of right too. Don't discount that dude. He's smart. Like he's very smart with the way he presents things. Where if I were debating him, it would be hard to argue on some points he makes because he's not wrong, and he actually is bringing facts and data with it. And like Rebel said, I do think he says stuff just to upset people at times to get them where they're angry. And you know what they do? They immediately go out and start talking about him to condemn him, and it makes people go, "Well, wait, who is this guy?" and all this kind of stuff. You know what made me actually watch Nick Fuentes? Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro's reaction. I wasn't even going to watch the Tucker one with Nick Fuentes. I'd never watched him before. So I always heard he's just like a piece of shit and all this kind of stuff. And Ben Shapiro came out and had that absolute meltdown about Tucker needs to be can't. It's like, what's so big about this kid? Like, was he on there? You know, like, oh, we need to bring the Holocaust back or something? Like, what is this kid saying that's so outrageously over the top and stuff? And outside of the like Stalin part where he's like, yeah, you know, I admire Stalin or whatever he said on there. Outside of that, like a lot of his take, I was like, yeah, he's actually not. If we're looking at it numerically and stuff, there's some of the shit he's not wrong on. So it's like Milliput, yeah. Well, and that's just it, stranded. So that's the shit my wife just got me. That's what this stuff's for. This fast UV curing for modeling. It's just made by Elegoo. That's exactly what it's for. Actually, to tell you the truth, Sheree was my Robin. Shout out to Sheree. We miss you. We all wish you a Merry Christmas if you're listening, Sheree. Everybody smash that like button. But yeah, she was like my Robin. She kept me in line anytime I stayed, did a, and now you're doing a hell of a job as my Robin there, stranded. So good old Robin Quivers. She did. She like she added to the show, and it's you. Now you're my Robin Quivers. Smurf's more like my Baba Booey, or he's actually more like Hank the Angry Dwarf, the angry drunken dwarf. That's Smurf. Now I mean, doing it in Howard Stern style. That's just it. Howard Stern sucks. Like he was entertaining back in the day because nobody was saying the stuff that he would say and could get away with it. Like he was an enigma, right? And then he went to Sirius XM and look what happened. Fell right off. Like that was actually, I think he was better when he was on the radio and couldn't say dirty things. Like he had to allude to them and come up with clever ways of saying them. The moment he was allowed to say whatever the hell he wanted and not have to curb his language, he just like it was almost like being obscene just to be obscene. What's up, Devin? Merry Christmas to you. Merry Baby Jesus Day. Yeah, guys. But definitely always smash the fucking like button too. You guys help me out with that shit. I need help with like buttons, subscribers, all that kind of stuff. Although at the same point in time, I even said to my wife, I was like, I'm kind of happy I got a small group of people. I don't know that I want it to get to like 1 million subs or any of this shit. She's like, really? She's like, I figured, you would want that. And I'm like, look, I want it, but I want to do it in a way where I'm being honest with myself, honest with the people that are watching. Everybody's got a voice. People are boosting each other, and there's good to take away from it. And it makes you think, and everybody's an independent thinker. Not everybody agrees on everything. I don't want to be a cult leader. Stranded Smurf would be Beetlejuice. Oh my god. He'd be God, what was the name of the elephant boy? I can't remember his name. Nah, Smurf's like actually Smurf would be Jackie the Joke Man. David's more like Baba Booey. Baba Booey. We get first dibs when branding starts. I mean, there's a that's just it. When I first envisioned doing this shit, I didn't think I'd have more than 3 people watching. I really didn't. I didn't think I'd have more than 3 people watching at a time. People would watch for like 10 minutes and just turn the shit off. If that, maybe just jump in, smash like or whatever, be like, oh yeah, I viewed your video. And then I see after the shows are done and all that kind of stuff, it comes up and it tells me how many hours watched, all this kind of bit, and I'm always fucking amazed. I'm like, wow. You guys definitely hang in there. Guys, definitely hang in there and watch for as long as you can. And then it's funny because I can always tell when Stranded's watched the next day. It's always like, oh yeah, that's Stranded watching right there. And we get like Devin in here, and it's like, hey, Devin, what's up? Everybody popcorn in the chat for Devin. Always that kind of shit. Um, But yeah, I am definitely ready to put 2025 behind us, guys. It was, I had a decent year. I think most of you guys had all right years too. But just the world in general has had a very, we had so much shit happen this year that I'm just looking at it like if I told you all this stuff was going to happen, the only thing that hasn't happened is aliens landing and being like, "Yeah, we're here. We're taking all your resources." That's about the only thing left that hasn't happened in this year. I swear, it's been just insane. How many things have happened? You had bombs go off in Iran. You got Nigeria. Like we bombed and are actively bombing so many damn places. It's insane. You've got peace deals. I just watched two right before I went live. Well, actually, no, that's not true. Maybe because I was watching Bar Rescue right before we went live. But before that, I watched Zelensky at the White House with Trump, or Mar-a-Lago, the Southern White House, with Trump, and like the two of them did that joint presser. The only thing is, it would have been more impressive if it was Zelensky, Trump, and Putin all talking, but because I've seen this episode of Scooby Doo before, and basically what'll happen is they'll sit down, they'll have a talk. We want to go to peace, all this kind of stuff. Then they're going to bring Putin in. Putin's going to be like, "Yes, things look good. Things look good." And then next thing you know, they just like send a bunch of drones and missiles in and start bombing each other again. You're like, what the fuck? So, real sketchy, real leery when I listen to their press conference and they tell me everything's good and all that. But for something that was supposed to be like, two phone calls and have it worked out in 2 weeks, it's definitely drug on for a bit, I'd say. Your Norm from Cheers. Bit short, a bit shorter. Yeah, I mean, you definitely you drop in here and there. Definitely drop in. Although I think there's times when Devin drops in, we don't even know she's there. She just stays quiet in the background. It's always been Devin's little evil trick where she stays quiet. You forget she's there, and then you think nobody's in the room. You let one rip, and then there's Devin going, "Oh, I heard that." It's like that old. You guys ever see that commercial? I don't know if you guys have ever seen that commercial or not. Have you guys ever seen the commercial where the guy picks up the girl for the blind date? If not, I'm gonna find that commercial and I'm gonna play it because it's still one of to this day. I think that might be one of the greatest commercials ever made, and it's fucking his like just ridiculously funny. Devin, why'd you change your? Is had that always been your handle? Is Devin complies? That's craziness. Let me see if I can find this commercial. Oh yeah, I found it. Hold on.
I can't believe it. It's my first blind date.
Oh yeah. Hold on. I will fill the screen up. Maybe I can't. All right. Yeah, here we go. Hopefully this works. Shit. All right, so the screen's going to go black for a second there, guys. Ready for this one? One of my GAM's favorite commercials of all time.
I can't believe it. It's my first blind date.
Oh, I do it all the time.
Really? Woo! You guys meet? Greg, Janice?
We sure did.
That was stupid.
Great.
This is Smart, a beeper service for just $1.99 a month. From who else? Smart Beep. Call 800 Beep 199 for other smart stuff like directions.
We've got chemistry here. You feel it?
I felt it.
All right, Janice.
Still one of my favorite damn commercials. Yeah, she made sure he was out of line. Hey, look, guys don't think girls fart a lot of times, but yeah, there it was a little reality check. She didn't look in that back seat, and that couple's back there like just, oh my god. But yeah, I thought that that commercial always cracks me up. Like, and to be honest with you, it only got internet famous too. It was supposed to be a Super Bowl commercial for that pager company, whatever pager it was, and then they the censors or whatever for the Super Bowl said that it was too crass for the time. So it never aired, but it went up on the internet. It was like their advertising campaign. Yeah, the one that's like I felt it is the girl in the back seat with her with the other date. That's who says I felt it. Just oopsie, let one rip. Oh my goodness, guys. So Devin, how was your Christmas? Heard how everybody else's Christmas went. Where's your gloves? You're going to paint your nails again? I might get a little bit on me, but it won't be bad. I'm not using the, well, we want to do the outer ring. I may just paint it. I may just flat out paint that. I don't think I'm going to go too ham with it. Like, the main airbrush part is this red. And yeah, I wanted to get it like where it's trying to get those cracks. Like I've got to hit them with a yellow now, and then overlay it in red again. I just don't want my tip to get. Of course, you got to keep the tip clean. Just ask Smurf. Always keep your tip clean. But yeah, outside of red, I don't think I'll be using the airbrush too much on this. It's just the base. Now, when I actually fire up the next model, that'll be a different story. But I also have, I've been lazy. Fucking holiday, I've been lazy. Dragon ass. I should have done this on Thursday instead of gaming with Smurf, but because our stream kind of like got fucked up because we couldn't both play that Moria game. I figured, Smurf's off, let's rock and roll it. Devin went to Chicago for Christmas. Thought you were supposed to go to Bethlehem or something. I thought that was all Catholics had to migrate to Bethlehem during Christmas. I didn't think you guys all went to Chicago. Hey, what's going on there, Devin? I was over here, and I'm in the warehouse now, and it's testing time. Smurf's back. It's brisk time, baby. That's crazy. How bad was Chicago? Was it at least warm when you went? My God, it was like 82 degrees outside or something. Christmas Day here. It was like 81, I think, yesterday. Weather's been fucking disgusting lately. Yeah, too late. Yeah, too late, Stranded. Too late. All right, we're clean. Hey, Smurf, I got that tip clean. Which yellow do I want to go roll with? We'll go with old moon yellow. Yeah, that's probably a good thing, Devin. I've said this a million and one times. I never want to go to New Jersey ever again. I'm afraid to go back and just see remember stuff from my childhood, things like this, and see it all wrecked, destroyed, and gone. I don't want to see all that. Like I'll keep the interesting parts of my memory, so to speak. Damn, this wet pad's interesting. Talk about a paint saver. Shit. That might be a little too much. Yep, looks right. I don't need to get in there crazy. Just nice light, like painting happy little things. They're happy little angry lines. I can't believe my hands are, I mean, they're only half working, but they're working nonetheless. I like doing lava flow though. Oh. I mean, that's good. I mean, how was the family? Were they good or what, Dev? No, good old Donald Trump. That's one of the few cases that he's lost. Granted, Brett Kavanaugh gave him a different way, but they ruled against him on using ICE or National Guard moving into Chicago without the governor and everything wanting that to happen. The separation between state and federal, and they upheld it. But then Kavanaugh came out and said, you know, we couldn't rule against them if you used the Insurrection Act. So I don't know if they're going to do that shit. Who knows? Going to be interesting to see. I think crime stats across the board for everywhere is down. Like, well, murder stats, I should say. I don't think crime in general is down, but I know murder is. The only thing that I am a little worried about is how come we didn't get an October job report? That should have come out and they skipped it. So that's a little worrying. That's a little uh-oh. Let me see if I can't get it like a dry brush across that. Sorry guys, focusing it in, trying to get the line working this base to pop a little. I think it's starting to. Only way to tell is when I put Darkseid's big ass feet back on this. See what we're looking at. Let's take a look. Does that actually pop like lava? I think it does. What about you, Rebel? What did you do for Christmas, sir? Anything interesting? I'm surprised Bob's not here yet either. I think he Well, Bob usually jumps in on beer 2.5 to 3. It's usually when he comes bopping into the stream, so he must have either had a late start or he's just warming up the old liver. But he'll be here, I'm sure, and he'll have his nut kicking boots on. I need orange. Missed one of the through lines. Put my yellow right on top of it. Get them cracks filled in. Not bad. I can live with that. Yeah, I mean, Danny does that. He'll tune in for like a couple weeks straight and talk a bunch of shit, talk about Christianity, how evil Islam is, that kind of stuff. He'll argue it out, and then he'll go away for like a month or two. Might be a good thing. I don't know. I'm sure Danny will be back. He's good people. Shout out to him and Merry Christmas to him wherever he is. He'll probably be tuning into the other stream a little bit here and there and talking on that. And he goes through like a cycle, I swear. Yep, she's not wrong. I was doing backflips and helicoptering at the same time. I almost managed to take off. I just got to learn to, it's all in the hips and sway them faster. I was trying to hover. Oh, fudge. Only I didn't say fudge. All right. Do I want to go gunmetal on this, or do I want to go silver to gunmetal? Let me try silver to gunmetal. Try this. Yeah, I mean, since I haven't had cable TV in years, I definitely haven't seen a Christmas Story in years either. Because I remember every year that was like tradition that shit would come on. Let's see what that steel looks like. It's actually a pretty good steel. Matter of fact, give me I can use an angle brush here. Just rip this right out. I just got to rinse this angle brush out well. Yeah, that's just it. I haven't seen Perry in a minute either. I know he's popped in on the Discord or whatever, but yeah, I haven't seen Perry in a minute on here. I think he dropped by last stream. I know Mister did. Always great to see Mister. He passes through when he can, and I appreciate him because I know he's traveling all the time for work. So that's got to be a bitch. Like people actually have lives during the holidays. Go figure that one. I'm not one of them. Actually, that's, I knock everything out when it comes to the wife, presents, or whatever during Christmas. And then it's just like, what do you want to do? I'm going to put some coffee on. Let's go chill. Pretty much it. I lead a very boring life. I might go to a different color on that inner ring. Flat steel on this outer ring. I might go brassy in the middle ring. Wait. I'm not sure who Nick Shirley is, but what happened with this? There's a Somali, like, I definitely saw something where they were like lighting up a Christmas tree in a bunch of I don't know if they were Somalis, but definitely a bunch of Muslims came out and were like started talking Islam or whatever, and I'm just like, man, like, are you guys really like? Do you think that's going to win you points with anybody? How do you think that's going to like play? Do you think that's going to be a good thing? It's like when Jewish people are at a wedding doing that dance where they walk around in a circle with each other or whatever. Like there's times in shit like that where just leave people the fuck alone. Like put it on hold for a day. Like, and because I'd be mad if Christians were showing up at a mosque on whatever their holy day is and taking like a shit on your front porch and then screaming psalms at you or some shit and singing like church songs. Like I'd be like, all right, yeah, you guys, like you got to calm down with that. Like I'd be doing the same thing. Like people need to leave other people alone with that religion shit because it is going to eventually blow up and it's not going to work out for the Islam community, not in America. Maybe over the UK, you can get away with that shit. We're in America. You got a president in charge who is not a Christian, but definitely has no problem like throwing you the fuck out of the country for not being one, I did see that. Yes, Rebel. I did see that. Like I didn't know there was like 1.9 million kids or billion, but yeah, guy showed up and like the windows were all blacked out. It says like the name of the daycare place, learning center, and then like he's standing in front of it, and he's like, yeah, they get like however much money from the government for Somali kids daycare, and there is no one here. The doors are all locked. The parking lot is completely fucking empty. I did see that. See, right there, Reb, what you just said, like he said, where are the kids? And they're like, oh, that's racist to ask us where the kids are. Yeah, fuck all that. And this is one of those points where somebody like a Nick Fuentes, I agree with him 1,000%. You know what words don't really hold much weight anymore? You're a racist. You're an anti-Semite. Being called an anti-Semite or a racist when you're not one, it's happened way too much and way too often. And people have had enough of it. Like, oh no, I'm not playing that fucking game anymore. I'm done. Oh, you're Islamophobic. Nope, I'm not. I'm done. You're in Discord, Bob. I don't see you in the chat, though. I'll move you in as soon as you come into the chat. Exactly, Rebel. You know, let's say I am a racist. Now what? Did it change the facts? And that's where people are getting to. People are sick of it. Like, nobody is playing that fucking game anymore. It's game, set, match. It's over. What's going on, Bob? Yeah, that shit is gone out the window. We're sick of it. Like, you don't like what I got to say, so therefore you're racist. You don't like what I got to say, so therefore I'm homophobic, Islamophobic, whatever phobic or ist you want to call me. You can shove that straight up your ass because I'm none of those things.
Hell, I'm all of those things.
Yep, Bob is. Bob, are you 2.5 beers in or 3, sir?
This is my third.
I told you. What did I tell you guys? I was
I
like,
know I wasn't on.
I know you weren't. And I said this, and you're going to laugh your ass off, Bob. I said, we haven't seen Bob yet tonight. Shout out to him. I was like, but we won't see him till he's about 2.5 to 3 beers in, and then he'll come on.
God damn, in a short time, you've learned too much about me.
Yeah, dude, that's what I do. I pay attention to patterns.
Yeah, when I got on here, you were talking about Nick Shirley going to that daycare center up in
yeah, because
Mogadishu. I mean Minnesota.
Oh shit. That's fucking great, Bob. Yeah, Rebel had brought it up, and I was like, nah, I didn't see that. What's that about? And then he started explaining. I'm like, yes, I have seen that. Like, I did see that shit.
Well, the funny thing is, I've actually been to both.
Yeah, but
to Mogadishu and to Minneapolis.
So now here's.
And there are certain. I told you that story about me almost running into that congresswoman.
Yep. And if you'd known who it was, you would have laid her out. Allegedly.
Allegedly, let's do that. Yes.
But my question to you: which one was shittier?
Oh, Mogadishu by far.
Yeah.
We had to when you come through the Red Sea there, you go through the canal, and then you come around the Horn, and we had the Marines on board that went in to Mogadishu itself, and this is before they had that Black Hawk Down thing, and we had to steam on the hook at 4 knots just to stay in place. That's how hard the wind and the current blows through there constantly. You know what I mean by steaming on the hook?
Yep.
And it was a shitty place because, we had men, the boiler rooms and the engine rooms the whole time. And normally you would go drop the hook and, go semi-cold plant, and everybody could, go to, 4 on and 12 off. Well, here you had to go 6 and 6. So you're doing 6 hours of watch and 6 hours off.
Oh.
And we were there for like 3 months, I'd say.
Good Lord.
And it sucked. And they bring that same culture. I'm telling you, they bring that same culture. And we did this to ourselves, and I blame us.
You're right. Suicidal empathy.
I don't know who did it, but they brought all those people and plopped them right down there in Minneapolis. And they built Little Mogadishu. That's what I call Minneapolis, Little Mogadishu.
Yeah. None of that's wrong. That's just it. And this is honestly what happened over in the UK we've already seen this experiment and how it plays out. And I had even, I think, said this to Danny at one point. I was like, difference is America, we won't tolerate it. Like, it'll get to a point where we will tolerate it at first, but then it gets to a point where we're like, yeah, nope, that's it. We're fucking done with this shit. And when it gets to that point, it gets ugly. Because
I don't know.
I'd just send you in, Bob, with your steel-toed boots. I'd be like, all right, everybody line up. It's time.
No, I just what are they doing now? They're upping the reward to fly out of the country. They went from $1,000 to $3,000. Hell, I'd fly out of the country for $3,000.
Well, yeah. But, the
Well,
whole...
they'd let me back in.
Well, that's only because it costs like 10,000 to fly each one out. Like if they have to go catch them and all that, you got to look at, you're paying your ICE agents, then you're paying for their overtime, then you're paying, you know what I mean? So it's actually cheaper to give them money to leave and get them the fuck out than,
Yeah, I get the math. I get the math, but it's still my money.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, granted, like there's a point in time where ammunition was cheap. I think that would have been the easiest way to do things, but that's just me.
That's a little extreme there, Gam.
Well,
Even I'm not that bad.
It's only extreme if you aim for the children. Brother, I wasn't always good guy, Gam. I was much the bad guy. I was definitely a villain at one point in my life. But you know what I mean? Again, suicidal empathy. Like, I don't want to see... well, you already know I get pissed off with everything with like our vets and the way they're treated. Like I really do. I think there should be something for you guys that serve, and you go to the shittiest places in the world and you see some of the most horrific things in this world. Stuff that like we shouldn't, no person should ever be subjected to. And then you come back and they expect you to, go get a burger with fries at McDonald's and walk across like pretty much the same people that you were just gunning down like, 2 months before. Like that's going to fuck with your psyche. You're going to come back. You're going to be broken. So I've always said like vets should have access immediately to any mental health services possible, therapist, whatever. I mean, sometimes the best therapy is, I used to shoot pool for a VA, and those guys, some of them, that was their therapist, was sitting down with each other and having conversations from eating the same dirt and pissing in the same sea and flying in the same sky and having conversations with each other about some of the stuff they'd seen and everything else. And it wasn't really for civilian consumption. You know what I mean?
I understand what you're talking about.
Yeah. And it's just like, and it angers me. Like, it just angers me at my core that, look, one, I was too big of a bitch to ever serve my country in that way. Right?
I didn't have a choice.
You didn't have a choice in the matter, right? But I know people who definitely signed up voluntarily the moment 9/11 happened. I mean, signed up. Some of them were already in, but there was definitely a good chunk of people that I knew that were just like, yeah, fuck that. We need to go over and sort this out like immediately, and signed up, and they came back and they weren't the same. They weren't the same as when they left.
I was actually still active when 9/11 happened, but I had already dropped my retirement papers, and it takes,
it's like 90 days, isn't it?
It's longer than that, actually. It's like 4 or 5 months. And so I'd already dropped my retirement papers, and then 9/11 happened, and I was actually in the office at Norfolk, which is basically where when the ship comes in and they're going through overhaul and repair that don't require a dry dock, everybody works out of SEMA, and we get a list of all their, this is broke, please come fix jobs.
Right.
And so we coordinate each of my chiefs, and I had 6 chiefs underneath me. Each of the chiefs would get 4 ships, and then one of them would always be deployed, and one of them doing workups, and then 2 of them going through like what we call availabilities or repair periods. And we sat there that particular morning. I want to say it was a Tuesday, but I'm not 100% sure.
That feels kind of right.
But I was so pissed. Down around, I think around noon or 1 o'clock, something like that. I walked down the hall where my commanding officer's office was, and I went in there, and he's got a yeoman who's basically a secretary. Don't take offense to any of you sailors out there, but I said I want to talk to Captain. And usually you don't walk in and demand. That's like walking up to the White House. Say, I want to talk to Trump. You just don't do that.
Right.
But he came out because he was a good guy, and he's like, what do you need? And I said, is it too late to pull my retirement papers? And he's like, sorry, it's too late. I've already sent them in. But yeah, I was like ready. I was pissed. I was ready to go.
Yeah, that was every American that day, and that was one thing that it didn't matter your skin tone, didn't matter about you voted Republican, everybody was fucking furious, and everybody was all like, somebody needs to pay for this, and we all were on the same page.
Yeah, I think that was the last time that I can remember where the country was united.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. It kind of really, unfortunately, was the last time that everybody was like in solidarity. As a matter of fact, they came out with a movie. It was called Soul Plane, with Snoop Dogg was in it. Tom Arnold was in it. Right? It was kind of
a comedian.
Yeah,
a comedy.
Yeah, it was a comedy, right, about a black airline.
Had the old white girl sitting there saying, "I speak jive."
No, that's Airplane. That's the original Airplane, right? But this one was kind of like that. It was definitely, it was like this black dude opened up. It's going to be an airline, basically like a black airline, and like they did a whole bunch of jokes and everything else about stereotypes and all this. But there's one part where this Arab dude comes up to get on the plane, and everybody just stops. Like the whole terminal stops, and everybody just looks at him. And they're all watching him as he's walking to the plane. Like,
did they have a hot tub on there with a black guy and a couple of white chicks in it?
I think so. Something like that.
Yeah.
Like they did all kinds of silliness. But that's what I mean. Like, you know what I mean? It was to a point where everybody was one team and all this other shit. And then now it's like, well, we're going to take their money from them. Like, what? They're investing $1 trillion in us. Like, what? Like, motherfucker, give us that $1 trillion. Okay, now you can have an investment. That's just to pay off that $1 trillion that you're quote unquote investing. How about you just give us that $1 trillion that goes to the survivors of 9/11, the people that lost family in there and stuff, divided up among them.
We actually got very lucky for 9/11 because I don't know what was going on, but they were expecting to have like 30,000 people working in those 2 buildings. I mean, we lost over 3,000.
But that's, still that's small potatoes considering that you look at like, shit, I know because I've driven past them in southern New Jersey. You could have gotten into those nuclear plants, right? Like actually gotten in them somehow and fucking just detonated like 1 or 2 of them, and it would have blown up everything. It would have poisoned the whole coastline.
Isn't that where 3 Mile Island is?
3 Mile Island is New York. Yeah.
For some reason I thought it was in Jersey.
I don't think it is. I thought it was New York.
Hang on,
that could be wrong. Yep, no worries. That's good to hear, Devin. Glad to hear your dad's doing well in his 80s. That's yeah, yeah. It's it's definitely rough getting up there, but it sounds like he's hanging in. That's a good thing. I still haven't heard from my father at all. I messaged him or whatever on because his phone was off. I tried calling, but ended up sending a text. Still haven't heard shit back. My mom, I had like a 3 or 4 hour conversation with. I'm probably exaggerating. It was probably 2 hours, but it felt like a 3 hour conversation. It was a good conversation too. It was actually surprisingly very honest and open conversation.
All right, I'm back. Who are you talking about? Conversation.
Oh no, I was saying like Devin. I had asked her, because she went back to Chicago to see family. So I was like, how are your family and everything else? She said the nieces and all that are good, and her dad's doing good at like 80. I was like, I still haven't heard from my dad. Like my dad never even messaged me, called me, nothing for Christmas. And then I had like a conversation with my mom, and that lasted a couple hours, but it was like it was probably only like a 2 hour conversation. It felt like a 3 or 4 hour one, but it was actually a really, really good conversation. So my mom's close to the end. Like she's there, man. Like it sucks, but yeah, cancer is a
Yeah.
bitch.
I'm sorry to hear that. And by the way, Devin is a very good person.
Yeah, I
I
know.
have not met her. I've not met her personally, but I have talked to her on the phone.
Yeah, yeah. She sends me feet pics all the time, and she's really cool like that. I'm kidding, of course. Now, Devin and her husband, when I was first going to set up to do live, Devin sat with me for, I want to say that actually was like 3.5 hours or some shit of me and her on Discord, actually, the way we're talking right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I was testing out my microphone. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? And like 3.5 hours of that until I got the kinks worked out where it was actually funneling right through the program so that you could hear it. But the only reason why I have like microphone capabilities and at the beginning of my streaming is because Devin took the time to basically beta test it with me and get it working. So I've never forgotten that. I always appreciate her. She's good people. She's prayed for my soul before, she's told me. That's actually not a joke. She's definitely said she's prayed for me before. So
Well, she probably needed to.
yeah, well, that's just it. I think God's going to sit this one out when it comes to me. But and that's a good thing.
I'm
I'm
I'll
not
be honest. I'm not sure where I stand in God's eyes, but I guess I'll find out when I get there.
that's where I'm at. I think I've got a little bit. I've erased most of the red from my ledger with good deeds and such, and living a good life, that kind of thing. But I don't fault anybody for their religious beliefs and all that kind of stuff. Like I think everybody's entitled to whatever they believe in. And I always explain my position too. I always look at God like he's like Crumb from the Conan movie. He's like neutral. He sits aside and like is like, man, I gave you free will. I gave you a brain. You figure this shit out. Like I'm not here to hold your hand.
Well, I mean, God is in my later years of life. God has treated me both good and bad. But in the early years, it was pretty shitty. You were talking about your mom and your dad.
Yeah.
My mother passed away when I was 7.
Oh, sorry to hear that, brother.
And yeah, my father passed away when I was 22.
Oh,
But yeah, it was a little tough growing up. We got there was let's see, 6 of us at the time. So 5 boys and 1 girl. And my dad put us into a foster home that was ran by the Church of Christ.
Oh boy.
And that was, I to this day I still have memories. Uh, that was a pretty shitty place, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
You would think it would be
yep.
nice, but it ain't.
No. I don't think it would be nice. That was always one of those dirty little secrets. I had friends that were definitely foster care, halfway house, all that stuff. Some of the horror stories they told me, I'm like, is that actually fucking allowed in there? And they're like, they don't care. They just get the money for us, and they're funded. You know, they don't give a shit what actually happens to us.
I didn't know about the money stuff until I got older. I thought the bitch that ran the house, they call it the house, where the younger kids stayed, younger boys. I just thought she was a bitch, big fat bitch. And my attitude about her hasn't changed over the years. And it's really, really odd because I used to go into there was a little backyard back behind the house. I would go back there, and this is just outside of Tulsa, Oklahoma. And I would see these jet contrails coming over the top. And I would look up at those contrails, and I would like, man, I wish I was on that plane. I don't even know where it's going. I just wish I was on it, right? You know,
Yeah.
50 years later, when I see the jet contrails flying over my house, I'm like, man, I'm glad I'm not on that plane, because it's 50 years and 3 million miles later. I mean, literally
Right.
3 million miles. Last thing I want is to get on a plane.
Yeah, last thing I want to do is do this shit. Like, deal with the public. I hear you. I'll tell you what. It was, I actually had an interesting experience Saturday shopping with my wife. Because we had to knock out food shopping and all this shit. And it was like, yeah, the way she said it was like undercover angels everywhere. I watched people be super nice to each other at a surprising rate, and it was older people with being nice to younger people. And then we're in Walmart. Like, I mean, it was just like random stuff, like old lady reaching for something off a shelf, and all of a sudden, you know, like young guy reaches up and grabs it for her, hands it to her, and then she turns around and sees something in his cart, and it's just like, don't buy that. Why? Because you're gonna get sick. Look at the date on it, and he looks at the date on it, and it was like out of date, and she spotted it, and he didn't. It was just weird shit like this, right? So we always do this thing, the getting in line to check out dance, because Walmart, in their wisdom and all this, had set up those self-checkout things, gotten rid of most of the cashiers. The only thing is, then people started stealing en masse from those
Really?
self-checkouts. Go figure that one. Hey, look, I might have misscanned a couple items at one point in time or another myself, but so I don't fault them, but they made it where it's only like 10 items now. That if you got more than 10 items, you have to get rung up by somebody, and they only have like 2 cashiers working with like 500 people in the fucking store. So you're like, which line's shorter? Which one's going to take the least amount of time? So we had hopped in this line, and there was an older, he must have been probably mid-70s, black dude with a cane. And there was a woman with a pair of twin babies. I say babies, but they were twins. They had to be about 6, 7 years old, maybe at most. And she has a full cart. He's got like 3 items in his hand. And she turns around. When we walked up in the line, she's going, no, please go ahead of me. You've got 3 items. I've got a full cartload. Please check out and all this other stuff. He's like, but he's looking at the cart, and it had like the baby carrier in it. So he can't really get around her. And the 2 kids are on the ground, and they're kind of running around and playing next to her. They're being well behaved, but they're still, they're kids. They're They're out of the cart and playing. So the gentleman, lady ahead of this lady gets checked out or whatever. She took the gentleman's stuff, hands it to the cashier, and then he walked around like through the other aisle and around to where you pay for stuff and all this. He pays for his stuff, and then I'm sitting there and I'm talking to my wife, and my wife goes, "Look at that shit." And here, this old black gentleman leaned down to each of the boys. She goes, "I think he just gave them each $1. He gave him a 20 each to each of the twins."
Yeah.
He popped out a $20 bill and gave it to each one of those twins and said, "Thank you very much, ma'am. Have a great new year. Thank you." She said, "Merry Christmas." You didn't have to do that. And like he just walked off. But it was weird shit like that, Bob. Like it was one, it was kind of her because I've definitely seen people like, "Oh no, you have one item in your hand, but you can wait behind me, motherfucker," or "Go to self-checkout." That kind of attitude. And this lady being super nice with him, and then he turned around and just did this deed that was caught you out of the blue. It was like, holy shit. Like he actually rewarded them for their generosity right back. Like,
I'm gonna say something that's politically incorrect. Okay.
I don't care. Do you think I'm politically correct, Bob? It ain't that.
No.
It ain't that kind of joint, Bob.
I was just sitting here when you were telling the story, and I was thinking, that's mighty white of him.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I'll tell you a story that about line cutting that pissed me off one time. And I don't like line cutters. I wait in line just like everybody else. So I'm up in LaGuardia, and we're flying up from LaGuardia to Boston. And you know how the people who have, first class or they have status, they always stand up early and, make a line at the gate before they
Oh
open
yeah,
the door.
absolutely.
They actually have a term for them. They're called gate lice. Okay? Well, I'm a gate lice. So I'm in line because I'm in first class. I
Right.
didn't buy that first class ticket. Delta had upgraded me because, I was such a loyal customer for so many years. But I, the lines in front of me, but people are walking because it's a small gate area. So people are kind of walking back and forth to the chairs that were to my left and the chairs that were to my right. And so they go and they call, for diamond and first class. And this guy gets up from the chair, and I didn't notice him earlier. He gets up from the chair and he stands where the gap was between me and the person that was in front of me. And I didn't say anything because I didn't want to make a scene because I wanted to get up to Boston because I had a job up there, up at MIT, as a matter of fact. Actually, it was a guy and a girl, two of them. And I turned to the people that were still sitting in the chair to the left, and I did my shoulder shrug, and I did my hands like this. I'm
Yeah.
exaggerating when my hands going.
Yeah, I got you.
What the? Anyhow, so we go to get on the plane, and I sit down to the gate jumper or the line jumper, and he's in 4D. I'm in 4C because I like the aisle, and it's first class. And I realized it's Alan Alden.
Oh, Alan Alda.
From MASH.
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
Hawkeye.
Yeah, which I love that show, by the way.
Yeah, I do too.
So there's a young lady sitting in 4B. And he looks at me, and I'm already mad at him, okay? Not as Alan Alda, the actor, but just as an asshole, okay, who jumped from the line. And he's like, he taps me on the shoulder. He's like, "Excuse me, can you switch seats with that young lady over there?" And I'm like, "Why?" He's like, "Well, that's my assistant, and we're going to this some tree hugging event up in Boston, and we need to discuss some things." And I'm like, "No, this is my seat." So the flight from LaGuardia to Boston is only about, I don't know, not even 45, 50 minutes, something like that. And so he's sitting there the whole flight, didn't say a word. And I'm sitting there the whole flight, didn't say a word. I didn't say, "Hey, how was it? What was it like working on the set of MASH?" I didn't say, "Hey, can I have your autograph?" I didn't say shit. And we got off the plane. We were getting up. We landed. We got up, and he was like, "Thanks for nothing." And I'm like, "You're welcome." And got my ticket and walked off the plane. So I bet I'm not on his Christmas card list. I can
Yeah.
respect him as an actor, but man, he was a
Yeah.
dick as a person.
Oh yeah, dude. Complete dick. Yeah, that happens a lot. There's some people that, like, actually, to tell you the truth, I think there's only a couple actors that are seriously, like, actual, like, decent people. One of the most decent people actually in Hollywood is Keanu Reeves.
Isn't he gay?
No. No, Keanu Reeves had a wife when he was young, and she died. She got, I don't know if it was cancer or what, but she got sick and she died. But so John Wick, he took, like, say his average pay rate was like $5 million for a movie. Because he couldn't do all the stunts, they wouldn't allow him to. He took, I think it was like $1 million off his paycheck and gave it out to the stuntmen that had to do his role. A lady backed into his motorcycle, knocked it over. The cops pulled up on the lady, and there's actual video of this one. Just average person. I want to say he was in New York. Backed into his motorcycle, knocked it down. He was inside a store. He came out. The cops were out there. They saw whose motorcycle it was, all that, and started to freak the fuck out. Like, oh shit, you hit Keanu Reeves. You know what I mean? This is going to be like.
Yeah.
And Keanu Reeves said, no. I don't want to press charges. I don't want to fill out a report. Nothing. He goes, if I can start my motorcycle and ride away, then drop everything that you've got on this woman. And he sat there. He kicked that motorcycle like 3-4 times. It finally started. He rode off and waved and honked his horn. And they let her go.
Well,
So,
I
like,
mean, and you're right. That sounds like a good dude.
yeah. Yeah, just
Riding a motorcycle, no joke. I've almost gotten killed a couple times when I had my bike.
Oh, God, yeah. Yes, sir. There's a reason I don't ride anymore.
Yeah, my wife made me sell it whenever her son was born, actually. She says, "All right, I'll let you." Well, that was when I was stationed down in New Orleans. I had the motorcycle, and I was working at Avondale Shipyard, and I also working at the Expressway Bowling Alley down there in Gretna. But I don't know how many times people just don't see you.
Yeah, down here they do.
So one time I'm going down the West Bank Expressway before it was elevated, or after it was, where it dropped down to a regular road. And I'm in the left lane, and there's a car in the right lane. And this lady pulls in from the left, legal turn, right where I'm at. And basically is squeezing me like you squeeze peanut butter out of a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And I was kicking her car with my right foot. And when she saw
Holy
me, I swear to
shit.
God, she almost slammed on the brakes and just dumped me right into the side of the other car. But luckily, when she slammed on the brakes, we were going at speed enough. I got past her car before she
Good
swerved
Lord.
it.
Yeah, see here, there's not even helmet laws. Um,
Ooh.
well, most people that ride all have loud pipes for the most part. You get crotch rockets here and there, but most of the guys who ride are cruising on their Harleys, and most people that actually live in this state either they ride or they have a family member who does. So they're hyper aware when they're out on the road. The only time it gets real sketchy is when you start getting towards, like, if we go towards Hilton Head Island, which is a tourist trap. That's when
Yeah, I
you
know Hilton.
yeah, you start seeing less and less motorcycles because people are like, yeah, the out of towners are the ones that'll kill them.
Hilton Head's kind of a Richie area too.
Yeah, it wasn't always. I met the guy. What true story, Bob? You know, I always say don't judge the book by the cover. Sometimes, you know, sometimes you have to. You know, somebody looks like they're a heroin addict that's all cracked out of their mind and walking around talking to themselves. Pretty sure you can judge that book by its cover. But there's this old dude comes in. He looked like an old farmer, probably like in his early 70s. Overalls, mud all over him, all that kind of stuff. Tell he got up with the before the sun was up. Like he was probably the one who pulled the cord to make it come up into the sky. Like he got up that early and comes in or whatever. He heads back to the pharmacy, and I was on my way back to the pharmacy because they had called for help from the management up front. So I'm headed back there, and I'm walking with him like he's walking. Hey, sir, how are you? And we're bullshitting back and forth. You know, well, all right, good talking to you. Good talking to you. I get behind the pharmacy, and he gets in line. I'm like, all right, cool. Got to help this guy or whatever. And then the one pharmacist, there was two pharmacists on. The one pharmacist like, oh my god, and like goes running out from behind the pharmacy out, gives him a big hug, all this, and they're having a whole conversation. And I was like, oh, you two know each other? And the girl's like, yeah, this is my grandfather, blah, 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 and all that. Oh, nice to meet you. Nice, one of those deals. But then they go off and she's like, all right, I'm going to go have lunch with my granddad. They leave. And I'm talking to the pharmacy tech, and I was like, yeah, I was talking to that guy. He was, just standard like farmer or whatever, nonchalant and everything. And he's like, yeah, do you know who you're talking to? No. He's like, yeah, her grandfather is so rich that when she got married, her husband took her last name.
What a pussy.
Well, no, dude, because then he got like, I think $1 million or something immediately gifted to him by taking her last name. If she had to change her last name, she would have been written out of the will. That kind of thing to keep his lineage going. But it turned out that he owned all this farmland, and like we're talking 5 to 6,000 acres, and it's actually the highway that leads to fucking Hilton Head now. It was all that, and he sold it off for them to develop. And yeah, he was like, it turns out this guy is like not like a single digit or double digit millionaire. He's like hundreds of millions of dollars he has. But if you were to just look at him, my initial impression, I was like, he just looked like an old farmhand. Like an old farmer that probably has a cow in a barn, and they're like, no, that's what he does. Like he still does his farms like he used to, because that's what that's been his whole life. But he can buy and sell everyone in the store. Like he could buy this store right now if he wanted to. He could just walk in and buy it.
Well, I would consider myself a fairly let's say common looking man. I think that's.
Oh, I got something to show you, Bob.
Hang on a second. I'll tell you. But God has done well with me. I've done okay. But here's a story. Right before my wife passed, so this would have been summer of of last year, or not this year, but last year.
Right.
Uh, I had a bunch of trees back behind my house on the easement, big pine trees and a couple other trees in my backyard. My backyard's fairly large. And there was actually back behind me, there was somebody else that was taking out some trees. Uh, I walked over to, I went out my back gate and walked over to the truck. And the people that were cutting down that tree looked like they knew what they were doing. So I walked up to this truck where obviously a couple older people were, and obviously they were in charge. I said, "Who's boss?" And the dude behind the wheel looked to his wife to the right and said, "She is." And I said, "You know, can you give me a quote on some of these trees I want to take out?" So she got out and walked in and said, "Okay, it's going to be 32. Well, here's how she put it. She said it's going to be $4,200 if you pay me by check. She says, but if you pay me in cash, it's $3,200. And I'm like, cash it is.
Yeah.
But the reason why I brought that up is because it took them about 2 days to cut out all the trees, and they were both smokers, and they would sit on my back deck and smoke because I don't let anybody smoke in my house other than me.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
But anyhow, we're sitting out on the back deck, and they're telling me the story about when they got put on the news. I was like, why were you on the news? And she says, well, they opened up a road down here called the bypass, the Great Bridge bypass. It goes down to the Outer Banks, okay? It's 168. But in order to do that, the city had to do something called eminent domain. You know what that is?
Eminent domain, yes.
Well, the people whose land it was that got basically confiscated by the city or by the state to put in this bypass was owned by these people that were cutting down my trees. And she was telling me this story, and I was like, you know, I watched that because they had this great big sign, you know, when they first opened up the bypass, it was on the news. They had this great big sign saying they're stealing my land or say no to eminent domain or something like that, right? They got arrested. And I said, you know, I was watching that on the news. And she was like, yeah, that was us. And I was like, the whole reason I bought the house that I'm in now is because they put in that bypass. Because before the bypass went in, you had to come down Battlefield, and it had stoplights every freaking, 12
Right.
blocks had a stoplight, all the way down to North Carolina. And I said, you know, I only bought this place because they confiscated your land. And she was like, fuck you, Bob. I'm paying this woman money to take down my trees. And she takes a drag on her cigarette and says, fuck you, Bob. But she wasn't wrong.
You're a dick.
She didn't say that.
Yeah, I got something to show you, Bob. You'll get a kick out of this.
And by the way, Devin, it wasn't you in the car, but probably was. You're just not old enough to have been that particular woman.
So the wife sent off a picture of me from like 5 years ago, and these people made it into a Viking picture. Here is the picture. It's actually my face and everything in it.
You sure you want to show that?
Oh yeah, dude. I've already shown it once. Like I showed it at the beginning when Smurf was still on to show him, but because my wife did a research history on my ancestry, and it turns out I do my I actually go back to Vikings, and like my lineage.
That's your face?
That's actually my face. Yes, that's what I look like.
You got those tattoos?
No, the tattoos are added. But yeah, Smurf was dead laughing because Smurf and I, the way we've been friends so long, I have him on Facebook, so he knows what I look like, everything, and he's just like, "Holy shit, that is you." But yeah, Yeah, pretty crazy. But that was me 3 to 5 years ago, somewhere in there.
You're you must be quite a bit younger than me then.
Now I'm 50. Not quite a bit.
Okay, well I'm almost 62.
Yeah, I'm 12 years older. I mean, it's not the age, it's the mileage, Bob. You know that.
I got a lot of mileage on me. Lots of mileage.
Yeah, me too. Me too. It definitely it shows.
Mine doesn't show on the body. My body's actually still fairly tight, but I think it shows the most in my cheeks.
Gotcha.
They're getting a little hollow.
Yeah, I mean, it was funny because I sent my mom when we were having a discussion or whatever. I sent her over a pic of that painting or whatever it is, print painting or however they do it, and my mom's like, "Wow, that's amazing and everything and all that other stuff." And I was like, she's like, "It looks like you from like 3 years ago when you had cut off all your hair and all." And I was like, "That's actually where they got the pic because I had a goatee, not my full beard and everything." And I hadn't shaved in like probably about a week, all this kind of stuff, and went and took a picture of my face or whatever and sent it to my mother, and she's just like, "You look fucking mean," and like she's like,
Picture.
she's like, you look fucking mean now, and I was like, that's a good thing. I'm now nature's way of saying, hey, fuck off. So this way, people don't just randomly come up and pester me for stuff like, hey man, you got $1? I just look at them. And back them right off. I'm not mean though. I'm a friendly person.
Well, I get that just from hearing your voice, but that picture is kind of sinister.
Well, the Vikings were sinister. I mean, what did they do? They went and raped and pillaged like England and shit,
And Greenland.
Yeah, Greenland, England. France, they were savages to an extent, cultured savages, but savages nonetheless. Like they were fucking warriors. They were also farmers, and they were God fearing people. They just feared the god Odin.
I never knew who the god Odin was.
Really?
I mean, I've heard of him in movies and stuff. But...
So, what's strange about like a lot of Nordic, and we can call it myth, but at the time it was religion. You know what I mean? With Valhalla, with the gods and all that kind of stuff. There's similarities between Odin and Jesus. Like the way they conducted themselves and things like this. It's just one was peaceful by nature, the other was warlike by nature. But some of the stuff in their journeys, it's weird how they overlap if you ever get a chance to look into it. Yeah, Stranded said it looks like it could be a movie or show poster.
Yeah, I just told him I agreed with him because it does look that way.
Yeah, I don't know. It was funny because they're using that picture now as like one of their advertisements for their service or whatever. Because they said most people when they send in the picture, we have to change things around, we have to adapt this, we have to change it. And they're like, his face was angled, like is angular. I have a Slavic nose, so I have that big Polak nose. Sharp and pointy in places like Sputnik. But yeah, they're like the eyes, like the way my eyes are dark. That's like you see them in the picture. That's exactly how like I have that darkness in my eyes. Like, so it's funny, but they were just like, yeah, we want to use you as the use that as the model or whatever. And then they had done a second picture, and my wife was laughing. My wife and my kids all saw the picture. I didn't get to see it till after she gave me this one. And then she pulled up the two pictures that she sent in and that she was able to pick from. And she picked this one. She was like, hands down, it was that one because that's closer to real life. It's like the other one, though, I look gay in it. And I was like, what do you mean I look gay in it? And then she showed it to me and she wasn't wrong. It looked like it belonged on like the cover of like a romance novel kind of deal. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, you're talking about what's that dude's
Fabio.
name? Yeah, and it's funny because just up the street here we've got Busch Gardens, and a freaking bird hit him in the face when he was riding the roller coaster when they first opened it. I don't know how many years back.
Yeah,
His
no,
nose was busted.
I'm a tall, lanky dude. I'm not. I am not muscular by any stretch of the imagination, like like those guys. But with the armor on, when they put that Viking armor on you, you look like you're fucking buff. But yeah, you never saw the show Vikings?
No.
No, man, that's a good show. If you ever get a chance, check it out, Bob. It's on Netflix. I think it's on Netflix
Well,
still. It might be on Prime. I'm not sure. But
I
yeah,
don't have
it was a
anything
good
other
show.
than like basic cable
Oh,
on my
I got
TV.
you. Yeah,
Now I do have a Netflix account, but I have it through my daughter.
gotcha.
She signed me up. Although Netflix is acting squirrely the other day, it wouldn't let me on, and I was like, so I had to text my daughter, and we had to. And this has happened before in the past, and because it's. I think Netflix tries to tie your log on to like the area code that you're logging into, and she's in one area code and I'm in a different one, even though
Oh,
we're
I
only
got you.
separated by like 5 miles.
Yeah, let me
All right,
see.
I got to go get another beer.
Damn, Bob, that was quick. You're up to 5.
You know how to count. I'm impressed.
Hey, look, I can only count to 21, and that's only if my zipper's down.
Be back.
You guys enjoying the story time with Bob tonight, guys? Already knocked out the damn bass, so. Funny enough, I thought that was going to take me actually a lot longer than it did. But I know if I keep adding to it, in a way, I kind of feel like I should. Feel like maybe I should hit this yellow out a little bit more. Holy shit, the paint's still wet. I love this wet palette. This thing's fucking amazing. Wife killed it with this present. I can hear my dog growling too. I don't know what that's about. Definitely not a happy growl. I see my one cat in here with me. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back.
And I'm back. Looks like you could be a movie poster. TV show. So who doesn't get any ice cream?
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that, Bob.
No, I just got back. I just heard somebody doesn't get any ice cream.
Oh, the dog. Yeah.
Yeah, I got to take mine out here shortly.
Yeah, my dog, when I do painting streams, gets a, gotta be careful saying it too loud, but a puppy cup.
There's a puppy cup.
It is Ben and Jerry's ice cream for dogs. And they're in a small like Dixie cup kind of thing. And he gets one of those every time I do a paint stream if he's a good boy and doesn't like go barking his ass off and all that kind of stuff.
I don't know why, and maybe it's just because I have forgotten, but I don't like Ben and Jerry. I'm not talking about their ice cream. I'm talking about Ben and Jerry.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of them either.
I don't know
But
what they did to piss me off, but I know I don't like them.
it's all political, Bob. They play
Hmm.
they play way left wing politics.
Well, that's probably why I don't like them.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't remember. They've definitely come out and said some dumb shit over time.
Hey, Beans is on the line.
Feliz Navidad, Senorita Penis. Yeah, Beans probably just got done at the tuna factory. Just got home from it. Didn't even take a shower. Just hop right on like, hey peeps, what's up? She's probably been watching the whole time. Smash the like button, all that. We know Beans is fantastic. People like that. Definitely.
Anybody heard
From who?
Go ahead.
No, you're
Sheree.
fine. Sheree? No. Sent her a Merry Christmas, everything else. Still haven't heard anything back.
It's actually been quite a little while now.
2 months. We're right around 2 months because I think it was October. So I don't know. I mean, I hope she's doing good. That was the last message I got from her. Doing good. Tell everybody I won't be in either of the streams, and taking care of shit outside of real life took precedent for her. So I don't know what happened. I hope everything's good, and I wish her and the family nothing but the best. Happy holidays. I wished her happy Thanksgiving. I sent her, Merry Christmas. I'll send her a Happy New Year too.
Well, tell her I said hello.
I mean, I will. I haven't heard anything back, so don't take offense to it. She's dealing with life. It happens.
Yeah, it does. Trust me. I know.
I mean, poor Smurf right now, he's in the butt plug factory at Amazon, testing those things out. But they pay him well, so.
I'm actually thinking about looking for another gig in January.
Really?
Yeah.
Something to keep you busy?
Yeah. I mean, I could go back to work. I worked at Advance part-time when I was in the Navy. And I've been getting calls from I was a consultant after I got out of the Navy. Software consultant.
Right. For SAP, you said, right?
It's not called SAP. It's called SAP. It's funny because that's one of the biggest things we got to break the client from saying whenever we implement software. We're like, don't call it SAP.
Like, God damn it, it's SAP.
Exactly. SAP. But yeah. I've been getting a lot of mostly Indians. Here's how it works in my line of business, or what used to be my line of business. So you have a company called Accenture. You have a company called IBM. You have a company called, SAP itself. And they'll come up with a requirement. So some company buys the software and they want to implement HR and finance, of course.
I got you.
And maybe production. And then occasionally, every once in a while, they have a company that says, hey, we want to do our maintenance of our assets inside the software so we can track how much money we spend on stuff and figure out where the cost is going. That's the part that I do.
Gotcha.
Well, these big companies, they don't keep somebody like me on payroll because it doesn't happen every time. It happens You know, for every 10 clients that Accenture gets, you'll have one client that says, "Hey, I want to do a plant maintenance or asset management side of it," and they'll go out to these third-party companies, and they're almost always Indian companies, almost always H-1B Indians,
So
and they'll go. Go ahead.
I was going to say, so basically you get, hello, Bob. My name is Jimmy. I'm completely from the U.S.
Every freaking day, every day. And if Accenture doesn't send it out to just one of these H-1B Indian companies, they'll blast it out to like 5 or 6 of them. So for one requirement, I'll get 5 freaking phone calls,
Oh,
and they all
God.
sound like you just sounded.
Yeah. My name is Jimmy. I am completely from Montana. I called
Yeah.
because I have the problem with the thing, and my grandmother's sick. Send me money, Bob. Toss coin to Witcher.
Mm. Well, over the years, there are some good
Right.
SAP companies that I've worked with, a couple of them several times. And most of them they're all recruiters, okay? But most of them have, the ones that I've worked with, they'll have actual American as recruiters.
Gotcha.
So whenever I answer the phone and they're like, you know it's an Indian company because they always say, "Can I speak to Bob?" And I'm like, "This is Bob." And it goes down the road. And they're like, "Oh, your resume," because I only put my resume in one place. That's Dice.
Right.
And they're like, "We have this requirement in Ohio or in South Carolina or wherever, Charleston." And I'm like, "Okay, what's your rate?" I had to learn all this on my own because I was a welder in the Navy. But and they're like, "Oh, the rate be $65 all inclusive," which means you have to pay for your travel out of that.
Right.
And I'm like, dude, you're looking for an Indian. That ain't me." Okay. And click. What it is these Indian guys come over on H-1B visas,
Right.
and they will work for nothing just to stay in America, because the whole time they're working on the H-1B visas, they're also applying for the green card,
Right.
and they're sending that money home.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so my rate is significantly higher. I won't tell you what it is, but it's significantly higher than that. And they don't want to pay that because what happens is Accenture's rate to the client, let's say it's an oil company or it's a manufacturing company, Accenture has their rate, then they take their profit off of that, pass it down to these Indian companies. They take their profit off of that and pass it down to somebody who will fill their rate profit. Well, hell, by that time, I might as well be working for free.
Yeah.
And so it's real. I'm lucky in the fact that there's not very many Indians that work in my field. But you go out into the normal fields like purchasing or FICO, which is finance,
Mm-hmm.
and HR, and they will work dirt free. So
Oh,
whenever
yeah.
they call me with those rates, I'm just like, dude. And I know as soon as I answer the phone what it is.
Just like, yeah, no. Bob gets paid, sir.
Yeah.
You're not talking to cheap.
Hang on just
Good. You're good, Bob. Go.
hang on just a second.
Bob sounded offended by that. Well, like he just said, he has to course correct on the clients all the time. He has to always tell
All
them
right.
that. Yeah, Stranded had said that you You sounded offended by that, and I was like, yeah, well, I mean, he just explained it. He's got to tell the clients all the time, constantly, like, stop calling it sap. It's not sap, damn it.
Sorry about that. I had to say goodnight to my son.
No, man, don't ever apologize for, interacting with a family member or if you've got anything to do.
Well, it's just me and my son that lives here.
Yeah. I mean, you don't ever have to apologize, Bob. I'm not going to take it as fucking rude. Like, you guys, it's not like, you got a life, Bob. You got a life.
Yes, it's called SAP, not SAP. Stranded. And it's not an offense, okay? This is something they teach you, when you go to SAP school. And I did go to SAP school back in 2002. Actually, take that back. Started in 99 out in Dallas. And I had to go out there and take these SAP classes. You have to be certified in plant maintenance, which means, okay, not only do you know how to fix a machine, you have to know how to do it in the software. So,
Right. Yeah, I could just see you though, Bob, it like the water. Have you ever seen The Water Boy with Adam Sandler?
yeah, I've seen
Yeah, you remember the part where the coach says to him, like, he's like, water sucks, Gatorade's better. And like he gets all, and he goes out on the field and he's all mad and he's looking at everybody
into a bowl.
and it's like, Gatorade, water sucks. And like he gets all mad and he's like, don't you say that to me. And then he just tackles the guy hard as shit and makes him fumble the ball. That would be like getting around Bob. Like you want to piss Bob off and get him to kick someone in the nuts with like steel-toed boots and be like, hey, Bob, what? It's SAP, not SAP.
Yeah, that's oh,
Next thing you know, that guy, like, he doesn't even, he's got pate where testicles were. And Bob's, like, boot is just worn out on
I
him.
don't do that very often, okay? Just let y'all know. That only happens when it needs to happen.
Right, which is a good chunk of the time, guys. Doesn't happen every time. It just happens a lot of the time.
Well, I am what I am. I am too damn old to change, that's for sure.
That's okay. Just, you've gotten old enough where your aim's perfected, so why change things?
Well, I don't think so much as the aim is the height.
Yeah, that's true. That's definitely true.
I think that's more a height thing. Because typically people like that are taller and, bigger than me, and they're just right there. I'm just like, okay. Like I said, sometimes it happens without me even thinking about it. It just happened.
Yeah, like Bob gets mad. He'll use your nutsack like Rocky uses a speed bag. Just especially if you're like 7 foot tall, it'd be over.
No, it only takes one shot, dude. Okay, it's only ever taking one shot. Boom! Oh, God.
It only takes one shot to cause massive devastation.
See, women don't understand that. They just don't get that. But dudes do.
I mean, I had to explain it to my wife at one point in time. I was like, look, sometimes, getting kicked hard is brutal. But what's even worse is when somebody just grazes you. She's like, what do you, I was like, what? She's like, what do you mean? I was like, how do I explain this? Like, sometimes a slight flick is worse than somebody like just like kicking you as hard as they can.
Like you ever get thumbed in the head when you was a kid?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's like that.
Yeah. Yeah. I tried to.
I don't have a problem. Go ahead.
Oh no, I tried to explain to her. I was like, like take an ultra sensitive part of your body. Now, smack it and then turn around and just barely like swing just as fast, but barely catch it. And she kind of understood.
Did I tell you the story about when I made chief?
I'm not sure.
Okay. There's a ritual in the Navy. When you make chief, that's an E7 for you.
When they slap you and give you your like you don't put the backs on your pins when you get promoted like that, right? And everybody walks up and slaps you.
I think that's in the Army, but
Yeah, I
anyhow.
think it's Army and Marines. They make sure
No, they hit you in the arm until it bleeds.
Okay. No, you have not told this story.
All right. So we're down in Gitmo, okay, going through Rev Tray. And there's an initiation period for like 3 months from the time that you're selected to be a chief to the time that you put on the khakis. So in the Navy, it's unique because in any other service, Army, the Air Force, Coast Guard, Marine, whatever, once you became and you're paid for E7 or Chief Petty Officer, okay, the commanding officer cannot reduce you in rank no matter what you do, unless he takes you to what's called a court martial, which is the military tribunal.
Right.
All right. Now, in the Army and in the Air Force, the commanding officer, you can screw up, and the commanding officer can take you from an E7 back to an E6. Okay, that's first class in the Navy. But once you become a chief in the Navy, it takes more than just the commanding officer to bust you. He can take your money. He can restrict you to the ship, which has happened, I heard. But he can't reduce you back down to an E6. Now, because that's such a prestigious position, you as an E6 still have to go up and basically kiss the chiefs, senior chiefs, and master chiefs' ass for 3 months and do whatever they tell you to do. And back in the day, there was some really shitty stuff that they told you to do, and you had to do it. So we're at the enlisted club. I'm sorry, we're at the Chiefs clubs. There's 2 different clubs in Gitmo, Guantanamo Bay, Cuba.
Mm-hmm.
So there was 5 of us that had made or been selected to become chief petty officers in my group. And the chiefs took us to the Chiefs club because otherwise we wasn't allowed to go in there. And we were drinking hard all night. And they were putting like cigarettes out in vodka shots, and you had to drink the vodka shot and the cigarette. And there's
Right.
all kinds of weird shit goes on, and
No.
it's called the Chiefs initiation.
We used to do the same
Good.
kind of thing. We used to do the same kind of thing when we'd initiate rookies into my little party club we had back in the day. So I get it.
So we're in the club and we're shooting pool. It's funny that you brought up shooting pool earlier. Now, I'm a pretty good pool shooter. Not that you would figure that out with my wasted youth in the bar. So I'm shooting pool against some of these other chiefs, and I'm kicking their ass. I mean, badly. But they're still making me drink this stuff and do this stupid thing over there, and they're messing with my other selectees. They're called selectees. And so I've got this long green shot. You know what a green shot is, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Cross table shot.
Yep, cross felt. And so I get down on my stick, and somebody, I don't know who, come up behind me just as about I'm ready to hit like a top left spinning on a cue ball because I need to bring it back to the right.
It's called English.
Yeah, it's called English. Very good. And somebody come up behind me and hit my pool stick hit the back of the cue. Well, I didn't know who it was, and I really didn't care because I was too drunk. So I took my pool cue and I just jammed it as hard as I could behind me.
Oh.
And I heard that noise you just made. That's what I heard. And then I turned around, and you remember what I said? You ever have an out of body experience? Same thing. So I stood up and I turned around, and it was Chief Cullum. Now, Chief Cullum, he's every bit, or was, I don't know if he's still alive, but Chief Cullum is about 6'8". He weighed about, I don't know, 360. And I see and he's a black guy. I see this great big black mountain of his right fist coming towards me. Now, I found this out later when they told me. But apparently, I was swaying a little bit. You ever sway?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Where basically the room's holding you up.
Pretty much. So I'm watching this great big black mountain come towards me, and my brain was saying, move. But my body was just fixated on it, and I didn't move. Now, he told me later he was just intending to graze me. Are you talking about grazing things?
Oh, yeah.
He says, but your sway came forward just as my fist grazed your nose. And next thing I know, now I have a broken nose. It's been broke several times in my life, and the last time the doctors just didn't even bother to fix it. They just left the cartilage, the cartilage in your nose.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
They just left it where it was. So I got a very distinctive dent in my nose. But anyhow, when he grazed my nose, he didn't graze it. He hit me full on.
Oh.
Apparently, not apparently, I know this for a fact because I remember it. Blood goes everywhere. I mean, like geysers of blood everywhere. Most people don't know, but some of the veins in the nose are the ones that bleed the worst.
Yeah.
And my nose just exploded. And party over. We're packing up. We're getting out of here. Because there's blood all over the pool table. There's blood all over the floor. I get up because apparently, he'd knocked me out. But when I woke up, I'm ready to fight. And I was like, where is he, motherfucker? I kicked that motherfucker's ass. And they're trying to pack my nose. And they're like, shh, be quiet. Don't tell nobody. Be quiet. Don't tell nobody.
Oh.
And they carry us back to the boat. And the whole night, they're all kind of watching me. And we didn't say a word to anybody. Nobody knew. The quarterdeck watch was the chief. And he kind of figured what had happened. And then, because you're supposed to like report stuff like that if they come across the quarterdeck, which is where you come up the brow and go onto the ship. And he's just like waving his arms like, just get him out of here. So they took me down, they threw me in my rack, and they packed my nose so it didn't bleed anymore. And the next morning I get up, I go on, take a shower, and there's just still, old blood now coming out of my nose. And I go into the chief's mess, and I walk in there, and Pato, Master Chief Pato, he was like, are you okay? He called my last name because everybody calls somebody with the last name.
Right.
He's like, are you okay? And I was like, well, I'm still a little drunk, but I really don't want to fight him no more. Cullum come in a little bit later, like 10 or 15 minutes later. And he was like, "Hey man, I'm sorry about that." He's like, my timing was off." And I was like, "Oh, not a big deal. Don't take it to heart." He
Right.
said, "I'll get over it."
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I know, good Lord. What was that? It was like 16 full of piss and vinegar. And the guys I used to hang out with. So it's funny because there's always, you had individual groups from the neighborhood. And then you would have, like, my neighborhood was smaller and everything else, and as a collective, everybody was pretty much known as knuckleheads, right? And we always used
Knuckleheads.
knuckleheads because it was tabernacle. So all these
Ah,
the heads of people from tabernacle, right? But you had, like, different little individualized groupings in there, like little cliques or whatever. And then the outcast and like the hard asses were a group called the outlaws. And I got to be the last outlaw, but I had been hanging out with them for months or whatever, and it was hysterical because everybody's got one tied on. And I finally said, am I finally an outlaw? And they're like, well, we got to jump you in.
sound like a biker gang.
I'm like, oh shit. So it's basically it was like six of them, and then they like each one, like coming over, and fortunately they were pretty much coming at me, one at a time. And I'm stumbling back and laughing while I'm doing this. But like one guy comes at me real quick, I drop down and tripped him, you know, and then got back to my feet, start scrambling away because I'm short, I'm smaller than them and I'm faster than them because I think the closest to my age at that time was 3 years. So everybody's like, they're 19, I'm 16, right? They're 21, I'm 16. Shit like this. So finally, I go through all of them. Like I'm going through most of them, and I'm like doing all right for myself. But then I get knocked on my ass. So now I'm doing the whole scramble where you're scrambling on your elbows and your feet, like pulling back. And somebody comes up, tries to kick me. I grab him by his foot and just yank his leg as he's throwing the kick. Throw him right off his feet because we're all hammered. I do it to the next guy. Whoom. Then my buddy Bubba, who at this point in time was probably about 230 pounds. I was probably about 145, soaking wet with bricks, with cinder blocks in my pocket, right? Like I was very, very thin, very, like wiry. And Bubba comes up and he goes to kick me, and I grab his foot and I throw it. Now, everybody else I have thrown off their feet and they've fallen backwards. Bubba falls forward with his knee square across my face. And everybody was around went, ooh, yeah, you're an outlaw now. Fucked me up, like almost knocked me out. Like I saw stars.
How long was you in that particular group?
Well,
I use the
I'm
word group loosely.
so again, I was the last one, and then everybody's, people get older, they go their separate ways. So that little group broke apart, and then it transitioned. Probably about when I was like 19, when I had gotten to 19, and then I actually pretty much that was the next group, and I was kind of in charge of it. For the most part, it was like me and another guy named Marco, and that was the Lost Boys. And then years on from that, when I was, well, actually not even years on, like a year and a half, 2 years on from that, that was the Legacy. And then that transferred over, and it wasn't our time anymore. Like everybody was too old at that point. And then it became the Boys in the Hood. That's what we would call them. But it was the Boys in the Hood, and that was all the kids that were the generation lower than me all started partying at my place. You know what I mean? Because now they're in that age range where they can come hang out and party. And they like, I'll never forget the one dude. They showed up. It was two guys, and we had like 5 or 6 of us. And they show up, and they're like, "Okay, guys, we got to pay homage to the old heads." So they come in, and they're like, "Bring it in," and they had 2 guys that were there hanging out already go out to the car and grab it for them. And they're like, "We got this really, really good weed, and we definitely we want to see if you guys can actually conquer this." They brought it in. It was a 6-foot bong, and this thing, right? Like, well, and I hit it. I filled it all the way up and hit it, and everything else didn't cough anything, and just was good. But it was hysterical because that one dude, Bubba, he's hanging out with us. Bubba never smoked any weed in his life. He quit drinking when he was like 22, and at this point, he's like 24, I think. And we're sitting there, and like I do my rip, and you basically are at the top, and you need a second person who's sitting there lighting it for you, and then pulling the piece out, being the carb for it, so that when you're ready to pull your hit, but you got to fill the bong up in one breath, breathe out, and then, catch your breath and then hit it. If you don't, you're not going to clear the pipe. So all of us are doing this. We all hit the bong or whatever. Me, Guido, my buddy Keith, and then Bubba doesn't smoke. Then those 2 each went. The 2 guys who brought the bong, and they're all shocked, like, damn, old heads can still fucking hang, right? Because after that, I'm like, all right, now who's going to do a shot of Jack with me? I was a big Jack drinker back then, and we're all hanging out. Everybody's fucking like, the whole place is just a smoke cloud. Like, we open a window, letting it out, and everything, but it's still a smoke cloud because you had, what, 7 of us at the time, and 6 of them have all hit this 6-footer, and everybody's done like a couple shots now, except for my buddy Bubba, who's been sober this whole time and sitting there. And so now everybody's got the munchies, all that. So we start passing around the fucking chips, Doritos or whatever. We have the family size bag, and everybody's just grabbing a handful out of the bag and all this. And we pass it around because everybody's got the munchies. All the people hit this bong. And out of nowhere, we hear this little voice go, "Hey man, can I get some chips?" And we're like, "What the fuck?" And we look over, and it's my buddy Bubba. And his eyes, like, it turned him into a Chinaman. Like, he is like, his eyes are these little tiny slits, and you can barely see his pupils. And we're like, "Holy shit, you're fucking stoned." He's like, "I think I am." Because he's never smoked in his life. And so we passed him over the chips, but we were all laughing. We're like, "Holy shit, dude." Like, that thing filled the room with so much smoke, he got a contact high.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
First time that's ever happened. But yeah, there was that group, and then that eventually then I ended up being like more professional with career, all that kind of stuff. And so I wasn't around as much. So the party life there kind of faded out. The kids aged out and moved on, just like every other group had before them.
I think that's the cycle. You're about right.
Yeah, it is a cycle. I got to party with 4 generations of partiers though before I actually hung up my gloves for partying, got married, and all that kind of stuff. Like,
Yeah, basically same thing happened with me, because when I got to be, I want to say 1920ish, when I met my wife, and I just stopped drinking.
yeah,
I stopped going out,
dude, that was me.
and I didn't drink for 30 years or 20 years.
Yeah, I can believe it.
Unless I was deployed, which
Yeah,
there were
right.
rules. I didn't drink at the house. I didn't drink when I was in port. When I went overseas, when I went to Haifa, when I went to Naples, when I went to Corfu and places like that, oh, hell yeah, I was drinking a lot. But it stopped. It was funny because it would stop when I'd get back home in port.
Right.
and I go home.
Yeah, it was your on the road thing, basically. I mean, me, it's the same way, Bob. Like, I mean, I stopped. That's the only way I can even put it is, if I were to go back to New Jersey or something like this, and somebody were to offer me a shot, a beer or whatever. Oh man, I ain't seen you in so long. You got to do a shot. No, I'm good. Oh, what? You're not allowed to? No, I'm allowed to. I just don't anymore. Like, I don't drink anymore. I just stopped. Like, something about it. You're right. It just like you stop drinking. And I don't know if it's like a respect thing or you know how you are when you're drinking. Like with me, that's the case. I know how I am when I'm drinking, and it's not a good thing all the time. Like sometimes it's real fun, other times it's a fucking nightmare. So I'd stop so that there was no chance of that.
Well, my wife is exactly or was exactly the opposite of me.
Yeah,
She
mine
didn't
is
drink.
too.
She didn't smoke. She didn't do anything. Okay. And so when we got married, to be honest with you, some of the best days of my life was when my wife was sitting in this chair right here to my right. And, we were just holding hands.
Yeah.
I know that sounds kind of corny, but
That ain't corny, man.
That's-
That's fucking beautiful. That's good shit, man. Like that's the way it should be. That's one of those things that I always admire about Smurf. Like Smurf always says the same kind of thing. Ah, it's corny, but my wife's the like most important person. No, dude, that ain't corny. That's the way it should be. That's a good thing.
oh, I agree. I agree 100%.
They're like,
If
good.
if y'all are out there and you can hear my voice and you can find somebody for you that's like that makes you feel that way, dude, snatch him or her up and don't let her go.
Yep, you're 1,000% right. You are 1,000% right. My wife can walk in and talk to me at any time. Like she just walks into the room and starts talking, and then goes off and does her own fucking thing. And like we'll have like an hour conversation about nothing, everything, all at once. And like it's just like it's hard to find because I'm a real miserable prick usually. So but it's just like, hey, what do you need?
I can't believe that at all.
Oh no, it's true. It's damn true. Yeah, I know, Bob. I know you're joking, but yeah, it's damn true. It's definitely one of those things where it should be that way, though. And if you don't, because it's a respect thing. That's what I've learned is. It's like somebody who bitches to me about their wife. Oh, my wife is blah 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 blah. It's like, man, why are you bitching about your wife to your friend or a stranger or you know what I mean? Any of this kind of stuff. Like it was always to me, it's like you're disrespecting this person that, they're in it with you. You can be mad at them and bitching about being mad at them. But if you're sitting there starting to tear apart their character, it kind of tells a story about you. Kind of says who you are. You know what I mean? Like you don't respect this person, then why the fuck are you married to him?
Exactly. Yeah, that's I'll be back. I'll be right back.
No worries. Devin, you did what? What did you do, Devin? What have you done? You said I did. You didn't spill your popcorn on the floor and kick it under the seat, like under your chair or something, did you? I see. We're watching you. I'm also getting a kick out of your shit says Devin complies. Oh, you found someone like it? Yeah, exactly. That's what you should have done. That is the correct thing. I mean, hey, look, people can disagree with me and be like, no, that's not true. Or, you're pee whipped and all this kind of shit. or, de-whipped, however you want to say it, depending on if you're a guy or girl. But anybody that has had that relationship or is in that relationship can tell you firsthand, like, it's the way it should be. You should be balance. You should balance. Like, if it all breaks down and the whole world fell apart, that should be the one person you can look to and be like, yeah, I got their back, they got mine.
So Devin says she found somebody like that and married him.
Yeah. Yep.
Well,
Yeah, her husband, I don't know if you've ever well, I haven't like directly talked to him, but he was in the background, like I said, when we were working on trying to get the sound right for when I first started streaming all that time ago. I mean, not like it's been that long. It was like a year ago, a little over a year ago. But he was in the background and he was I could hear him spitting out advice and all kinds of stuff. And he was just super nice guy. Like, he didn't have to
I,
do that.
I don't know about Devin's husband, but I know who Atomic's husband is, and I've actually talked to him.
Gotcha. Well, is he a douche or is he a good dude?
He was a good dude. Actually, he works at a job that takes him away a lot, just like I used to whenever I was consulting. But he was a good guy. I
Gotcha.
have not met. I've not met these people in person. Okay.
No, I got you. Yeah, well, I mean, it is what it is, Bob. Like, the whole thing is you've talked to me enough to have a pretty good handle on who I am. You know what I mean? As a person. Or listen for a long time and then actually like hopping into chats and stuff and talk. You kind of get a sense of people. Especially
Yeah,
if you're an old sea dog.
I wouldn't call me a sea dog, but maybe a salty sailor.
There you go.
And the thing about it is, I haven't been a sailor. I've been retired out of the Navy now for. See, I retired in 2002, and my math is not real good, but
Maybe
um,
24 years ago.
okay, so 24 years ago. But I mean, I would say those years that I was in the Navy, it basically cemented who I am.
Yeah, that doesn't change. Same way, Marines don't retire. They never retire, man. They just don't.
That is true.
They don't. I'd say that I made that mistake one time of saying, so and so is a retired Marine and got my ass chewed. Like, Marines do not retire.
No, they do not. They are always Marines. And I've got a couple buddies of mine that I haven't talked to in years. I should probably look him up. But he was a Marine on the Canopus. And the Canopus was it's deactivated now, so I could tell you this. It might have been one of those ships that carried some special missiles for submarines. Fleet
Yeah.
ballistic
Oh,
missiles.
I got you. I follow.
Mm.
I
So
understood.
we had a detachment of jarheads on there, and they would always run a drill. They wouldn't always run a drill, but they would run a drill every once in a while called what was it? Security alert, security alert. That's what it's called. It's called security alert. Right when that comes over the PA, which is the 1MC, they say security alert, blah 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 blah. Jarheads live for that because they can legally, if you're walking up a ladder, okay, down around that area, and it's a special area, jarheads can legally slide down that ladder because you got your handrails and it's a thing in the Navy. Slide down that ladder, feet first, and plant them into any sailor coming up that ladder and not get in trouble. And jarheads back that I lived with or that I served with, I mean, they live for that. It's like, what is that thing where in Roadhouse where the guy's like sitting around like he's beating off, looking at the roadhouse, going.
Yeah.
And that's the way they are.
Yeah, and right up until he gets hit in the head with the jar, right? Or the bottle.
Exactly. But yes, I understand jarheads very well. And once they're past, what is it, Paris Island, I think.
But yeah,
I think
Paris Island's
that
boot
is
for
that
them.
not South Carolina?
That's about half an hour away from where I live. Yeah.
They're like indoctrinated for life.
Yeah. Yes, they are. Yeah, I mean, they're hard chargers, heartbreakers, life takers. Um, man. Yeah, fucking Marines are definitely a breed of their own. I always got a kick out of it because I had to ask one of them one time. I'm like, why do they call you guys leather necks? Like, what's the deal with leather neck? Like, what is that? And they had to explain it to me. They're like, well, you got to understand. At one point in time, the original, back in the day, everything was naval warfare. So the Marines actually were on the boat and then would become ground troops once they got there. But you would have people board your ship. So they used to wear a strip of leather around their neck so they didn't get their throats slashed in sword fights. Which is also why they have, like Marine dress blues. That's why they have the saber. Because that was originally part of their equipment.
Actually, it's called a cutlass.
Yeah, you're correct. At least I didn't call it a scimitar, right?
Do you know how to piss off a jarhead? Whether it was a current jarhead
Oh,
or
yes, I do.
former?
A whole bunch of different ways I know how to piss one off
All
really
right.
bad, Bob.
Okay, how would you do it?
Me?
Yeah.
I just tell them that they were that the army's better than them.
No. Oh, that
Uh,
would probably do it. But here's a better one.
Yeah, it definitely does it.
Just remind him that Marines are just a division underneath the Navy.
Navy.
Because
Yeah, that's the other
technically-
one. Yeah.
Technically, they are.
Yeah.
They're a division within the Naval Department. And that will make a jarhead's brain explode. Now, you're going to get your ass kicked if you do it. But that's the best way to piss them off. Oh, you're
Yeah.
just a division under the Navy.
Yep. I had one of my buddy's dad, God rest his soul, he's passed away now. He was a Navy guy. And we had one of our Marine buddies over, and they served at the same time, all that kind of stuff. And like, the two of them were going back and forth. He kept calling him a squid. And of course, jarhead, squid, back and forth. And we're all shooting pool together. And of course, my buddy and I are laughing at it because you got these two old guys that are about to get into it, and then I'll never forget he said something to that extent. Like, yeah, well, the Marines are just a division under us Navy, under us sailors or something like that. And he's like, that's a hard negative. What the hell did he say? He was like, that's a hard negative. You guys are just a ride to get us there, and then you leave because you're candy asses or something like that. And that's when we had to separate them from throwing blows.
Yeah, I could see where that was going to go real quick. But it's true. I have a buddy of mine, Danny. He's from Oklahoma too, and I actually rode in the back of his truck from Charleston because we were stationed in Charleston at the time. Actually, Goose Creek, and we rode from Goose Creek to Shawnee, Oklahoma. Danny was going to Oklahoma City, and he had this truck with his girlfriend, and they were up front, and I was in the back of the bed. This is back in the day Okay, so I was riding in the back of the bed, and he had one of those aluminum toolboxes that went across the back of the bed there.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how far it is between Shawnee or um, Charleston and Oklahoma City, Shawnee, but it was 2 days at least. So the whole time I'm underneath this aluminum toolbox trying to stay warm. But I mean, hey, it was a free ride. Back in the day, I think I was 17, maybe 18, and I wanted to go home for Christmas, and it was damn cold in the back of that truck, but
But
I
free
did it.
ride. Yeah, I think one of the funniest things, one of the most comical things I ever saw on a Marine base was, so there was a guy, his name was Big Country, right? He was from Texas. This guy was 6'4". He looked almost like the guy who plays Reacher. Alan Richardson, I think his name is. Right? I mean,
Reacher is a small guy.
dude, he was huge, but everybody just called him Big Country because he talked with the slang and all this. Well, his wife gave birth to his second child, and baby was only like 2 months old, and he got called for deployment. Like he had to deploy in like a week or whatever. So it was me, two other guys that'll remain nameless, and they were both Marines or what have you, and they were like best friends, like these three guys. And it was hysterical because he's like, I can't go on deployment, so I need to have an accident where I can't go on deployment. So everybody's drinking and get this brilliant idea. If you broke your collarbone, they couldn't take you on deployment because you can't, do this, that, and the other thing with his MOS. And he's like, yeah, you know what? That's a great idea. But how am I going to break my collarbone? We'll do it for you, buddy. So they grabbed from the motor pool. It was this wrench that was probably the size of my fucking leg. And they're like, okay, start really drinking now. So he's like hammering tequila. And I mean, he powered down like 2/3 of this bottle. He's like, all right, I'm ready. Go ahead, boys. Let it rip. First dude picked that thing up. Wham! Smacks him right in the fucking collarbone. Doesn't break it. He's like, oh my God, it hurts so bad. Right? Doesn't break it. Pass it to me. I wind up, put my whole ass into it and jump. Whoom! Swing straight down. Doesn't break it. Third guy picks it up. He swings as hard as he can. Doesn't break. And then it goes back to the first guy. So he goes to take his shot. Man, Big Country was like, fuck that. I'll go on any deployment you want anywhere in the world. Just stop fucking hitting me. He had tears coming out of his eyes. He's like, that's it. I'm done.
That guy's motivated. Okay.
I mean, hey, yeah, and honestly, he ended up going on deployment. Everything was fine. He came back fine and all that, which God bless that. But it was fucking hysterical. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm telling you, like, I've never seen it. I hit him as hard as I fucking could, and it just like bounced off. And like the look on his face, his whole shoulder was bruised for weeks. Like his whole like pectoral and all that. Because you want to come down right near the neck, but not hit him in the neck, You're aiming for that one particular bone.
I don't know. That's actually one of the few bones I've never broken in my body. I don't think I've ever broken my collarbone.
My entire life, knock wood, I've broken one bone, and that was my 5th metacarpal on my right hand. I'm actually showing it on camera now. My knuckle's missing from my pinky finger. And that was,
How do you bend it?
I snapped it right into punching a guy in the jaw. I broke his jaw, knocked him cold, and broke my hand. And when we went into
What
the hot,
happened to him?
oh, nothing. He just had to have his jaw wired. He was fine. We were
Just a little wiry.
we were friends later. You know, it was just one of those fights that got out of hand. But yeah, so I go into the hospital because when I first broke it, like the bones are just in my hand going like mismatching, right? And I was like, yeah, it's fucking. I was like, I broke my hand. And my buddy Guido, I'll never forget, he grabs me by the meat of my hand, like right by the knuckle. He's like, there's no fucking way you broke your hand and you're that calm about it. And he starts moving it up and down. You can see the bone hitting both ends of the skin. He's like, oh, yeah, you fucking definitely broke your hand. And I'm like, oh, I don't feel so good. I almost passed out. So I tell my mom next day, I'm like, hey, can you drive me to the hospital? I got to get this checked out. What happened? I broke my fucking hand. All right, get in the fucking car, right? So we go to the hospital. I go in and I'm sitting there and I'm waiting for the guy to come in. They come in, they do the x-rays, like, you know, the x-ray tech is like, yeah, you absolutely have a broken hand. Doctor's assistant will be in, and then they'll bring it up because I'm like, well, what's going to happen now? He's like, well, you know, doctor's assistant's going to come in, go over some things with you. And then the doctor, you know, we have to bring in this guy. He specializes in setting the bone so it heals right and everything else. I'm like, all right, cool. Doctor's assistant comes in. And he goes, do you play guitar? He's like, yeah, you got a broken hand. I was like, yeah, you know, he's like, it's clean break. It's pretty straight and everything else. And I was like, how much is it going to cost? He goes, well, you know, coming into the emergency room, all this kind of stuff, it's and the cast and all that, it's going to be right around $300. Although it's going to be right around $1,500 when this guy sets your hand on top of it, you know, sets the bone in your hand and everything. I go, so wait a minute. It's $300 if you just cast up my hand and let it heal. He said, yeah, the only thing is you'll never be able to play guitar. I said, well, I don't have a musical bone in my body, including the one I've broken. So that doesn't matter to me. I was like, pulled my knuckle out and tried to line it up as straight as I could. I said, cast it. I'm out of here. I was like, I'm not paying an extra $1,500 to, you know, get the bone lined up straight. So it ended up healing funky and I lost my knuckle on my right hand. But I got it as straight as possible. It's just like a little nub knuckle now instead of a sharp ridged one.
I guess losing a knuckle is better than losing a nut.
Oh, yeah. That's why, you know, I'm glad I didn't know you back in the day, Bob. I don't want my nuts kicked in.
Well, hell, that just happened like last year when I was coming out of the casino.
Oh.
So it's not like really back in the day. It was like, just recently.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to happen a lot with you, Bob.
No, actually, it's sporadic.
You've kicked, yeah, Bob. You got to stop. I know you've kicked more balls than a soccer player. Okay,
I've kicked a few, but only the ones that needed it. And I got an out. Okay, so if it's local, I got an out.
if it's local, I got an out.
Yeah, I'll just call Tony. Hey, Tony, I'm in jail again.
Oh
Can you
shit!
get me out?
Yep, call the neighbor. Good job, Bob.
Well, he's retired chief of police. Come on, I helped him
Yeah.
build his deck.
Yeah, I mean,
So
I have
figure
those.
he owes me.
I have those favors out there too. I haven't had a need to ever call them in. I've got good ones and I've got, you know, dark ones, you know what I mean, that I can call too, where it's like, yeah, I need this person to never talk again. Can you do something about that? Yeah, I can do something about that. Like, I've got those favors out there too. And then I've got the other ones that are like, hey, I'm really getting clinked up here. Is there a way? Yeah, let me make a call. But I haven't had the need to use them. Like, I stay out of trouble. I stay home. I'm a good house bitch, and I paint my figures and talk shit on the internet now. So there's never any need for any of that, you know. You, Bob, are a hellraiser.
Negative. I am not. I like to actually just have a nice quiet night. Now, I will say this. If somebody fucks with me, then I become a hellraiser. Okay,
Well, that's fair.
That's when the ugly side comes out, and that's the only time. And as soon as it's over, and I go about my business. So it's not my fault. I don't go out looking for trouble. Matter of fact, I rarely leave the house. My son does most of the shopping, and my daughter helps me with the bills. Which, by the way, guys, if there are guys on here, if you're married and you go out and have a job and you make money and you give it to your wife, and hopefully, or maybe not, it's up to her. She's a stay-at-home wife. She takes care of all the bills. You need to watch her pay the bills, because that was not one of, that is the biggest, I don't know, life changes
Yeah,
I had to
learning
get used to,
experiences. Yeah, you're not wrong.
because I didn't know what bills I had. I really didn't. And it was a big awakening whenever I had to, take care of all that stuff.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, this is bullshit. You would be amazed at how many, I don't know if that was recent, in my wife's later years, but or over the years, how many freaking publishing subscriptions she had. She must have had 20 at least.
Wow.
And every month they were, charging her, I don't know what, 15, 20 bucks, whatever it was a month. And, and I had to get involved with this after she got sick. And my daughter helped me out a lot. My daughter's great. And we were sending out literally hundreds of dollars a month to these bullshit publishings, where she was getting magazines and not reading them.
Ugh.
But she had signed up for them, and the subscriptions run fucking forever.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
So any guy that can hear me, and there's probably only like 2, but
Yeah, it's funny because Melissa just came in. Good to see you, Melissa, and that's awesome. You're going to start painting your minis. Sorry you had a shitty few days, but it's great to see you. But you know what? You're not wrong, Bob. I'm going to say there's more females listening right now than there are men. I mean,
I find that, okay. You got Beans, you got Devin in there.
right?
Rebel's a dude, I think.
Right. Smurf swings back and forth, depending on the day of the week. He's one of those gender fluid people. But usually
Yeah,
it's
we won't
Smurf and
talk
his
about
wife. So even if we include Smurf, and then sometimes Smurf's wife's listening, right? Melissa, stranded. So I want you to think about that. How many guys have we named? How many females have we named?
I don't know. Stranded, a male or a female?
Female. I always
Yeah,
thought,
probably.
dude, I always thought Stranded was a guy. And then one time I said something, and Stranded was like, "What are you talking about? I'm female." I'm like, "Oh shit!" I never knew. I never even asked.
I actually thought Stranded was a male too. I don't know
Yeah,
why.
yeah. I don't know why either. But I think unless like Devin, you always knew Devin was a female because of her
Well, I've
her
talked to
pick,
Devin on the
right?
phone.
Well, yeah, but before that, before you ever talked to Devin on the phone, you saw her icon, like her picture.
Well, yeah,
Same
the
thing for
picture.
Beans, right? You knew Beans was a female because of her picture, because when she was a mod on ABL, you knew. With Melissa or Grunt Bucket, right? But Melissa, I thought that was a male too. And Nope, female. Like it's fucking crazy. Like, because I looked at it. Eugene, if Eugene's still listening, he's a dude. So that's another one for the guy column.
I think Danny's in here sometimes too, isn't he?
Yeah, but I think he swings both ways. So
I don't know.
I don't know.
Don't wanna
He's British, and most British guys, they might as well be women for the most part.
That's a horrible thing to say.
Shout out to Danny and David.
Oh,
No, I'm joking. I kid. But yeah, Mr. Drop blows her. But that's what I'm saying is right now, what I started to notice was because I'm finally starting to get analytics after a year of live streaming. YouTube's finally started to give me some analytics, and it turned out I think my audience is 55% female, 45% male.
well, as a dude, even though I think you're married, but as a dude, I would say you're doing pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, hey, look, I'll take it because I I didn't do painting, like painting figures, models, all that kind of stuff. Can be either. It doesn't matter. You can be male, you can be female. It doesn't matter. I don't know if you can be trans because then maybe I would have given Darkseid breasts, but I think it's really like it can go either way. My whole thing is I just come hang out with you guys, and if there's news going on, we talk about it, or if the world's going to shit, we talk about it. Life, we talk about it. Old school story. We run the gambit here. We really do. Of
What I don't understand is why your audience isn't bigger. Because there's got to be. I'm not the only,
well, here you go. So
62-year-old old man sitting in the dark by himself listening to the internet. I cannot be the only one doing it.
So I mean, it's there's a lot of reasons for that. Probably would be bigger if I didn't piss people off here and there. Right? That's one, my own mouth. Because I've definitely said shit that's pissed people off. Number two to it is because I'm nonpartisan. So if Democrats do something good, I'm going to say they did something good. If the Republicans do something good, I'm going to say they did something good. If they did something that I'm like, yo, what the fuck is this on either side, then I call it out. So anybody who's a hardcore Trump supporter is and doesn't have like the flexibility to look at things objectively, like, oh well shit, yeah, that is kind of a bad thing, isn't going to want to listen because I'm not rah-rah for their side. You know what I mean? I'm not flying the flag of their team. Same thing for the Democrats. I'm not flying the flag for their team. So it's kind of like, because I'm in the middle, they don't want to hear it. So that's the political end of it. Then you go to the religious end of it. If I was a hard, staunch Christian, then there's certain people that are here now that probably wouldn't listen. There's other people that would enjoy it, and I would have more of a Christian following, right? Or if I was pro-Muslim, pro-Judaism, Hinduism, whatever religion, they would follow it more because I picked a side instead of looking at everything, taking it in the broad spectrum and just trying to be intellectually honest with all my arguments and just kind of telling the truth from what I see it. The other part of it is I think it's also because I say I'm wrong or I can be wrong on stuff. Anybody who's really being honest has to accept the fact that they don't know everything, and that's why you get guys with massive followings that say they know everything, but then you find out they don't know dick, and then their following abandons them later because they say stuff that's so convincing that they know exactly what the fuck they're talking about, and then they lead you down a wrong path, or they say the wrong thing, and nobody wants to hear them anymore because you lied to them. Well, I'm not here to lie to people. I just tell everybody the fucking truth.
No. You tell people your truth. There's a difference.
Oh, no. I tell them the truth. I tell
No,
them when it's my
tell 'em your truth,
opinion.
'cause-
I,
okay, that's good.
right. I'll say that my opinion on it is, I'm not saying
X,
like,
Y, Z.
right. I'm not saying like this is the actual truth. Like, if I'm saying something's the truth, then I better have the evidence to back it. Because if not, then I'm just misleading you, and I'm not trying to mislead anybody. So I try to say, in my opinion. And then if I do say something, this shit's going to, like, perfect example, Bob. Trump goes and bombs Iran. And I fucking lost my shit because I'm like, I don't want any more fucking new wars. I don't want any of this fucking bullshit. I don't want our young men going over and dying in Sandland, you know, for some shit that really we didn't even have a reason to be in it. And he's going to do this. He's going to, and I went off. And then 2 days later, when he completely pulled back, didn't take us into a war scenario, everything else, I had to post an apology video. So that was a lesson learned on my part because I was talking like it was definitive, even though I was talking about just worst case scenario. But the way I made it sounded like it was definitive. So I had to go do a live stream where I actually apologized to everybody that I wasn't trying to mislead them and explain my point of view on it and do it from a rational, honest, fact-based stance. You know what I mean? Instead of emotional opinion. And yeah, like that, those streams are still there. You can still find them. I don't take anything down. That's one of the other things that has that's a good thing. You know what I mean? I think if you make mistakes like that or whatever, leave them the fuck out there. If somebody wants to criticize you later, yes, I agree with you. I fucked up. But notice there's an apology video right after it because I fucked up. Because
I have a question for you. But I need you to give me 2 minutes.
You're good.
Hang on.
I mean, what do you guys think? All you guys out there in chat land. Do you think I'm like pretty fair and up the middle with shit? Or do you think I'd like hard partisan on certain angles? There is one thing I'm hard partisan on, and that's all pedophiles need to go into a wood chipper feet first. But outside of that, I try to call it like I see them. I calls them like I see them. I'm sure the rest of you guys out there listening are like, yeah, there's this other shit you could do. But I also think it's growing. Like, my painting's getting better. My camera's better. My mic's better. People on here bullshitting with me better than just me sitting here, you know, solo talking, stuff like that. I think as a whole, from the time I first started streaming, everything has gotten better, not worse. Would you guys agree, disagree? You know, what are your opinions on it? Am I telling you guys the truth? You know, like, think I'm being honest with shit, or the chat's gone silent. Now, Bob's got me curious. Now, if he comes back and says, Gam, did you go out and buy a steel cup yet? Then I'm going to be afraid to answer my door for the next 3 days.
You still there?
Oh, yeah, I'm still here.
Excuse me. Here's my question for you. So when I left, you were talking about, you know, you went out and put out an apology video about this, that, the other thing.
Mm-hmm.
My question is this. Why did you feel the need to apologize to a bunch of people, random people on the internet that you don't know? Why did you feel the need to go on and apologize?
Because they took the time out of their day to tune into that stream and listen to me. And if I was, and again, I'm trying to read tea leaves and seeing what the next move is and look at it strategically, logically, and how I've seen it play out in the past. And the fact of the matter is, I respect the people that watch me. I actually do give a shit about them because they may
Well,
listen, strangers on the internet, yes, but the same way I can tell you Grunt Bucket is Melissa, right? Devin, I can tell you what her husband's name is. I'm not going to say it. You know, I can tell you Bean's backstory. I can tell you all kinds of shit about Mister. I could tell you about Six. I can tell you about Rebel. I can tell you about Ian. Shout out to Ian. He's not here. Danny. I can tell. Same way I know that you drink, you know, like, are you 2.5 beers or 3 beers in before you hopped in, Bob? How did you know how many beers I had before I got it? Why? Because I pay attention and I actually listen to the people that are tuning in and actually have supported me all the way up till now. There's people that have, you know, jumped in, jumped out. There's people that have been here for the whole ride. But even the ones that aren't here anymore, I still care about them and I hope they're having a good life and like everything's going good for them. You know, the fact that people take the time out of their day when I talk and run my mouth for 6 to 12 hours at a time to tune in even for 5 minutes just to catch a break from something, smash a like button, have subscribed to me, all that stuff. I appreciate that. So I feel it's, for me, I'm disrespecting my audience if I'm taking them down a dark turn as far as what I'm saying, and then I'm wrong about it. Why the fuck would you ever listen to me again? You know, if I wanted to be an arrogant asshole and think I'm always correct on everything and I'm going to be every time, well, then I'd probably have a 1.1 million subscribers.
Yeah, I understand that. I get that. And I respect that. To be honest with you, it's I think it's a quality I don't see that much anymore, which is sad.
I agree. But you know what? I look at it this way. Different, right? People, everybody's got their own unique difference or whatever. Maybe mine's just I'm real with my audience and respectful to them. You know, I watch guys that are just like, oh, you don't like what I'm saying? Well, fucking don't listen to me and unsubscribe and all this other kind of shit. I'm more in the vein of, you don't like what I'm saying and everything else? Okay. Hop into a chat and have a conversation with me then on mic and discuss it with me and tell me why I'm wrong. Or if you're not comfortable on a microphone, then type it in the chat. So this way we can tear it down point by point with each other. Let's debate this. Let's use ideas better. Or who is, you know, like got their facts in line. And maybe you're going to tell me something that I didn't know. And then I'm going to learn from it. Or I'm going to tell you something you didn't know and you're going to learn from it. It doesn't always have to be a win-lose scenario. Sometimes you can break even, but if you're gaining knowledge from each other, that's what's missing out of society as a whole, I think. I think that you have too many people, like you watch the news, and you know this, Bob. You watched the news 30 years ago, and that shit was legit. Today in Norfolk, there was a fire in an apartment building.
It's called Norfolk.
Right. A kid fell down, scraped his knee. A kitten got caught in a tree, and now a happy puppy. Nowadays, you get. So, you know, Trump just launched an attack on Iran, MSNBC. Our fascist president is starting another fucking war for unknown reasons, and who needs all this? Fox News. Donald Trump's the greatest person in the world. He's spreading democracy through dropping bombs on people. They're holy bombs, Christian bombs, good bombs. And then you get on the internet and then you get people that are offshoots of like those two sides. And it's like, you start watching them and you're just like, okay, but what about this? And then that's the shut the fuck up. And if you don't like what I'm saying, then you need to leave. And then you get a whole chat room who's coming down on you because you don't agree with the person talking. I don't want that. I want people to be, there's a reason why Perry and Danny Boss go back and forth. And I want to hear them debate. I want to hear them argue their different points of view on religion and everything. Not because I want to disprove one or the other, because I want to see how those two guys think about it and how they see the world. And I think that's where it got lost, where news became clickbait. And then some of these commentators for the news have, on the internet have also now become beyond clickbait. And they do it in different ways where it's like, oh, well, shit, I just looked at my views and my views are down this month because I said Trump fucked up here. Oh, well, I'm never going to say Trump fucked up there again. And I'm going to just, everything he does is sunshine and rainbows. It's like, but
No, not everything he does is sunshine and rainbows.
Correct.
I mean, there's
But
a lot of stuff that he does I don't agree with. But hell, I'm not the president.
yeah, I mean, that's just it. Look, I don't ever want to be the fucking president. I don't want I don't want to have to make those decisions in my life, like where, okay, I'm going to drop bombs on, these people and I'm going to kill a whole bunch of people today. I don't want to have to make that decision. I don't think anybody does. I think that, it's a rough decision to make. Sometimes you're making it for the right reasons. Sometimes you make it for the wrong reasons. But you came to a decision either way. It's just, my whole thing is that I won't go rah-rah for anybody like that. I can't go rah-rah for a politician. I like politicians. Like, there's certain politicians I like. Tulsi Gabbard. Man, that woman, I respect the hell out of her. But at the same point in time, I'm not going to put her on a pedestal. I like Thomas Massey. I like shit Trump stuff.
Didn't he have cancer?
I don't know. I don't know if Thomas Massey has cancer.
I thought I saw that, but anyway.
I mean, that's
agree
possible.
With your thought, I agree with your thoughts because I'm the same way. I don't know how to put this, but basically, I'll hear something, and you're right. I do watch the news. I'll hear something, I'll say, that's right. And then I'll hear something and I'll say, that's sus.
Yeah.
That's a new word my daughter taught me. It's sus.
Sus. Yeah.
But, and it may come out of the same person.
Right. Yeah, you're not wrong. And I mean, that's just it. We're humans. We're flawed. That's one of those things. Like, you're going to have fuck ups. You're not always going to be perfect. But like I said, you can also get a mob mentality and also shout. Thank you, Ian. I appreciate it. And you don't ever thank me for a shout out. Thank you for being awesome. Yeah. The thing is, sometimes these communities, and I say this, what I like about the people that listen to me and the ones that are actually listening, always tuning in, always here and everything else, or even swing through for a little bit, smash like, all that fun stuff, right? Just to show love, or, hey, I just want to say hi to everybody, say what's going on. Everybody that listens to me seems to be independent minded and is at one point or another been in either another set of streams or a community or whatever, looked around and gone, okay, something's fucked up here and nobody's calling this out. Why is nobody calling this out? And then they try to either call it out or just end up walking away, quietly walking away and saying, like, to themselves, yeah, like, I don't want to be part of a cult. I want to think for myself. I want to be independent in thought and see the truth for what it is. And they find the nuance or the gray in there, that gray that's in between the black and white. It's like saying, it's the way it kills me. Like, one of the things lately has been, well, if you don't support Israel, choking off Gaza support, for example, well, then you're pro Hamas and you're an anti Semite. No, I just don't want to see little children starve to death or become sniper fire while they're hungry, starving, and going to get food and get their testicles shot off, which is what, doctors that have gone on or that are actually doing the work in Gaza have come out and said. Like, I've had to treat children for this. And, maybe it was one rogue sniper, but in 4 different regions of Gaza, like, no, that's some shit they're doing. Right? Call that out. Doesn't mean I hate Jewish people. Has nothing to do with, oh, well, like Hitler was right kind of shit. You know what I mean? That's fucking abhorrent to me too. So it's like, but it's that black and white. They try to make it black and white when it's not black and white. It's a gray. It's, hey, look, you guys should be defending yourself, and this is bullshit what happened to you, but don't fuck up little innocent civilians. They had nothing to do with it. They're just trying to make it through the day.
I hear what you're saying. I got a question. Have you ever been to Israel?
I'd never go to Israel.
I've actually been there several times.
Did you like it?
It depended on where we were.
Okay.
When I was in Haifa, which is in the northern part of Israel, I went up to here's a shock. Me and my buddy went up to a bar called the B-52 bar.
Oh,
and it
shit.
was on a mountain called Mount Carmel.
Some guy's losing a testicle.
No, nothing like
Hoy
that.
vey!
So me and my buddy sitting at this bar is out. You'll notice if you ever go into the Med, a lot of their bars, restaurants are like outdoors. I'm not sure what they call that, but there's a term for it. So we're sitting out there, and there's a band playing. It's sort of like an amphitheater kind of thing, and we see these 2 girls. Well, we're sailors, so what do sailors do?
Well, you hit on girls.
Exactly. And so we invite them over, and what was Ray? It was Ray. And so we're sitting there talking to them, and the whole time in my brain, I'm thinking they're, 19, 20-ish.
Mm-hmm.
But they got a machine gun.
Well, every Israeli citizen has to do service.
Not only do they have to do service, but they have to carry their service weapon when they're off duty.
That's correct. And shout out to Mister, by the way.
Hey, Mister, how you doing? So I'm sitting there with Ray, and Ray's like, I'm gonna take this girl back to the hotel. I'm going back to the boat because I'm married at the time.
Gotcha. You're wingman.
I was like, exactly. I was like, hey, you do you, boo. But I thought about this. It wasn't at the time. It was years later. I thought about this. I said, how would I feel personally? How would I feel if I had to walk around
carrying your machine gun?
With a machine gun. So I'm not saying what's going on in Gaza is right. I'm not saying that at all.
No.
I'm just saying, how would I feel if I had to walk around Chesapeake, Virginia with a machine gun over my shoulder?
It's true.
For my own safety.
You're not wrong.
I'm just saying, how does a young person, these people they're still young. All they want to do is go dance and
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 yep.
maybe party a little bit and
And yeah, I got you. Yeah, I feel you there.
So how would they feel, or how would I feel if I lived in that environment? So people here in the States
Oh yeah, dude.
don't
It's apples and
understand
oranges.
that.
Yeah, you're not
They don't
wrong.
understand that concept. Some of these young people, I'm sure, I hope, but some of those two young ladies that I met that night were in a firefights, 6 weeks later.
Mm.
Now, how would you feel if you had to live that life? And I'm not saying Israel is great and
No,
Israel is
no.
right.
No, I see. Like there you go. You're playing in the gray, and I agree with you. I 1,000% agree with you. I look at it from that perspective too. Is because I watched fucking some of those videos from October 7th. It's like somebody came into my house, shot my dog, drug my daughter / or my wife off, killed my dog, all that. What would I do? Well, I'd probably, allegedly kill every son of a bitch I could get a bullet into. I get
Painfully.
it. Right.
Painfully.
Yes. I agree. But at the same point in time, who would I be targeting? You know what I mean? Would I seek
that's a
revenge
great question.
on women that are out there with their
Somebody?
children trying to get their food and are starving and all this kind of stuff? Or would I be aiming for men? Combat aged men that resemble or would do that, you know what I mean? That look like they could be part of the enemy. And that's where I fall is like it tears me because, again, Bob, a lot of friends, a lot of family that are Marines, Navy, Army, actually Air Force, and the ones that have been overseas and have been in the shit, and I mean neck deep in the shit, and the stories that I've heard and the stories I've been told. And I know they're not stories because I see the pain that comes with those stories. I see the actual human cost that is inflicted on somebody because of those stories. And it's like, I get it, but at the same point in time, there's got to be a limit or else we risk this danger of then where does it end? Because then, at what point in time do you lose your morality and just become savage?
It's about 6 beers in.
But yeah, I mean, like you have to be careful of becoming the monster. You have.
I get it. I understand.
And that's where the problem is now. The way I look at it, and just my opinion, just the way I look at it, a lot of this stuff doesn't need to happen. A lot of it. But
How do we prevent it?
Well, one, you get rid of Bibi Netanyahu. You just get him the fuck out of office, never let him run for prime minister again, because half of this shit, and like I said, again, my opinion, just looking at it from the outside and explaining this, he's a great person to have in there when Israel's in for a war. The problem is because he's facing corruption charges at this point in time, the moment.
They're all corrupt.
Right, but not Bibi is like nailed out corrupt. However, you can't have the trial and bring him up on those corruption charges if there's a war on. It's kind of the same thing for Zelensky.
Look at the shiny penny over here. Don't look over there.
Right. Well, no, not just that. Oh, well, nope. Guess what? We just had to drop bombs in Syria because they did something. Well, why did you drop bombs in Syria? Because the Gaza conflict is now died down and is, winding up. So now you can be brought to trial. Oh, no, no, no. I need to go bomb somebody else. And then there's always this other part of the fear of that's great if Israel's sitting there and they're fighting it out by themselves. But now Bibi, I think, is currently either on the way or in the U.S., and he's meeting with Trump to discuss
Oh,
taking action against Iran again. So it's like, if you're leaving us the fuck out of it and you're fighting your battle, you go do you. Right? Like, hey, look, you guys want to kill each other up? That's fine. Leave me the fuck out of it. But if you're going to drag possibly those boys and girls, and I'm not, I hate to say boys and girls, we'll say young men and women, into combat that have never seen combat in their life, how many more destroyed people are you going to bring back? How many are you going to send back, and for what? Is it gaining us money? Is it gaining us anything? Are we winning? Are we just expending money? That's how I look at it, is like, you're breaking people and fucking up their lives because of some of the horrible things they're going to end up seeing and having to do. Because let's face it, you have to do what you have to do. And God bless our servicemen and women for having the balls to go do it, because that's what they signed up for, right? That's what it requires. That's what you're told. You're a soldier, and that's what you do. And I don't fault anybody for it. It's not on them. But the people that are in charge, the people that are holding the leash, those are the people I fault and look at like, what the fuck are you doing? And what are we getting out of this? Is that bringing down housing costs? No. Is it creating new jobs for Americans? No. Is it getting, this immigrant crisis? Is that getting that under wraps and getting them the fuck out of our country? No. Then what the fuck are you doing? You're dropping a bomb that, costs more than probably everybody in the chat room is going to make in the course of like either their lifetime or, half their lifetime. One bomb. For what? We're not, that's our fucking money. You literally lit my money on fire, you motherfucker. And you killed people with it.
all right. There's a couple things I'd like to respond to that, but I got to take my dog out. Okay.
No, you're fine, Bob. Go ahead. I'll catch up with chat and BS while you go walk the puppers. Mister's Pro Hummus. I love it. See, that's just it. You know what? We don't need to, you're, free Palestine or whatever. I can't even say that, because their government attacked Israel to begin with. Well, and I'm sure it was in retaliation for something. I'm sure this is going to go back, and it's going to go on way after I'm dead. Right. But let their counterparts sort it out. Let Saudi Arabia, Qatar, all them that actually want to advance their culture, let them take over Palestine. Let them mold it. Let them get an actual fucking government in place that isn't like, a bunch of, we need to kill people just because of their religious beliefs in power. Let's fix it. Like, let them fix it. It's their shit to work out, and then start getting people out of the UK, send them back to Pakistan, let them work that shit out. Oh shit. Yeah, I did read that wrong. Good call. That's actually funny. Yeah, and you're not wrong about that one either, Melissa. The more crazy the action, the worse the cover up is. they're doing something else much more treacherous is going on below the surface. You're not wrong on that. That's that's not always true, but it's true a lot more than it's false. Yeah, but I mean, and that's the thing. I don't want to get stuck on a whole Gaza fucking rant and all that kind of stuff. I'll let Bob respond, but I want to move on from that because I've had enough of it. Like I just have. Again, I don't want to see broken people coming back from shit that they signed up for, doing their jobs, and then because as civilians, like it's rough. We can't ever completely grasp what some of those guys and gals go through. And I think our government doesn't do enough for them after they leave service. That's actually very interesting take and actually pretty good. I like that. I actually like that, Melissa, the way you phrase that. There isn't a right answer to destroying so much. You're correct. That's just it. I don't ever want to be, like if I put a firecracker up good old Darkseid here's ass and just blew him up right now, I don't want to do. I could do that. Maybe I'll get a bunch of views and go viral for it for some fucking odd reason. Like, you know, shout out to Smurf, who's right now testing butt plugs for Amazon. But, you know, he might give me an upvote for that or whatever. But, I don't want to destroy. I want to create. I want peace. I don't want war anymore. I don't want to see people hurt or suffering and all this. But I also know I can't fucking fix it.
Okay, I'm back. My dog's still outside, but he'll be back in as soon as he gets cold.
That's fine, Bob. Go ahead. Like I was telling them while you're gone, I was like, yeah, I don't want to get caught up on a whole Gaza Israel thing, but I do want to hear your response and then, talk about something else that's happier.
My
Like,
response is basically, and a lot of people are not going to like this. If I have a group of people, and I'm not talking about a country, I'm not talking about.
Happy New Year, mister. Go ahead, Bob. You're good.
Yeah, Happy New Year, mister. I'm talking about an ideological
Yeah,
thinking.
I got you.
Um, if somebody's out there who says, the West or the East or the South or the North, regardless of who they are, they're wrong and they need to be destroyed. If somebody has that mentality, uh, I don't have any time for them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I mean, what you're talking about, I think what you're getting at is somebody who is so extreme that their view it's either my way or everybody around. If you don't agree, then you need to lose your life. You don't have time for that.
I don't get that mentality. And maybe it's because I didn't grow up out in the Middle East, but
Yeah,
I grew up in Oklahoma, so I guess you can take it that way.
yeah. I mean, I don't quite understand. Like, again, I always go, I'm not that religious. You know what I mean? I'm not religious at all, really. Like, I believe in God and all that, but to any one of the religions could technically do that too.
You
Like,
know, I
it
won't
happens.
say that everybody from Texas is an asshole, but everybody from Texas is an asshole.
I don't know, man. I think Ian's from Texas. He's pretty cool. Although he can
That's
be an
only
asshole at
because
times.
I grew up in Oklahoma. Okay. Do you know why Texas doesn't slide off the continent?
Why?
This is a Texas joke, by the way. I heard this when I was in Gainesville, Texas. They said Texas doesn't slide off the continent because Oklahoma sucks. There's a fight waiting to happen right there.
You're not wrong. Well, clearly, whoever that Texan was who said that to you has never been in New Jersey. So, oh God,
I've been to Jersey one time, and
that was one time too many, friend.
well, the problem is, you get on the Jersey Turnpike, right? This is back a way back. You get on the Jersey Turnpike, you can't fucking get off.
Oh no, no, yeah. There's no such thing in New Jersey. The one thing that I had to learn that confused the fuck out of me driving down to South Carolina, and I drove through New Jersey most of my life. My wife kept yelling at me, "What the fuck are you doing? I'm making a right turn here so that I can get across the road. Just make a left turn." What do you mean? Everything in New Jersey is to make a left turn, you have to go to the right up a jug handle that cuts across to the other side of the road. There's no such thing as like pulling up to a light and making a left turn. Every now and again, you'll have a specific turning lane, but not on the major highways. So you're right. Like the turnpike, the only way to get off the turnpike is to get off at the wrong exit, and then turn the fuck around and go the other way, and get back on the turnpike, and it like the opposite direction, and then get off at the other exit. It's fucking crazy.
I was in Jersey and I'm driving a rental car. I don't even remember where I was going, but I get on the turnpike and I need to go to the town that I'm like, where's the freaking off ramp? There's no freaking off ramp. So you got to go and you got to go and you got to go and you keep going and cars are honking behind you because you're looking for an off ramp that's like really small or something. And they just want to run you over. And this was not when I was older. This is, 25 years ago. And I'm like, there's no freaking off ramp. So you get on the Jersey Turnpike, you end up in New York or someplace or Connecticut or something shit like that. And I'm like, screw it. We're going to take the back roads.
Yeah, definitely drove through New Jersey.
There's one time I flew into Minneapolis, little Mogadishu.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to drive over to Wisconsin. I was working in Wisconsin. And there was a snowstorm, big snowstorm. And so we got off the plane. You got to go down and get to the rental car center, because we rented cars. And I get to the rental car center and I'm in the front line. And the guy, I feel sorry for him. He's like, I only got one rental car. One rental car. There's 50 people behind me, right? And they all got to go somewhere. And I got up there and, I'm one of the premium members with this particular rental car company. I won't say which one it was. I get up there and he's like, here you go, Mr. K. He's like, here's your rental car. And then I get the keys and he turns around and he says, I don't have any more cars. You got 50 people ready to lynch this dude. Because it's like late. It's like 10 o'clock at night by the time we landed up in Minneapolis. And snow's piling higher and higher. And the rental car was Impala. That's what it was. And he's like, I got the car, by the way, cost me $350 for 4 days or 5 days that I was there. And he's telling the people, I got no more cars. It was the only car I had. And I'm walking away. I got my little suitcase because my suitcase is a professional travel suitcase. It fits in the overhead no matter what kind of plane it is. And I hear this and I stop and I'm thinking to myself, because Bob's always thinking. And I look at the line and I said, I got room for 3 people, $300 cash each. And I had like 10 people come. Here
shit.
you go, here you go, here you go. So I picked 3 of them. They gave me $300 cash. We got the car and we're driving to Minnetonka. I think it was Minnetonka. And it's really deep. Snow's really deep. And the car kind of swerves and sways back and forth. And I'm like, does anybody have a problem with me smoking in the car? I'll crack the window down. And this lady in the back right, actually there were 1, 2, 3, 4 people and myself. So I was actually making money on this trip. And she's like, I hate smokers. And I'm like, okay, well, let's just pull over here and I'll stop and get out of the car and have a cigarette. All right. So we did that. Well, when we stopped the car and I got out and I had actually 2 cigarettes. We got back in the car. Problem was the engine had heated the snow down to ice. I don't know if that makes any sense to you.
Oh yeah.
But so I went to put the car in drive and it just spin. And it spun and we rocking back and forth. You know how you do, trying to get it out of the ice or out of the snow. And finally I'm like, all right, everybody out and push the car. And the lady that was bitching about me smoking, I just wanted to roll the window down a little bit and smoke out the window. And she's like, I'm not getting out. I'm like, you're getting out and you're either going to push or I'm going to set your bag on the side of the street and we're going to leave your ass here.
Uh-oh, Bob was going to
I
kick
swear-
her in her ovaries.
I swear to God, that woman is the one that got us out of that freaking jam.
She was so mad and she pushed.
harder than anybody. She pushed harder than anybody. And we got out of it and got back on the car or back on the road.
You know what? It's funny, Bob, because they had like a whole little discussion because Eugene said the Beltway, right? He's like, I avoid the DC Beltway like the plague, right? Bean said Atlanta, fight me on that one. Well, my question to you is, have you ever driven in Philly, like in Center City and all that? And let me know about taking those back roads and the one ways and everything else, if that's worse than Atlanta. But I'm going to have to side with Eugene on it. The DC Beltway is probably one of the worst experiences of my entire driving life. Like, I've driven through Atlanta, not a problem. But New York City, not a problem. But that DC Beltway, holy shit, what a fucking nightmare. It's like, I don't know if you've ever driven through DC Beltway, but I avoid it. Like, just like you were saying about the turnpike earlier, Bob, in New Jersey, I'm like that with that Beltway. Like, you go the fuck around it. You do not go through that Beltway.
The only time I actually live fairly close to DC, but the only time we ever went there was when they opened the World War II Memorial. I don't know how many years that was, but it was a while back. But I'm actually a history buff. You don't know this about me, but I'm a history buff, and so is my son. And so we wanted to go see the World War II Memorial. So I drove up there. And we got a hotel room, but it was in Reston. And Reston is, I think it's on the Virginia side of D.C. I'm not sure, but and then instead of driving into D.C., we took the subway, which is the only subway I've ever been on in my life, or my kids, or my wife.
Oh wow.
So we had to take the subway into D.C. into, I guess it was the middle of the mall. So we would get out. We got out there, and that's a long ass escalator. I mean, it's 60, 70 feet deep. And so we got up there, and then we walked around D.C. and we went to the World War II Memorial, and me and my son talked about it, and my wife, and my daughter, which is kind of like tapping their toes, saying, "When can we leave?" And then we went to the other monuments as well. But that's the only time I've ever been up to D.C.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I passed through it a bunch of times. I mean, living in the South, driving to the North, driving from the North to the South, and yeah, just the worst fucking thing, worst experience. But I can't believe that's the only subway. Haven't you ever been in, like, New York City?
No, I've
No.
been to New York.
Wow.
The only time I was stuck in New York was when I was
Fair
flying
enough.
from Boston back. But I had a buddy of mine who I have sent, and this is odd because the only friend I ever lost over politics, but he had an apartment because he worked in New York City for the transit authority, the transportation authority there.
Gotcha.
So he would go up. He would go up and work. He lived over here in Virginia Beach, and he would work up there. And he had an apartment because he convinced them that it was cheaper to have an apartment than to have a hotel room. And apparently, he was correct.
Yeah,
And I got
he's
stuck in
correct.
New York. I got stuck in New York on Thursday, and I called him up. His name's Chris, and I said, "Chris, is your apartment empty?" He's like, "Well, yeah, I'm back here in Norfolk." And I'm like, "Well, I'm stuck in New York. I don't want to get a hotel room. Can I stay at your place?" So he says, "Yeah." And he's like, "I'll call what's the guy who sits at the front of an apartment building that's kind of like gated or whatever?"
Oh, the doorman?
Yeah, the doorman. So he calls him up, gives him my name, and he says, "Okay, let him in the apartment." So I go in there, and I get the key, and I go to Chris's apartment, and I don't sleep on his bed. I'll sleep on the couch. And the next morning, my rebooked flight wasn't until like, I don't know, 4:50 or something like that. So actually, his apartment was like right down by, uh, where they film
Adult
those
videos?
commercials.
Oh, no
No,
commercials. We're thinking about two different things.
very much so. The Liberty commercials where they got the
Yeah,
nice waterway
I got you.
and Statue of Liberty's in the background.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where his apartment was. And I was like, I got up the next morning and I'm like, okay. So I walk over and I see the World War, or not the World War II. I see the 9/11 memorials, which was extremely moving, by the way.
Well, that's
You
crazy.
can,
Yeah, I've never actually seen the memorial. I saw the rumble or the rubble when they were clearing that, but I never actually saw the memorial after it was built.
well, this was after they built the memorial, and it's for a guy who talks a lot, which I do.
Took the words out of your mouth.
If you can just if you can just sit there and watch the water and listen, it'll definitely touch you. It really will. So anyhow, that's how I ended up going to the the World Trade Center Memorial and looking at the Statue of Liberty. But that's the only time I've ever been stuck in New York.
Gotcha. Yeah, I used to go to New York all the time. I'd actually take a bus there. I was dating a girl. She lived in Jamaica, Queens, Puerto Rican chick, and I would I would catch a Greyhound from Mount Laurel, New Jersey, to the Port Authority. We'd meet up there, walk around Manhattan a little bit, and then go do our thing later that night. Usually, but take subways, buses, all that kind of shit. So when 9/11 happened, I was dating her. Shit, God, I can't believe it's been like 24 years. But yeah, shit, when 9/11 happened, of course, I was one of those people that was just calling frantically, trying to get through, and found out she was all right, everything. But when I went up there that weekend, whenever 9/11 happened. I do, for some reason, Tuesday does sound right because I took off of work on the weekend, went up, and then we walked there, and you couldn't get super close to it because it was all cordoned off or whatever, but you could see like the piles of rubble, all that stuff. And it was crazy because I've gone to New York at that point probably about like 10, 15 times, right? And going there directly after 9/11, it took an hour and a half because they had armed troops checking every car as you were coming into the city. And then when you got out at the Port Authority, it was just it looked like you were in the middle of like basically Fort Dix Army base with everybody on alert, or Cherry Point with everybody on alert. Like any kind of military base where everybody goes on alert. It was crazy. I mean, it almost felt like there was more military walking around than there were people. They did not fuck around at all after that. But it was a whole different vibe. I'd never seen Manhattan that empty.
I only saw it on the TV, but I can tell you, there's particularly the Marines. They definitely have an FAFO attitude because
Yeah, you're not wrong.
that's what they train for, and I've seen it in real life.
Do you see what Ian said? Ian said, I've never been to the East Coast outside of Cocoa Beach.
Cocoa Beach is not the East Coast.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Cocoa Beach is Florida.
Dude, and then Eugene, this will tell you he has not been to the East Coast, right? Because Eugene says great historical places in Virginia with Revolutionary and Civil War, right?
Sure.
And he's not wrong. But then Ian came back and said, yeah, like Gettysburg. Gettysburg's in Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
We used to take class trips there as kids.
What I'm afraid of.
That's, brother, that is like a huge difference from where Gettysburg is and where Eugene's talking about. I'm trying to think of how to put it into terms for you.
I'm worried about the youth of America. They just don't study history.
Ian's like, okay, so the Atlantic side of the U.S. basically, yeah.
Well, yes, it is technically on the Atlantic side.
Yeah, but
it's not Gettysburg.
It's like, yeah, East Coast. I mean, like that's just it. Like you have the like Delaware River where Washington crossed out where well, not where I was because I was in southern Jersey or whatever, but it was close enough where you'd take class trips out there and you'd go walk in Gettysburg or go see the Liberty Bell and all this stuff. That's all in Pennsylvania. But you're not wrong. Like with Revolution, so the Revolutionary War, remember, it was only the 13 colonies. So that was
Yeah,
all
but it
East
didn't
Coast.
include Florida.
Right. And there was no Florida at that point in time. And then the Civil War, it wasn't like we had everything all cut up either. It was mainly north south, like Mason Dixon line separating stuff for the most part. So a lot of that stuff's on the East Coast. California was still like more of the western part. People were still settling it. You know what I mean? Like you already had like places established on the East Coast when the Civil War broke out. The West Coast was still getting established. Like it was way more sparse, and the population was just kind of setting it up. Is the best way. But the East Coast already had started building. Like New York City was already a thing. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff. And
So the South basically consisted of, I would say, Kings Bay, Georgia. Let's go there.
Okay.
And you go north. You go north to
North Carolina, I think, right?
Oh no, it was northern than that. Virginia was part of it south, really, in the beginning. So it goes north to Arlington, Virginia, somewhere in there. That's what I consider the South. You go north of Arlington, and now you're Yankee.
Yeah, that's kind of that's kind of accurate. Yeah, because I mean, obviously South Carolina was in the South. I mean, Fort Sumter is the kickoff to the Civil War.
Yeah, y'all started the whole damn thing.
Yeah, well, we didn't start it. You know, they came in and said, "Hey, that's our military base," and we said, "Hey, no, it isn't. Fuck off." And that kicked it off. And what's fucked up is people went out there, and I'm sure everybody knows this one, right? But people literally, when that was going to break out, they thought it wasn't going to be a big deal. They just thought it was going to be these assholes yelling back and forth at each other. They packed picnic lunches and everything else and set up on the hillside to watch, and ended up getting like decimated in a lot of cases because they were too close when the fighting actually kicked off. They weren't expecting anything to happen though, and all of a sudden it did, and it was like, oh shit. Yep, I'm in the wrong place, wrong time. Here. Yep, like they shooting, not good.
Yeah.
Eugene says Richmond was the capital of the Confederacy.
He is correct.
Yeah,
for a guy that grew up in Oklahoma, I know a hell of a lot about the South.
Yeah.
Probably because I was stationed. Here's where I was stationed. My first duty station, other than boot camp, which is up in Great Mistakes, Illinois. By the way, never go there. It sucks. My first duty station was in Charleston. Then I was in Jacksonville. And I'm sorry, I was in Charleston. Then I was in Kings Bay, Georgia.
Gotcha.
And then Jacksonville. And then Norfolk, or New Orleans, I'm sorry. And then eventually Norfolk. And once you get, if you're a sailor on the East Coast and you get to Norfolk, you ain't never getting out of there. It's like on the West Coast. If you're a West Coast sailor and you go to San Diego, you're staying in San Diego.
Yeah.
Just the way it worked.
Yeah, it's craziness. Yeah, Charleston, I've been there a couple times. Well, actually, that's where my doctor is, my main doctor. So anytime I got a doctor's appointment or whatever, it's always go to Charleston. But
why do you need a doctor? And that's a personal question. You don't have to answer it, but
Oh, well, no, I mean, just like I don't actually have a physician, like a general practitioner in my area. I actually go to MUSC, the Medical University of South Carolina, for my medicine. Like whenever, because of damage in my neck, back, all that stuff. That's usually where I go to. They'll run tests on me. I'm a fucking guinea pig in a lot of cases. But whenever I need a checkup or whatever, need the oil changed or checked, I go there. So when we're there, you know, it's like my wife will be like, "Hey, you want to see the Maritime Museum? You want to go do this?" Like we have to drive past like Teach's Hollow, fucking Blackbeard. Holy shit! You want to talk about somebody that, like, historical figure, is actually smarter than people give them credit for. Like, you know, you always see pirates and you always think they're kind of dumb and scummy and all that. Blackbeard used to pull this stunt, and the reason it's called Teach's Hollow, he would do this thing where the Navy would be chasing him, or privateers would be chasing him, hunting him down, people with letters of marque, and he would disappear. And they couldn't figure out what happened to him. Like, he would just disappear from the ocean. So they would try to like pincer maneuver him. You know, one ship's coming in. I'm just using these as visual aids real quick. One ship's coming this way, one ship's coming this way, and he's here. And then they know he's here. And all of a sudden, he'd just be gone when the two ships got there, and they couldn't figure it out because there's nothing around there but land. So then they would turn out to the ocean, and he would actually sail in and had it marked out where to sail in. He had a map to it. And when the tide came up high enough, he could actually sail into the marsh. And then the tide would go out and would turn back to land, basically. So it just looked like land there and a marsh. They couldn't see his ship because he was hidden behind all the
weeds.
Yeah, the weeds and the oaks. What are they called? Angel oaks, stuff like that. Because it's all angel oaks in the area, and tall pine trees, lollipop pine trees. And so he would hide in there, and then when the tide got high again, he'd have him and his crew would set sail back out and avoid, like, but he would just disappear and nobody could figure out how he pulled it off. And then eventually they figured it out, and that's why it's called Teach's Hollow. It's fucking brilliant.
Well, I guess you don't stay alive that long as a pirate without not being stupid.
Yeah, well, not that good of a pirate anyway, or the one with any kind of notoriety, unless you were the one that the one idiot that was the first one hung in Charleston or something. But yeah, Eugene, is Myrtle Beach worth the hype? No, it's not. So Myrtle Beach, if you got the money and you go to the tourist area, it's a lot of fun. If you go 2 blocks, a block and a half away from that tourist area in any one direction, expect to get robbed, mugged, shot. If you're a female, possibly assaulted. It's all crackheads, junkies, all that kind of stuff. The tourist area is a lot of fun if you're a younger person and you want to party and just drink and you got the money to spend and all that kind of stuff. But it's definitely like the place has become a shithole. They just keep it clean in the tourist area. But if you go outside that tourist area, it's not nice. Yeah, like the tourist area and all that stuff is amazing, especially if you're younger and a partier. But once you get outside that area, or if you don't have the money to spend in nice hotels, all that stuff, then yeah, you're in trouble. The water's crystal and nice and blue. The beach is nice, real beautiful. You have what is it, Broadway by the Bay? I want to say it's called. I think it's Broadway by the Bay. but they have all these like little stores there and everything else. Kind of reminded me of like the Jersey Shore to an extent. But yeah, you definitely don't want to be. You have to be careful going there, and then never go during any of the bike weeks they have. They have motorcycle rallies, and that's usually when shit really breaks down. Like that's when the murder rate starts to skyrocket. Um, Stuff like this, assaults, all that kind of shit. They trash the entire city. I mean, a bartender there can make an entire year's worth of wages and tips during those biker rallies, but my God, they have to get out of there before they get fucked up too.
Almost died in Myrtle Beach.
I can believe that.
Well, this was in 83. So my buddy Gabe, he's got a Kawasaki 750, I think. So we had the day off, or a couple days off, and he's like, they got a bike rally up in Myrtle Beach, was in Charleston. And he's like, let's go. I'm like, fuck it, I got nothing else to do. You ever smoke a cigarette and drive or ride on the back of a motorcycle at the same time?
I never rode bitch on a motorcycle in my life.
Yeah, okay, well, I did.
And
And
hey, I'm not. That's just what it's called, riding bitch.
I know what it's called. I did it, okay? So I'm out there, and it's about, what, an hour and a half, 2 hours from Charleston up to Myrtle Beach, maybe a little longer. And we're going out to the bike rally because they had the, I think they call it the Myrtle Beach Bike Rally, is what it's called. And so we go up there, and it's got like a ocean view or ocean road, you know,
A
all
scenic
bikers
drive.
running up and down. Yeah, something like that. So, as you say, Gam, I'm riding bitch on the back of his Kawasaki, and we're at a stoplight, and Gabe's. There's I don't know, 2 or 3 cars in front of us, and all these bikers in the right lane come up beside us. I mean, they're all hogs, and they got the sissy bar on the back and the low seat,
Mm-hmm.
and so I'm just trying to, like, Gabe, don't say, because Gabe's worse than I am with the mouth, and I'm like, Gabe, just shut the fuck up. Just don't say nothing to these guys. Just get me out of here. And so they pull up, and they're revving the bike. And Gabe, of course, revs the bike, and it goes, their bike goes thump, 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 thump. And Gabe's bike goes, whoop. Shit. Speed here. Anyhow, the light turns green, and the cars in front of us move, and Gabe decides he's gonna pop the clutch and pop a wheelie. I'm on the back of the bike, riding bitch, like you said.
Oh shit.
And I'm like, what the fuck? And the whole time I got a cigarette hanging out of my mouth. And the car in front of us stopped.
Oh.
I don't know why. All of a sudden, the bike front end smashes down on the ground, and Gabe's hard on the brakes, both the back and the front.
Oh my God.
And the bikers that were on my right, they come up, and they're not wearing full face shields like I am, with the cigarette hanging out pointing towards the sky. The bikers come up beside us, and the dude yells at us, "At least it's got good brakes."
Oh shit.
I was like, just get me the fuck out of here.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, did you get on a motorcycle after that ever?
I did. I bought my own bike actually.
Okay. Oh, fair enough. Yeah. I scared one of my friends so bad that, he never got on the back or rode a motorcycle ever again in his life. Because we used to play a game when we were kids. It could be, you remember all the bottles that you got soda in were glass. And of course, your beer bottles are glass, right? So we used to do this.
Those were called Coke bottles.
Right. But I mean, I remember Crystal Pepsi came in a glass bottle, stuff like that. Like, definitely Crystal Pepsi. I remember that being a glass bottle. But a lot of the bigger brand sodas were in glass bottles back then. And so we'd be riding in the car, and you'd do this thing where if you're in the passenger seat, you'd say to the driver, pilot the bombardier if you had an empty bottle. Like if you guys were swilling beer, stuff like that. Like, here you go, here's the empty bottle. You'd hand it to the passenger and be like, bombardier, check in. And you go, pilot the bombardier. We have a bogey coming up. Target's been sighted. It looks like a stop sign, or it looks like a 35 mile per hour sign or a 60 mile an hour per sign, whatever. And you would, bombardier, opening bomb bay doors, and then you'd roll down the window, because it was rare that any of us had the electric windows back then where you just press the button and pull it down, right? So you have to wind down the window, and then it'd be like extending firing arm. You are clear, bombardier to fire. And then you throw the bottle, hit the sign as you're going past it, right? Boom, it explodes. We got to hit. If you missed it, we have a miss. We have a miss, that kind of thing. And we had thrown this, well, we always partied, but we had like a bag, like a plastic shopping bag, like a Walmart bag or whatever, full of bottles. And my one buddy's like, I want to go play pilot the bombardier. And I'm like, okay, get on the back of I'll drive, you get on the back of the bike, and we'll go play pilot the bombardier. So hand him the spare helmet. He puts on the helmet. I put on the helmet. And we're riding down the road, tag a sign, and then it starts to rain. And it's like that light, misty rain when you start getting the oil off the road.
Oh, God.
And so we're cruising. He calls out a target, the next sign. So, of course, what do? Pull throttle. And I got us going. We're going about 60, 65 miles an hour on a 35 mile an hour road. It's a straightaway. And he's getting ready to throw the bottle. And next thing you know, a deer runs out right in the middle of the fucking road. Man, just reflex. What do? Both hands squeeze in. So I've now pulled my front brake and my clutch in. My foot is now pressing hard as fuck down on the back brake. I feel the bike go left. I feel it go right. And then we go sideways, like at like almost, I'm going to say it was like a 45-degree angle. 45, 35-degree angle, sliding, like the back end comes around, sliding down the road. He has now dropped the bag of bottles. He has both arms around my waist and is squeezing for his fucking life. And he has his feet like planted on the pegs. And as I stood up trying to hold the bike up because we're now dumping, he's standing up too. So our weights just kind of balancing us. We can see sparks hitting from the peg here and there. We're sliding down the fucking road. And just as we're running out of steam, I let go of the clutch, let go of the brakes, and the bike pops straight up and take off and drive. He's like, get us to the fucking house now, man. He got off that bike. He threw that helmet and he was like, fuck that. That was fun. You're crazy. I'm never getting on the back. He never got on a motorcycle ever again. But I'll tell you what, if he hadn't locked on the way he did to my waist and like moved the same way I was moving, because like my weight was just barely balancing us. I don't know. I think I would have, if it was just me, I don't think I had enough weight in my ass to hold the bike level. You know what I mean? At that angle. But I think because he was locked in with me and his weight was coming up too, we had just enough weight to keep us at an angle from completely dumping sideways and just going straight down the road on our sides. That would have been road rash. That would have fucking sucked.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely. I bought my bike. It was an '85 Honda Shadow 1100. And
Okay.
I bought it when I was down in Nolans. And the reason I bought it was because me and my wife was living in a mobile home. It was her mobile home at the time. We moved it 5 times. But I was working in the Avondale shipyard, and my wife needed the car, during the day to do stuff. So I bought this Honda Shadow from a guy over in Algiers, which is a little bit away. And he needed the money to get married. So he was paying for his own wedding. And the bike cost me, I think at the time, it was only like $1,100. Yeah, $1,100.
That's still a good
I'd
chunk
never,
of change.
well, yeah, this is back, in the early 80s.
Yeah, that's a
I'd never,
seriously good chunk of change though for the 80s.
absolutely it was. But my wife was good with money.
Fair enough.
I actually never had ridden a motorcycle in my life. Ever. So we go over to this house, and it's red. It's got the Honda, whatever that emblem was on it, and it had a dent in the very front fender, just a little dent, but it didn't break the paint. And I'm like, okay, how much you want for it? He's like, I want, $1,100. And I'm like, can you take 9? He's like, no. And I ended up paying him $1,100. He was pretty good bargainer. He wouldn't come off the number.
Right.
So I started driving it to work so my wife could have the car. And I was working in the shipyard, but I couldn't take the bike in the shipyard. I had to park it outside the shipyard and then walk up the levee where we were working on cutting these ships in half. And that was my project, was cutting these AOs in half and joining them together in the mid body section and welding them all up and floating them out. But we came here from Nolans. We came up to Norfolk, and I was driving it from Chesapeake to the base, and it was fucking cold as shit. So
Yeah.
I was freezing my ass off going down 64. So I don't know, it was November time frame, something like that. I told my wife, I said, we got to sell the bike. I can't do it anymore. I'm not thick skinned. And, but I had been covering the bike the whole time. I had a bike cover. She's like, okay, fine. We'll sell the bike and we'll buy a truck because you want a truck. And so I ended up selling the bike. I don't remember how I advertised it. So I bought it for one amount, and like 5 years later, I sold it for more money than I paid for the bike.
Oh yeah, I believe that. I can absolutely believe it.
Well, it was in immaculate condition because I had it covered. I had a big black, bike cover that I covered, and I kept it on the back like a saddle roll on a horse you see in John Wayne movies. But yeah, I ended up driving it for 5 years and sold it for more money than I actually paid for.
Oof. Yeah, I mean, some of that shit appreciates with time.
Only if you take care of it.
Yeah. Only if you exactly. Only if you take care of it. Yeah, fucking.
I got a Pontiac in my garage right now. It's a 2004 Pontiac Grand Am Burgundy.
Oh wow.
I think I paid that car. I think I actually drove it right off the lot in Perry Buick Pontiac, and I paid $16,000 for it, something like that.
Wow.
And we take it in once a year because here in Virginia you got to get a state inspection sticker. Excuse me while I light my cigarette. And so I took it in there last year, and the guy's like, "Hey, are you interested in selling the Pontiac?" And I was like, "Well, I really don't know. What's she worth?" And he said, "Well, I'll take it off your hands for $22,000. I was like, "What?" I didn't say that to him, but this car is a 2004. It's 21 years old or something like that. This dude's willing to pay me, $6,000 more than I paid for it brand new.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, appreciate with value. Some cars that you wouldn't think would be classics now are classics. You're like, yeah, like this thing's worthless to me. And they're just like, oh, I'll give you, like, you'll give me how much?
Ooh. Okay. I'm reading the chat for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Beans, do you know what jambalaya is?
Yeah, she does. She lived
Oh.
down south for a long ass time.
Oh my God,
Yeah, and they're not wrong. Are you seeing what they're saying about the viewer count? I can see the counter, right? Right now it says there's one person watching, yet there's three people talking. And if I look at the YouTube is pulling some kind of fuckery because it says I have one viewer right now, right? But if I look at the actual stream, it says there's 5 watching.
I I don't know what YouTube does. It's just
No, it's a complete mystery to me too, and I'm on it. And then they're talking about like Stranger Things or whatever, and just got through season 1. Season 1 of Stranger Things wasn't terrible. It was a lot of member berries. Season 2 was It was okay, and then I didn't watch anything after that. Like season 2 kind of, I was just like, yeah, I'm kind of tapped out on this show because they show me stuff from they're showing me stuff from the 80s that I lived through. And it's not accurate in a lot of cases. Like some stuff it feels accurate, like it should be accurate, but it's not. It's almost like if somebody from the year 2000 wrote a show based on the 80s, but never lived through them. Like they get certain things kind of right, but not all the way right. And they do it throughout the series. Well, from what I saw up till season 2 or whatever. As a matter of fact, I can't remember. I heard season 4 is really good. I heard season 3 is even worse than season 2. And then season 5 I heard is just mediocre, like at this point. So I haven't had any inkling to watch the show.
I don't watch any of those shows, but I do have a story if Beans wants to hear it.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll go ahead and tell it.
Tell the
So-
story, Bob. Speak, monkey, speak.
Okay, well,
No, I'm kidding, Bob. Like,
if
yeah,
you
tell your
tell me that
story.
in person, you and I are gonna have a ball kicking contest.
Oh, shit, do I get to go first?
No.
Well, damn it. Then I lose.
All right, so I'm working down New Orleans, and Avondale, what used to be called Avondale Shipyard, now I think it's called HII or something like that, was cutting these ships, these AOs, these oilers, cutting them in half, right? Cut them right in half, and they would launch a mid-body section and float it down, and they'd pull the bow out of the ship. That's the front of the ship. Pull it out, bring the mid-body in, bring the bow back in, and then line it all up and float it, and then weld it all in one day. Well, this was back then it was a big deal. I got a whole photo album over there on my roll top desk that shows it all in one day, and I'm first class. So it was funny because when this process was taking place in, let's just say, April, maybe late March, all these admirals, captains, admirals, would fly into New Orleans and want to see how the progress of the builds were going. Now, why do you think they did that? Gam? Think he might have stepped out for a bit. All I know about New Orleans is watching the originals. Po' boy. Oh. Now, if you're going to get a po' boy, you want to get a shrimp po' boy from Como's. That's the po' boy you want from Como's.
Did you see what Bean said?
Anyhow, what's the last thing you heard from me, Gam?
You're talking about the bow of the ship and everything else.
So yeah, anyhow, we're cutting these ships in half. And so all these admirals, that would be the executors in a company, they would fly in during April and March. Why do you think they flew in during that time?
Why did they fly in April and March? Has to be weather pattern.
When's Mardi Gras?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I didn't even think about booby beads.
So they would fly in to inspect our project during that time. And my boss, who was a female, by the way, lieutenant, she would say, "Hey, Bob," she didn't say Bob, "go pick up Admiral so-and-so, and he's going to stay here, and here's all his hotel information, blah, blah, blah." So, have you ever been to New Orleans?
I have not.
All right. Now, I know some of the people in the chat are from that area, but there is a bridge up there called the Huey P. Long Bridge. Now, Huey P. Long Bridge is a very tall bridge. It goes sort of like it's like a roller coaster top. You know what I mean?
I got you.
The problem with the Huey P. Long Bridge is it's actually not a bridge, it's a railroad trestle. So they built this railroad trestle across the Mississippi. And the governor of Louisiana at the time, his name was Huey P. Long. And he says, if you're going to build a railroad trestle across the Mississippi, you're going to put something that can carry cars across that bridge. So they basically they put stanchions on either side of the Huey P. Long Bridge. And you can look it up. The problem is about 2/3 of the way up the bridge, the trestle jogs to the right or to the left, depending on which side of the road you're on. And it's extremely narrow. It's only 2 lanes. It's 2 lanes, and it's like 12 feet long or 12 feet wide. So my lieutenant would send me down to the airport, which was over on the other side of the river, and give me a van and said, go pick up Admiral blah, blah, blah. And I was like smiling to myself because if you don't know the bridge, when it jogs to the right, it's like you're going to drive off the fucking bridge. And all these admirals, these bigwigs, you know, senior people, they're driving up this bridge, and I'd always make sure I was on the right-hand side. And I'd have to turn the steering wheel, literally, like jerk it to the right and jerk it to the left. And these guys, these admirals, this is, you know, big-time admirals, would literally shit themselves in the back of the fucking van. And I'd be like, sorry about that, sir. That's Huey P. Long.
Dear Lord, Pop.
Hmm?
No, it's just funny.
I was just doing what I was told.
Well, you know, good sailor takes orders. These guys are all laughing because did you hear the cat flip the fuck out? Like while you were telling your story, you didn't hear the cat like screech?
I did not.
Yeah, they
Yeah, was it?
so I have a pair of cats, right? One male, one female. Female sitting in the chair. I look back while you're telling your story, and the male cat, he's doing the whole, he's got one paw up and he's about to leap up there into the chair. And the female cat's looking down at him like, don't you do it, motherfucker. And then the dog, of course, I gotta, it's crazy. I've always been told how violent and vicious pit bulls are. This dog's looking at me and whimpering. Like, yo, some shit's about to go down. I hope you're paying attention to this. So look at the cat. I snap my fingers. The male cat looks at me and then turns back to her and jumps up at her in the chair. And the dog went over and like put himself in between the female cat. That's when you heard the cat screech, was him, the male cat jumping up at the female cat. And then she jumped out of the chair and the dog ran in between them and just like stared at the male cat, like didn't growl at him or anything else, just stared at him. And then the male cat got down and ran out of the room. The dog chased him out of the room, and then the female cat jumped back up in the fucking chair. Man, having pets is like, it's like having little drunken midgets walk around all day or something. It's crazy.
My wife was actually a cat lover. So was my daughter. And
I have a fairly nice house. Okay.
Oh, they fucked that house up.
They pissed
Oh
on every carpet.
no.
They pissed on every carpet
Yeah,
in this house.
my cats didn't do that. I definitely, as soon as the male cat dies, I have to replace like all kinds of molding on the walls and shit though, because he'll use it to sharpen his fucking claws. But yeah, they go in their box, their litter box. That's
Mine
fucking
didn't.
bad.
My wife's didn't do that. So now
Yeah, well, they shouldn't do
this
that.
was this was a little while back. So I had my house was mostly carpet. I had put down myself. I put down you know what a floating wood floor is.
Yeah.
Well, I had put that down in the office, which is the I don't know spare room. We
I
turned it
gotcha.
into her office, and I put in my wife's roll top desk, which I had a friend of mine build, by the way.
That's
And
awesome.
then the front room, which nobody sits in at all.
Hmm.
But then I had carpet in the vestibule, and then carpet down the hallway, and carpet in all the rooms, and carpet in the main room. Yeah. And my wife at one time had 4 cats.
And not one of them pissed on anything.
No, no, no.
Exactly. Because
Unfortunately, they pissed on everything. Every single area. Now, me being me, I'd been on the road and I came home and I opened the door and it just hit you. Whoa. It's just like cat piss smell. And it had been a rough week at work and I was not in the best of moods. So I drank a little bit. Imagine that. And I don't know, somewhere around this time of night, I was like, screw it. And I moved all the furniture out of the living room. And I pulled not only the carpet, but the padding underneath. The padding's very important.
oh yeah, you got to get the padding up too.
I pulled it all out of every room in this house. And you know what a tack strip is?
Absolutely. It's a piece of wood that you hammered down to the floor, but it's got the nails coming up to hold the carpet in place. So when you stretch it, it actually sits right.
Pulled them as well. I
Damn.
worked from about 12:30 at night. It was till about 8 o'clock in the morning, maybe a little bit later. And I pulled every stitch of carpet out of my house and the tack strips and the padding. And my wife, who I did not even disturb during this time frame, she was sleeping,
she
even though she couldn't hear the banging. And I was banging. She woke up and slid off the bed. This is back when she had her faculties about her. And she was like, whoa, what's going on here? And now I'm still drunk. And I told her, I said, you're awake, right? She's like, yeah, I'm awake. Where's all the carpet? I'm like, we need to move the bed. So we moved the bed, and I
tore
took
the
the rest of the
carpet up.
carpet and the tack strips. So I am sitting right now talking to you because we talked about putting stuff down and putting down more carpet and putting down some more hardwood floor.
I'm sitting here today or tonight and talking to you in a house that outside of my wood flooring and my linoleum kitchen has no carpet.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And I do have the money to put in carpet or wood flooring or whatever.
You just don't feel like it.
No, not that I don't feel like it. But I've gotten used to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's funny. Some of the shit you get used to. I was saying that so the master bath in my house has a jacuzzi tub, right? And there's an air bladder you push in, and that's what turns it on. And then you push it back in again, and that's what turns it off. That air bladder wore out after the first use of it. The first time we used it, that air bladder died. I've researched it. I know how to change it out, everything else. You know what I do when I want to turn on the jacuzzi tub? I go in to the circuit breaker and I turn the fucking jacuzzi tub on.
So the bladder trips the breaker?
No, so the bladder is basically like an on-off switch, but they have the actual switch is below it and watertight. So this way, if water spills down there, it's not shorting out. So they put this air bladder in between the button and the switch. And the air bladder, over time, you wear a hole in it from pressing the button down or whatever. The person who owned the house before us must have used the tub all the time because they wore down the bladder. So when I used it the first time, I was like, oh, that's cool. And it turned on and didn't turn off. And I was like, oh shit. Like I'm pressing it in, it's not turning off. So it was stuck in the on, like the switch is stuck on. So I got out of the tub, went to the circuit breaker, fucking threw the circuit breaker and shut the thing off. And I'm like, okay, as long as it's the only thing on that breaker. So I'm like, not a big deal. So then it was like, all right, I'm going to have to replace it. So I'm looking up how to do it, all this stuff. All right, yeah, this
a 200 amp breaker or 20 amp breaker?
I don't know. I don't know what the breaker actually is. I have to go back and look. But yeah, I'm looking at it and I'm just like, because you can't run it while the tub's empty. Because if I just left it on, then it would burn out the motor. Has to have that water flowing through it. So I'm just like, well, fuck it. Now, anytime I want to take like like go in there, loosen up the joints, get my hands good for painting or whatever, I'd run a real hot bath and then go flip the breaker and go soak in the tub. But it's funny because I was even saying to my wife, shit, I think it was actually earlier today. I could have fixed this thing 5 years ago. And I've just gotten used to throw the breaker. Be so much easier to just, cut the hole in the wall and go change out the actual part. Just funny stuff, Bob. You get used to a lot of things. And stuff that you didn't think you'd get used to. Did you just say, and I'm looking at this, Eugene, did you just mention Delta, Lambda, Zeta? I believe the Deltas were the sorority from Revenge of the Nerds right? It was Lambda 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 was actually the nerds chapter of the fraternity. But I think or no, wait, was it Omega Mu? And when I say that, Omega Mu, MU for Mu. It's from Scream 2. Yeah, that the nerds' girlfriends were all from Omega Mu. That's right. Yeah, see, Melissa's saying the same thing. It's Omega Mu and Lambda Lambda Lambda. Damn, that's some nerd shit for all of us to remember. Remember who the frats were. Because I know the jocks were all alpha, right? What was the evil female sorority in that movie? It was something pie, right? It had to be pie. Because I remember they sold pictures of the one chick naked under the whipped cream and were selling the pies or whatever during the I guess pledge one pledge week. I can't remember what it was. Where they had the whole nerd dance off and all that shit. Or the nerd music concert. Yeah. And it's booger, not burger. Booger was great.
I had to refresh.
You get cut off, Bob?
Yep.
Alpha, they were the betas. Alphas and betas. That sounds right. I remember the evil male frat was the alphas. Beta Pi though. Was it Beta Pi?
It was Beta Pi.
Was it Beta Pi? Because that was the thing, eat a pie or whatever, and it was the chick naked under the they had installed those cameras or whatever. I don't think you could make that anymore. People would get all incensed and upset. They'd be like, oh, that's, you're eye raping those women.
You can't make Animal House today, that's for sure.
I don't know. I think you might be able to get away with Animal House.
What was John Belushi's character?
Pluto. Or
was that
Blue.
Pluto?
No. It wasn't Pluto. It was Bluto. 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 I think it was Bluto.
Well, that scene where he puts an egg in his mouth and he spits it out and says, "I'm
I'm
zit."
zit.
I just laughed my nuts off.
Food fight.
It was a good movie.
I got a kick out of the part where they see the band's name advertised on the bar, and they go in, and it's predominantly, actually, it's all black. It's a black bar, and they like go in there, and they're just like,
Otis.
Yep, Otis Redding. That's right. Or
Otis, my man.
Yep. And like the black guys are like looking at him like they take
Who the
their
fuck is that?
girlfriends?
No, it wasn't Otis the band that took their girlfriends. When they went into the all black band where Otis had played earlier at the campus, and they saw him there, and then they went to this all black bar with these white girls, and Otis Redding, I think it was his name, Otis Redding, was playing, and the guy stands up and says, "Otis, my man." And these great big black guys come up and says, "Do you mind if we dance?"
Dance with your old ladies? That's right. Porkies you could not make today. Holy shit. Yeah, you could not make Porky's in this day and age.
Mm.
Like, and American Pie is another one you probably couldn't make today. People would just like their heads would catch fire, which is
I don't know.
insane.
Yeah, I don't get that. It was a good movie. All of them were good movies.
Yeah, they were funny.
Do
There's
you mind if we dance with your dates?
Yep.
Hell no.
Oh,
Go
hell
ahead.
no. Go ahead, take them. Yeah, Airplane. I'm thinking back to Airplane. I think you could still make that movie today. I think you could get away with that one.
Well,
The
is this the one with the inflatable pilot?
pilot, yeah. Otis was the
I'm not.
pilot's
I'm
name.
not. I'm not sure you can get away with that one.
I think you could. The only
Where'd
that
she blow him up from?
yeah, exactly. Well, from the inflatable tip. But that isn't even the part that I always makes me die laughing in that movie. The part that always makes me die laughing in Airplane is when Robert Stack's character gets called in, right? Because they have a problem with the plane, sir. Yeah, and they call him to the tower, and he calls his
Sweating
wife.
bullets?
Well, no, not that part. But Robert Stack calls his wife in that movie, and she's in bed, and she's got the light on or whatever, and she answers the phone, and she's like, "Yes, dear. Okay, so you're not coming home tonight? Okay." And then she turns over in bed, and there's a horse in bed with her.
Oh God.
Dude,
I
I
remember that.
die
Yeah.
every time because it's just like one of those things. Like when I was a kid, I didn't understand. I thought it was funny there was a horse in the bed. As an adult, I was like, oh shit.
Wait a minute. I got a question. Was she smoking a cigarette?
I don't know if she was or not. Now that you
For
mention
some
it.
reason, I think she was smoking a cigarette.
No, I know after the whole
Like after the fact.
yeah. But that was I know that after they're like, oh shit, you've got to inflate the pilot manually. After that, they're both smoking cigarettes.
Maybe that's what I remember. Maybe that's what I remember.
But yeah, the woman, like her husband calls, like, okay, it's an emergency. Okay, you won't be home. Okay. And then turns over and the horse is in bed with her. And I'm just like, oh shit. The red zone is for loading and unloading only. The white zone is for parking. And they start fighting. Yeah, I mean, I think you could probably get away with Airplane in the nowadays. American Pie, I don't think you could get away with it. Definitely, Porky's. There's no way you could get away with that. The funniest part in Porky's is the part where they're watching the girls through the shower thing or whatever, and they find out, and the guy puts his junk through the hole, and then what was her name? Her real name was like Ball Breaker, but they used to call her Ball Breaker. And she runs over and grabs it, and she's got like both feet on the wall, and she's
You talking about
pulling on
the
it.
great big fat girl?
Yeah, the gym teacher,
Oh God.
and she's just like pulling on it as hard as she can, so he can't escape, and he's screaming.
Didn't she like go before the school marm and like I saw that
Yeah,
mole or something shit?
yeah, the mole, yes, and then like the whole thing is the principal's all like sweating and like little nerdy dude, and he's just like, call it a tallywhacker.
Dude, I've enjoyed the company and for everybody in the chat, I appreciate the company and I hope all y'all had a wonderful Christmas and don't do nothing stupid on New Year because stupid things happen during New Year. But I'm gonna hit the hay.
You're fine, Bob.
And
Te-
by the way, your statue there has
Yes, sir.
no right arm.
Sure, it does. Here, hold
Why
on a
don't
sec.
I see it?
You'll see it in a minute, Bob, when it turns on screen. He's got one arm behind his back.
Okay, well, that's a little.
Yeah, Darkseid. Normally, so he's normally in that pose because he usually only needs one arm and he shoots these beams called omega beams out of his eyes, and they don't miss their target. So he's the only one who Superman can actually go toe to like full out, use all his power on, and still can't really beat him.
Okay, well, that's a little more geeky than I am. So,
Yeah, yeah,
Anyhow,
well, it absolutely is.
y'all have a good night.
Good
And
night, Bob.
I'll see you when I see you.
Yes, sir. I'll be back Wednesday. I mean, I'm getting ready to land this plane too, so and then getting plated later. But get some rest, brother. Everybody, make sure you smash that like button. Everybody, give shout outs to Bob. Always nice to have him jump in. Bob's taking it down. He landed the plane. Bedtime for Bob. Always a pleasure to have Bob on the show. I mean, I'll be doing, like I said, Wednesday is going to be gaming with Smurf. He said I'm definitely going to be there Wednesday, GAM. That's what Smurf said. Thursday is 1000% going to be me moving on to the next model, brand new year, and started off kind of right. So right now I'm tossing the ideas around. I actually, since most of you guys here are going to be end up watching or watching later, what do you think the first one I should do for 2026 is? Should it be Sinestro? I've got Atrocitus and I've got Galactus. He does not cut his pizza with scissors. He does cut his pubic hair with scissors. And then also uses those same scissors to trim his mustache, but that's a different story. Thanks, Ian. Appreciate it. Yeah, I gave him a little I hit him too in the old lip line. If I can actually get that to zoom in on his face. You can probably see how it looks like it's wet. It's because I glossed a little bit of gloss on the lip. And then if I'm doing a human being, doing their eyeball. So that's one of those little add-ons. Galactus. Okay. We got one for Galactus. Like I said, Sinestro, I want to be. It's going to be challenging. In a way, I do want to kind of wait on Sinestro anyway, because I picked up gray primer and I'm picking up white primer. Anything to do with Sinestro, I think that's yellow on that statue, which is a ton of it. I think I'm going to reprime in white so that the yellow lays on it better, pops, because I actually picked up this shit and I don't know how good it's going to spray, how good it's going to work, how it's going to lay on the model, because I have never worked with this brand before, but And I don't even know. It's probably going to come out blacked out because it's fluorescent yellow. It's like this bright ass yellow where it almost looks green. And yeah, it's not even coming up on camera. But I plan on using that fluorescent yellow for the highlight on it. Thank you guys. Thank you. You guys did. Yeah, you like the way I did the base? Almost looks like a cracked pepperoni pizza. But no, I think the base came out okay. Try to go for a shattered fire effect under him, like Apocalypse, like the surface of Apocalypse. I might have, you know what? I'm going to leave it red because it's cracking out, and that would be glow from it. But I thought about doing, like, maybe going in with a little bit more black on in different places, just to give it a little contrast. But honestly, I think I like it better where it looks like it's fire. Reminds me of Apocalypse. But he's done. He's officially done. Thank you. Thank you for saying it looks awesome. I appreciate that. And I got more villains as a bonus from the DC side. Mainly Superman villains, including Lex Luthor, Brainiac, and Zod. The Zod, they have two different statues of him. One of them is him standing alone. The other one is Zod standing there, and he's got his right hand with Superman all beat to shit next to him, his suit ripped up, his cape all torn up and everything else, and he's got his hand on Superman's head and is just squeezing it. I do like X-Men's Apocalypse. I would do an X-Men Apocalypse. Unfortunately, it's either in the guy's back catalog or he hasn't done it yet. The ones for this month for Wicked were Juggernaut and Logan in like a diorama. Then he's doing Juggernaut by himself, Logan by himself, and it's like cowboy hat wearing with the wife beater and jeans, Logan. So like that version of Wolverine. And then Juggernaut looked all right. The other guy that I'm going through though, I'm waiting for that Juggernaut to print that one because it looks, if I paint it right, it's going to look like it's something that you would get from Sideshow Collectibles. Like the guy's modeling is off the chart on the Juggernaut. That's the one I'm actually waiting for. So you had Logan, Juggernaut. The DC side was Hellboy, Beast Boy, and Batman Beyond. Terry McGinnis in like the Batman Beyond suit. Trying to remember what the Marvel side was. Let me see. Go to my notifications and see what the busts are. It'll tell me what the different characters are. Oh, Nick Fury, the Samuel L. Jackson version of Nick Fury, and a character named Darkhawk, which I doubt you guys probably would even know. Like when I saw him, I was like, "Oh, that's cool," and I said it to my wife. My wife's like, "Who the fuck is Darkhawk?" I'm like, "He's like a teenager," and she's like, "Nah, I don't know who that is." I showed her I was like, "Oh, you'd know if you saw him," and I showed her the model, and she's like, "Nah, I don't recognize that one." And then actually one of these I do have to print for my wife but his video games this term were Donkey Kong with Diddy Kong on his back riding the minecart, Cranky Kong, so the grandpa Donkey Kong, and then the villain King Cruel, who's the alligator, and the wife wants the alligator. So I got to print that one out, paint that up for her for one of the holidays coming up, anniversary, Christmas, birthday, whatever. Hold on a second. You want to see what the Zod look like? I might actually be able to pull that up for you. Let me see. Maps. Where the hell's my keyboard? I don't know if this is going to come up on here. Only reason is because it is on my other computer. Let me see. I have set to my Googs. No, it's going to ask for the two-factor. Patreon. Let me find this guy real quick. Oh, yeah, here we go. All right. See if I can get into this. Bring this up on screen. I can show you guys what the latest and greatest were that he's done. So, on the Wicked side of things, this is the Juggernaut he's doing. As that actually zooms in. Let me. I need more horsepower. Let me shut this down. I love Discord, but goddamn, does it eat some resources? This computer is like slow. So this is what the Juggernaut looks like. Pretty good rendition. And then he's doing 3 different heads to it. So you got a blown out helmet. And then you just have Kane Marco without the helmet. It's a good sculpt. But the other one, he's actually in motion. Like he's actually like running. And it's better. Yeah, he did a Krampus and he did Billy or Buddy the Elf from the movie Elf. And then this one I'm going to have to do for the wife. That should be a quick one and a fun one. Pretty easy. Yes, Darkhawk had his own comic, and then they brought him back or whatever. Here's the Cranky Kong, so the old Donkey Kong, grandpa or whatever, and then Diddy and Donkey together. That one's not bad. It'd probably be a lot of printing to get it. Here's what the Darkhawk looks like. Like he does concept drawings, but the actual sculptures come out what his concepts look like. Promos. This was Resident Evil he did. He did a Resident Evil for last video game term. That's what the Nick Fury is going to look like. Not selling any of them yet, Beans. But as I move through this intermediate phase, then yes. Let's see. This is what the when he does the Juggernaut Logan, that's what it's actually going to look like. Yeah, that one's going to be crazy. I got to be careful going to the CA 3D studios because he does not safe for work content on top of the other stuff. Not like I'm going to print it or paint it, but you know. And then Berserk for this month. Let his post load. But yeah, he's doing Hellboy Bust. Here's the Beast Boy. That I already have this one. I haven't printed it yet. This is going to be one for me probably over the course of the summer. I'll be doing this one. The Joker with the face off. Beating the hell out of Alfred. But yeah, the Batman Beyond, I think that's going to be a pretty good one. Pretty sexy looking model there. Especially if you get the lighting just right. And then Hellboy is going to look like that. And last but not least with his was Beast Boy. I have no interest in this statue. I think it's a good looking statue. I just have no interest. Definitely not one I'm into. This was all of November's statues. So you had Joker with Alfred, V for Vendetta, Captain Atom, and then all the different busts. And then you had all the Cenobites too. Pinhead, Butterball. They could be fun to do, but I don't know. Let me see. Let me see if I can't find. I'll look for the Zod. Give me a second. Let me go into one of these. I already got this. And this tells you exactly how much he sells the sculpt for. $20. Actually, you know what? I don't want to go under Berserk. Let me go to Wicked again. It's actually... Oh, wait. No, it is fucking Berserk. Damn it. Yeah, yeah, she wanted to see Zod, right? So let's do a search for Berserk Studios. He's got some badass models. Like, I mean, when you're looking at like, here's the Atrocitus. This is what he's gonna look like when he's assembled. Actually, that's just a bust. Never mind. Here's the actual statue. This is the Atrocitus I plan on doing. That's what he'll look like when he's all together. It's nasty as hell. As a matter of fact, I gotta print the red blood. Let me see. Sometimes this works, sometimes it doesn't. Oh no, it came right up. Here you go. Here's the one I was talking about. Zod, Superman with his ass just beat. That's badass. But and then the Zod ready, or the Zod just by himself, that's what he looked like. Shooting eye beams into something. I still can't figure out what he's shooting those eye beams into. Oh, a skull with hair on it. One of the other ones I got was Brainiac. Oh, no pictures found. Let me. Oh, it might help if I spelled Brainiac right. There we go. I'm thinking about printing this one out. That's actually a nasty ass looking Brainiac. Yes, I got you. But the thing is, using StreamYard, it all still has to go onto YouTube. So you'd get away with it initially when you're first streaming. They won't censor you, but because it loads to the platform of YouTube so that you can watch replays or store it or whatever, it would be a throwaway stream. Like I would be able to stream it once and it would be trash after that. I'm trying to remember. What was the other one? Oh, the Lex Luthor. The Lex Luthor statue looks like this. Thought this was a pretty good one. Holding a kryptonite with the kryptonite spear on his back. That's a pretty good looking one. I was thinking about that one too. And coming up eventually will be got the Christopher Reeves. But yeah. That one's a freebie eventually. The only thing that I think is going to be difficult is going to be printing the cape. I just got one that I from the other guy for free too that I want to do. That on the Marvel end, and I'll show that to you in a minute. But yeah, I kind of figure I think I know somebody who might like this one when I paint it. Oh yeah, and I forgot you can always switch the head out too. So if you don't want that face, you can always switch it out for comic book face. There is one Transformer that I've seen, and hold on, let's see. Let me switch over to the other guy's prints. I just gotta wait for his post to load where I can get into his Gumroad. It's actually a pretty nasty Venom right there. Keep going down. Yeah, so remember I told you guys, like when I did the Hobgoblin, there was a whole nother part to the building. So you remember how big the fucking model is, right? Here's everything that I did, but there's this whole building scene that's on fire below it that the smoke's coming off of. I'm just trying to get down to where the search bar is. There it is, search products. So as far as This is the only Transformer that I think he's done. Well, actually, no, he had to do Megatron too because he's got a diorama of both of them. So there you go. But I'll have to look because I have the Optimus one. I do not have the Mega one. But yeah, the Optimus Prime statue. This is what that looks like. Pretty good detail there. Let me see if he's got Megatron. Yep, he does. Yeah, Megatron looks badass. He's even got a battle scar on his chest, which is cool. You can do the hand or the hand with the sword, looks like. Yeah, that's a cool one. It's going to be another bunch of months before I can even get, like, this is all back catalog stuff, so it's going to be a while before I can get a hold of it. Let's see. It doesn't come up with this. Yeah, see, he has like 3 different Doom sculptures. That is not the one. It's got to be this one. Yeah, it's this one. This is the Doctor Doom. But this cape that's flowing off of him comes in like 10 pieces that I have to print individually. But it is definitely a pretty damn good representation of Doom, if I'm being honest. Transformers, yeah, I want the Megatron is what I want. That would be the one to do. Because Optimus is cool, but the big problem with Optimus Prime is the windows in the chest. So you'd have to leave the windows out and paint behind it. And I'd have to look at the sculpt how it was done. This one was actually really good too. This Winter Soldier. I mean, he nailed the hell out of Sebastian Stan's face. But if I were to do Winter Soldier, he definitely would be done. He has like a mask version too. Like he's wearing a mask. That would be the version I did. Bring that back up. That's fine, Ian. I turned off notifications on there a long time ago because it goes off constantly. But anyway, guys, we're rocking 2:20 in the AM on my time, in my East Coast time. I think Eugene's too. Painting's done. Good bullshit session with Bob. Always love talking to Bob. He's good people. Always has fun stories. But I think I'm going to call it for Sunday night. Be back on Wednesday with Smurf, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. Bringing in New Year. If anybody's got parties, shit to be at, then enjoy yourself and have a happy New Year. Be safe if I don't see you. And if you guys aren't busy and want to hang out, well, I'll be on. Smurf and I'll be on Smurf will be talking all that shit while we're playing with dwarves, okay? We won't even try to toss a dwarf. But I appreciate every last one of you. Thursday, Sunday, I'll be painting. And, you know, same bat time, same GAM channel. Right here, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard on Wednesday, Thursday, Sunday. Everybody try and have a great week. Hopefully you had fun, enjoyed tonight, and I thank you guys all. Like, I really do appreciate the hell out of each and every last one of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I will see you guys next time. Everybody have a good night, great week. Catch you Wednesday. And again, Happy New Year if I don't see you. But everybody hang tough. And don't take shit from anyone. Good night, guys. And thank you again.